Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the national reading of the names of post 9/11 heroes.
Evander Earl Andrews. The other ranger that was on the helicopter, John Joseph Edmonds. My son, Christopher Tiff, he hated that, Stonecipher. Bryant Leroy Davis. Benjamin Allen Johnson. Vincent E. Parker. Giovanni Maria. Michael Jamel Jr. Jakes. Jefferson Donald Davis. Daniel Henry Peditori. Brian Cody Posner. Nathan Ross Chapman. Matthew William Bancroft. Brian Paul Bentrin. Stephen Lamond Branson.
I am reading Secretary Hegel's list who had to go to the World War II memorial service. Scott Nelson Germosen. Nathan Paul Hayes. Daniel Gardner McCollum. Jeanette Lee Winters. Walter Francis Cohey III. Dwight Jason Morgan. Jason A. Disney. Thomas Farrell Allison. James Paul Doherty. Jody Lynn Egner. Curtis Donald Feistner. Jeremy Dale Foshee. Carrie Wayne Frith. William Lewis McDaniel II.
I remember and honor Sean Ross Creighton, Philip John Martini, Jody Wayne Missalindi, Juan Navarro Llano, David Samuel Collins, Joseph Isaiah Love, Gregory Scott Rogers, James Wilkerson Gardner, Randall Lynn Lamberson, Joseph Anthony Blanco, James Francis Costello III, Kenneth Dale Hess, George Ronald Roll Jr., Scott Michael Bandhole, Roland Ernest Condorero Asensio,
Jamie Odell Moggins, Daniel Aaron Romero, who served with my husband in Afghanistan, Katrina Renee Grady, Jean Arden Vance Jr., who served with distinction with my husband in Afghanistan, Sean Mitchell Corlew, Anissa Ann Shiro, Peter Paul Tice II, Christopher James Spear, Ryan Dane Foraker, Mark Wayne Jackson, Antonio James Sled, James Henry Ebers, Jerry Oriel Pope II, Thomas Lewis Robinson, Pedro Lazaro Peña Suarez.
Jan, thank you. It's a privilege to participate in this ceremony this morning, and in particular to read among the names that I will read those of the Screaming Eagles of the 101st Airborne Division who gave their lives in the first year of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Stephen Checo, Gregory Michael Frampton, Thomas Joseph Gibbons, Daniel Leon Kissling Jr., Mark Stephen Osteen, Michael Christopher Barry, Brian Michael Clemens, Rodrigo Gonzalez Garza, Timothy Wayne Moling, John Darren Smith, William John Tracy, Spence Alexander McNeil, James Robert Dillon Jr., Jason Allen Prophet, J. Thomas Auban.
Ryan Anthony Beaupre, Terrell Shane Childers, Jose Gutierrez, Brian Matthew Kennedy, Kendall Damon Waters Bay, Thomas Mullen Adams, Nicholas Michael Hodson, Eric James Orlowski, Brandon Scott Tobler, Jamal Rashad Addison, Edward John Anguiano, Tamara Lee Archuleta, Michael Edward Bitts, Brian Rory Bussing, George Edward Buggs,
Tamario Demetris Burkett, Kemafum An Shana Wongs, Donald John Klein Jr., Robert John Dowdy, Ruben Estrella Soto, David Keith Fribley, Jose Angel Garibay, Jonathan Lee Gifford, Jorge Alonzo Gonzalez, Jason Carlisle Hicks, Nolan Ryan Hutchings, Howard Johnson II, Philip Andrew Jordan, James Michael Keel, Michael Harry Maltz, Johnny Villarreal Mata, Patrick Ray Nixon, Lori Ann Pistewa, Jason Thomas Plight, Frederick Eben Pokorny Jr., Brendan Curtis Rice, Randall Kent Rosacker, Christopher Scott Cipher, Brandon Ulysses Sloan, Thomas Jonathan Slocum, John Henry Stein, John Michael Teal, Donald Ralph Waters, Michael Jason Williams, Thomas Allen Blair.
Evan Tyler James, Bradley Stephen Korthaus, Gregory Paul Sanders, Michael Van Johnson, Jr., Francisco Abraham Martinez Flores, Donald Charles May, Jr., Patrick Terrence O'Day, Robert Marcus Rodriguez, Gregory Lewis Stone, Kevin Gerard Nave, Joseph Menusa, Jesus Alberto Suarez del Solar, Fernando Padilla Ramirez, Roderick Antoine Solomon, James Wilford Cawley.
Michael Russell Creighton Weldon, Michael Edward Curtin, Jacob Lee Frazier, Orlando Morales, Diego Fernando Rincon, William Wayne White, Eugene Williams, Aaron Joseph Contreras, Michael Vernon LaLouche, Brian Daniel McGinnis, William Andrew Jeffries, Brandon Jacob Rowe, Jacob Lee Butler, Joseph Basil Maglione, James Francis Adamuski.
Brian Edward Anderson, Matthew George Boulay, George Andrew Fernandez, Christian Daniel Gertner, Eric Anders Halverson, Scott Jamar, Michael Francis Peterson, Eric Allen Smith, Nathan Dennis White, Chad Eric Bales, Wilbert Davis, Mark Asher Evan, Jason Edward Corn, Nino Degu Lavaldez, Ryan Patrick Long.
Donald Samuel Oakes, Jr., Randall Scott Wren, Russell Brian Ripito, Todd James Robbins, Tristan Neal Aitken, Wilfred Davy Russell Ballard, Daniel Francis Cunningham, Jr., Bernard George Gooden, Devon DeMilo Jones, Brian Michael McPhillips, Dwayne Roy Rios, Eric Hernandez Silva, Edward Bernard Smith, Paul Ray Smith, Steven Alexander Booker,
Travis Allen Ford, Benjamin Wilson Samus, Larry Kenyatta Brown, Gregory Paul Huxley Jr., Kelly Stephen Prewitt, Andrew Julian Aviles, Eric Bruce Dass, Lincoln Daniel Hollinsade, Jeffrey Joseph Kaylor, Jesus Martin Antonio Medellin, Anthony Scott Miller, George Arthur Mitchell Jr., William Randolph Watkins III, Henry Levin Brown, Juan Guadalupe Garza Jr., John Winston Marshall, Jason Michael Meyer, Scott Douglas Sather, Robert Anthony Stever, Jeffrey Edward Bohr, Terry Wayne Hemingway, Rian Augusto Tejada, Jesus Angel Gonzalez, David Edward Owens Jr., Joseph Acevedo, Gil Mercado, John Eli Brown, Thomas Arthur Foley III, Armando Ariel Gonzalez, Richard Allen Goward.
Joseph Patrick Mayak, Jason David Maleo, John Travis Riviero, Andrew Todd Arnold, Roy Russell Buckley, Robert William Chanel Jr., Alan Den Lamb, Troy David Jenkins, Jared Roton Dennis, Raymond Lozano, Osbaldo Orozco, Narson Bertle Sullivan, Joe Jesus Garza, Jesse Allen Givens, Sean Christopher Reynolds.
Jason Lee Deibler, Marlon Tyrone Rockhold, Cedric Eugene Bruns, Richard Paul Carl, Hans Nicholas Gukheisen, Brian Keith Van Dusen, Matthew Robert Smith, Jose Frankie Gonzalez Rodriguez, Jakub Heinrich Kowalk, Patrick Lee Griffin, Jr., Nicholas Brian Kleibacher, David Terrell Nutt, William Lee Payne, John Edward Taylor, Douglas Jose Marin Correas.
Rashid Sahib, Dominic Rocco Baragona, Andrew David Lamont, Jason William Moore, Timothy Lewis Ryan, Kirk Allen Straseski, Aaron Dean White, Nathaniel Alexander Caldwell, David Evans Jr., Keeman Lavore Mitchell, Kenneth Allen Nally, Brett James Petrikin, Thomas Francis Broomhead, Michael Brian Quinn, and Jeremiah David Smith.
Kenneth Ray Bradley, Jose Amancio Perez III, Matthew Earl Schramm, Michael Todd Gleason, Kyle Andrew Griffin, Zechariah Wesley Long, Jonathan Wyatt Lambert, Atanasio Haramaran, Brandon Frederick Oberleitner, Doyle Wayne Bollinger Jr., Travis Lee Burkhart, David Leonard Sissung, Jesse Marinus Halling, Michael Eugene Dooley, Gavin Lee Neighbor.
John Kevin Kleinsmith Jr., Andrew Robert Picorni, Ryan Robert Cox, Joseph Dwayne Sewell, Sean David Ponke, Michael Lee Tosto, Michael Robin Duell, Robert Louis France, William Travis Latham, Paul Takuzo Nakamura, Seth Robert Michaud, Oriental Javon Smith, Cedric Lamont Lennon, Andrew Forrest Chris, Gregory Edward McDonald,
Corey Allen Hubble, Joshua Dwayne McIntosh, Richard Paul Arango, Thomas Eugene Rutzer, Tomas Sotelo Jr., Timothy Michael Conaway, Kelvin Edgar Feliciano Gutierrez, Kevin Charles Ott, Vladimir Felipe, Christopher DuPont Coffin, Travis John Bradnack Nall, Corey Lee Small, Edward James Hergott, James Curtis Coons, David Brian Parson.
Jeffrey Madison Verschow, Chad Lynn Keith, Robert Leon McKinley, Barry Sanford Sr., Craig Allen Bowling, Dan Henry Gabrielson, Christopher Patrick Geiger, Roger Dale Rowe, Jason Andrew Tetreault, Melissa Valls, Christian Christopher Schultz, Joshua Martin Noosh, Paul Justin Cassidy, Jaroer Cristobal Puelo Coronado, Michael Tyron Crockett, Corey Ryan Gurin, Ramon Reyes Torres, David John Moreno, Mason Douglas Whetstone, Joel Lynn Bertoldi, Jonathan David Rozier, Justin Risley Garvey, Jason David Jordan, David Allen Scott, Christopher Robert Willoughby, Mark Anthony Beebe, Jeffrey Lane Clark, John Paul Fettig, Joshua Todd Byers, Brett Thomas Christian, Evan Asa Ashcraft, Raheen Tyson Heiter, Hector Rene Perez, Juan Manuel Serrano, Jonathan Paul Barnes, Jonathan Marshall Cheatham, Daniel Keith Methvin, Wilfredo Perez Jr., Heath Allen McMillan, Nathaniel Hart Jr., William Joseph Marr III, Michael John Deutsch, Leif E. Knott, Justin William Hebert, James Irving Lambert II. Farrell Kevin Latafuga, David Leroy Lloyd, Zeffirino Eusebio Kalunga, Kyle Charles Gilbert, Leonard Dale Simmons, Brian Richard Hellerman, Dwayne Edward Longstreth, Matthew Dwayne Bush, Brandon Ramsey, Levi Bond Kinshin, Floyd George Knighton Jr., David Scott Perry, Timmy Ray Brown Jr., Richard Selden Eaton Jr., Daniel Ray Parker.
Taft Virgil Williams, Stephen Wayne White, David Michael Kirchhoff, Craig Stephen Ivory, Eric Raymond Hall, Bobby Charles Franklin, Kenneth Wayne Harris Jr., David Martin Tapper, Michael Scott Adams, Kaylin Alexander Jones Huffman, Stephen Michael Scott, Vorn Jimmy Mack, Ronald Dean Allen Jr., Pablo Manzano, Daryl Thomas Dent.
Gregory Allen Bellinger, Rafael Louise Navia, Anthony Lee Sherman, Michael Arthur Lane, Mark Anthony Lawton, Sean Kelly Catadella, Chad Edward Fuller, Adam Lee Thomas, Charles Todd Caldwell, Joseph Camara, Cameron Brian Serrano, Christopher Aaron Sisson, Bruce Eric Brown, Jared Bennett Thompson, Ryan Jean Carlock,
Joseph Edwin Robsky, Jr., Henry Ibarra III, William Monroe Bennett, Kevin Neal Moorhead, Trevor Arthur Bloomberg, Kevin Christopher Kimmerly, Alyssa Renee Peterson, Foster Pinkston, Richard Steve Arriaga, Brian Richard Fonts, Anthony Orlando Thompson, James Christopher Wright, Lunsford Bernard Brown II, David Travis Friedrich, Frederick Lewis Miller, Jr., Paul Joseph Storino, Michael Andrade, Robert Lawrence Lucero, Robert Edward Rooney, Kyle Gregory Thomas, Christopher Eric Cutshall, Evan William O'Neill, Christian Eric Parker, Andrew Joseph Boddick, Dustin Knight McCaw, Darren Keith Potter, James David Blankenbeichler, Ana Laura Esparza Gutierrez, Simeon Hunt, Tamara Joharid Diolando Ramos,
Christopher Robert Willoughby, Mark Anthony Bibby, Jeffrey Lane Clark, John Paul Fettig, Joshua Todd Byers, Brett Thomas Christian.
Paul Wayne Kimbrough, Charles Marquez Sims, James Heath Pirtle, Spencer Timothy Carroll, Carrie David Scott, Richard Torres, Daryl Ray Jones Jr., Joseph Carl Norquist, Sean Anthony Silva, Christopher Wayne Swisher, James Edward Powell, Jose Casanova Jr., Benjamin Lee Freeman, Douglas John Weissmantel, Donald Laverne Wheeler Jr.,
Stephen Eugene Wyatt, Joseph Paul Bellavia, Sean Richard Grilly, Kim Salvatore Orlando, Michael Leon Williams, David Richard Bernstein, John Daniel Hart, Paul Joseph Johnson, Paul Joseph Bush, John Paul Johnson, Jason Maxwell Ward, John Robert Teal, Artemis Damone Brassfield, Michael Scott Hancock. Jose Luis Mora, Jr. Jacquia Sherry Cannon. Stephen Acosta. Rachel Krista Heather Bosveld. Charles Henry Beering. Jamie Lee Huggins. Aubrey Dale Bell. Jonathan Iokimo Falanico. Joseph Robert Guerrera. Algernon Adams. Michael Paul Barrera. Isaac Campoy. Paul Anthony Sweeney. Todd Jason Bryant. Joshua Charles Hurley. Maurice Jerome Johnson.
Daniel Aaron Bader. Ernest Glenn Bucklew. Benjamin Joseph Colgan. Stephen Daniel Conover. Anthony Dominic D'Agostino. Darius Tomel Jennings. Karina Sotelo Lau. Keelan Lamont Moss. Brian Hamilton Pennistein. Ross Allen Pennon. Joel Perez. Brian Donatus Flavanus. Bruce Allen Smith. Francis M. Vega. Paul Anthony Velasquez.
Joe Nathan Wilson. Rayshawn Shamel Johnson. Francisco Martinez. Robert Theodore Benson. Jose Antonio Rivera. James Anderson Chance III. Paul Francis Fisher. James Richard Wolfe. Cornell Winston Gilmore first. Kyron Edward Kennedy. Morgan Deshawn Kennan. Paul Michael Neff II. Scott Christopher Rose. Benedict Joseph Smith. Sharon Teresa Swartworth. Gary Lamar Collins. Kurt Russell Froschizer. Linda Carol Jimenez. Mark Daniel Vasquez. Nicholas Allen Tomko. Marlon Philip Jackson. Gennaro Acosta. Nathan Jerome Bailey. Robert Allen Wise. J. Anthony Blessing. Jacob Samuel Fletcher. Irving Medina. Joseph Minucci II. Michael Dwayne Acklin II. Ryan Travis Baker. Kelly Martin Liberato Bolar. Jeremiah Joseph Di Giovanni. William David Dusenberry. Richard William Hafer. Warren Scott Hansen. Sheldon Ray Hawk Eagle, Timothy Lawrence Hayslet, Damian Lakasha Heidelberg, Eric Clayton Kesterson, Pierre Esprit Piche, John Wayne Russell, Scott Arlo Sabo, John Robert Sullivan, Eugene August Uhl III, Joey Dwight Whitener, Jeremy Lee Wolf, Alexander Scott Coulter, Nathan Stephen Daly, Dale Alden Pancho, James Allen Shull, Joseph Leroy Lister, Scott Matthew Terrell, George Andrew Wood, Gary Brent Coleman, Damian Scott Bushart, Robert Dwayne Roberts, Philip Robert Albert, William Joe Carewood, Eddie Eugene Manyweather, Christopher Craig Nason, Stephen Plumhoff, Rel Allen Ravajo, Darrell Lee Smith, Thomas Alva Walkup Jr., Howard Arlen Walters, Jerry Lee Wilson, David Jonathan Goldberg, Thomas John Sweet II, Ariel Rico, Stephen Anthony Bertolino, Aaron James Sissel, Uday Singh, Clarence Ernest Boone, Raphael Septien Davis, Ryan Clint Young. Thank you again, Jan. Air Assault.
Aaron Ray Clark, Ray Joseph Hutchinson, Joseph Michael Blickenstaff, Stephen Henry Bridges, Christopher Jude Rivera Wesley, Jason Graham Wright, Richard Allen Burdick, Jarek McKinn Petty, Marshall Lane Edgerton, Aaron Todd Reese, Jared Williams Black, Jeffrey Francis Braun, Ryan Christopher Ferguson, Kimberly Ann Voles, Kenneth Clarence Suslin.
Nathan William Nakis, Christopher James Holland, Glenn Richard Allison, Charles Edward Bush Jr., Stuart Wesley Moore, Edward Matthew Saltz, Todd Michael Bates, Theodore Louis Perrault, Benjamin Walter Biskey, Eric Francis Cook, Christopher Frank Solzer, Christopher John Splinter, Michael Emerson Yashinsky, Thomas Walter Christensen, Stephen Clarence Hadimer, Charles Gun Height, Michael George Mihalakis, Michael John Sutter, Ernesto Manuel Blanco, Ray David Cuervo, Kurt Edward Jordan Jr., Justin William Pollard, Dennis Anthony Corral, Solomon Carius Bangayan, Kimberly Nicole Hampton, Eric Thomas Paliwoda, Mark Scott Seaton, Luke Pierce Frist, Jesse Douglas Meisner, Craig Davis.
Michael Anthony Diramondo, Christopher Allen Golby, Gregory Brian Hicks, Nathaniel Henry Johnson, Philip Andrew Johnson Jr., Ian Desmond Manuel, Jeffrey Calvin Walker, Aaron Andrew Weaver, Roy Alvin Wood, Ricky Liam Crockett, Keisha Malia Hines, Roland Lee Castro, Cody Joallen Orr, Larry Earl Polly Jr., Edmund Lee Randall Jr.,
Kelly Lewis Hornbeck, Gabrielle Tremino Palacio, James David Parker, Michael Thomas Blaze, Jason Christopher Chappelle, Brian David Hasselgrove, Kenneth Wayne Hendrickson, Randy Scott Rosenberg, Keith Lee Smet, William Russell Sturgis Jr., Irvin Deveshi, Patrick Douglas Dorff, Adam Garber Mooney, Matthew Joseph August, James Thomas Hoffman.
Luke Samuel James, Lester Ormond Kenny II, Corey Ryan Racek, Travis Aaron Muthart, Robert James Cook, Sean Michael Clemens, Benjamin Lewis Gilman, Adam Gareth Kenzer, Sean Gregory Landris, Curtis Mancini, Luis Antonio Moreno, James Douglas Maurus, Justin Andrew Scott, Danton Kyle Sightsinger, Juan Carlos Cabral Benuelos,
Holly Jeannie McHugh, Elo A. Mirasandaval, Armando Sariano, Roger Clinton Turner Jr., Seth Jeremy Devoran, Joshua Lincoln Knowles, Richard Patrick Ramsey, Thomas Douglas Robbins, Elijah Taiwan Wong, Christopher Bunda, Jude Cruz Mariano, Patrick Shannon Tanish, Eric Ulysses Ramirez, William Sabenta Ramirez, and Nicholas Darwin Golding.
Nicole Marie Fry, Michael Matthew Marilla, Christopher Michael Taylor, Jeffrey Carl Graham, Roger Gatung Ling, Henry Albert Bacon, Matthew Carl Lakowski, Stephen Michael Wells, David Eugene Hall, Michael Richard Woodliff, Michael Jason Gray, Gussie Mae Jones, Matthew Gregory Milzark, Edward Walter Babrazin, Travis Aaron Moothart. The last of my list is my son, Brian Nicholas Spry.
Richard Stephen Gottfried, Bert Everett Edward Hoyer, Joe Larry Jr. Dungan, Christopher Kenneth Hill, Jocelyn Louise Carasquillo, Jason Christopher Ford, John Frederick Korth, Daniel Jesus Landano, Joel Kenneth Bertan, Clement Daniel Farron, William Joseph Normandy, Michael Robert Adams, Thomas Rohr Sr. Thigpen, Tracy Lee Larimore, Avery Lee Phillips.
Australia salutes Brandon Clinton Smith, Andrew David Brownfield, Dorian Chan, Michael John Esposito Jr., Ricky Ardell Morris Jr., Anthony Santos Lagman, Ernest Harold Sutphin, Jason Courtney Ludlam, Clint Richard Matthews, Matthew John Sandry, Mark Douglas Taylor, Michael Willard Vega, David Marquis Vicente, Christopher Edwin Hudson, Dustin Levi Creda.
Andrew Stephen Dang, Bruce Miller Jr., Wentz Jerome Henry Schanenberger III, Jeffrey Charles Burgess, James Allen Casper, Adam Dalrymple Froelich, Leroy Sandoval Jr., Timothy Tony, Dennis Jala Jr., Jeremiah John Holmes, Sean Michael Schneider, Richard Lee Ferguson, William Joseph Wiskowich, Brandon Lee Davis, Doyle Maurice Huffstetter.
Michael Greg Jr. Carr, Sean Robert Mitchell, Celestin Conan Rainey, Dustin Michael Sekula, William Rodriguez III Strange, Arik Julius Barr, John Douglas II Amos, Robert Ray Arsarga, Amid Akid Kaysen, Tyler Richard Fay, Israel Garza, Forrest Joseph Justice, Michael William Mitchell, Jeffrey Stephen Morse, Philip Gerard Rogers.
Casey Sheehan, Yishe Lang Chen, Shane Lee Goldman, Stephen Destin Hiller, Scott Quentin Larson Jr., Christopher Ramos, Matthew Kennedy Serio, Jesse Lee Theory, Benjamin Robert Carmen, Marcus Miguel Cherry, Christopher Ronald Cobb, Kyle Duane Crowley, Derek Lyle Halal, Ryan Michael Jerabek, Moises Albert Langhorst.
My son, Travis James Layfield, David Matthew McKeever, Fernando Alejandro Mendez Aceves, Gerardo Moreno, Anthony Paul Roberts, Lee Dwayne Tattachini, Alan Kendall Walker, John Thomas Rubalewski, Tiana Sheree Felder, William Wallace Labridi Jr., Christopher Dale Mabry, Marvin Lee Miller, Brent Lee Morrell, George Scott Renschler, Levi Tootie Angel.
Nicholas James Dyruff, Philip Edward Frank, William Merrill Harrell, Isaac Michael Navis, Joshua Michael Palmer, Michael Blake Walworth, Christopher Brandon Wasser, Eric Alonzo Ian, Felix Marino Jr. Del Greco, Peter Gerald Enos, Gregory Ronald Goodrich, Raymond Edson Jr. Jones, Jonathan Roy Kephart, Todd Wayne Mellett, and Matthew Edward Malott.
Don David McMahon, Chance Russell Phelps, Michael Raymond Spear, Elias III Torres, Alan Jeffrey Vandenberg, Adolfo Cesar Carbello, William Cody Eckhart, Antonin Germain Holt, Justin Weaver Johnson, John Thomas Jr. Sims, Michelle Marie Whitmer, Daniel Ray Amaya, Nathan Patrick Brown, Tori Lewis Gray, Oscar Jimenez. God bless.
Michael Boyd Stack, George Daniel Torres, Lawrence Shane Colton, Wesley Charles Fortenberry, Brad Sinjin Shutter, Adrian Basil Svek, Robert Paul Zerhide Jr., Noah Lee Boyle, Kevin Thomas Colm, Victor Angel Rosales Lomeli, Frank Kevin Rivers Jr., Richard Kennedy Trevithick, Jimmy Javier Arroyave, Christopher Ramirez, Brian Michael Wood.
Marvin Antonio Campo Siles, Edward William Carmen, Christopher Allen Gibson, Jonathan Nicholas Hartman, Robert Louis Henderson II, Clayton Welch Henson, Michael Anthony McLaughlin, Dennis Brian Morgan, Gary Francis Van Leuven, Herbert Ronald Clonch, Richard John Gannon II, Michael James Smith Jr., Ruben Valdez Jr., Bradley Charles Fox, Christopher David Galino,
Leroy Harris Kelly, Jason Lee Dunham, Patrick Daniel Tillman, Sean Christopher Edwards, Elmer Charles Kraus, Stacy Craig Brandon, Corey William Brooks, Arthur LeJohn Felder, Patrick William Kordsmeyer, Billy Joe Orton, Michael Joseph Pernicelli, Christopher Eugene Watts, Nathan B. Bruckenthal, Kenneth Allen Melton, Aaron Cole Austin.
My beloved son, Sherwood Russell Baker, Lawrence Arthur Royke, Abraham Javier Penda Medina, Jacob Robert Herring, Kendall Thomas, Marquise Antoine Whitaker, James Lee Beckstrand, Ryan Montgomery Campbell, Norman Darling, Jeffrey Francis Dayton, Adam Wayne Estep, Jeremy Ricardo Ewing, Landis Wayne Garrison, Martin Wilson Condor, Esau George Jr. Patterson. Presente.
Ryan Eugene Reed, Justin Brian Schmidt, Christopher Mason Dickerson, Jason Bosley DeWilly, Scott Michael Vincent, Joshua Shane Wolfong, Joshua Shane Ladd, Ramon Candelero Ojeda, Oscar Dario Vargas Medina, Trevor Anthony Wine, Philip Lawrence Wickerson, Michael Charles Anderson, Irvin Carradine Jr., Trace William Dossett, Jeremy Lee Drexler, Ronald Albert Genthner, Robert Boyd Jenkins, Scott Ronald McHugh, Todd Edward Nunes, John Edgar Tipton, Ronald Eric Baum, Jeffrey George Green, Christopher James Kenny, Lyndon Anson Marcus Jr., Erickson Heath Petty, Dustin Howard Shiraj, Marvin Ross Sprayberry III, Gregory Leonard Wall, Jesse Ryan Berger, and Bradley Gordon Kritzler. God bless.
James Edward Marshall, Brandon James Wadman, Hesley Box Jr., Philip Dorman Brown, James J. Holmes, Ronald Raymond Payne Jr., Isela Rubalcalfa, Chase Ryan Whitman, Rodney Allen Murray, Andrew Lee Tuazon, Kyle Adam Brinley, Jeremiah Edward Savage, Jeffrey Ross Shaver, Brian Kenneth Cutter, Brandon Chauncey Sturdy, Edward Carl Barnhill, Brood Joseph Cronkite, Michael William Harlan, Michael Angelo Morha, Philip Ian Spakowski, Bruce Edward Price, Leonard Melanie Cowherd III, Pedro Ignacio Espilat, Rene Ledesma, Carl Francis Curran II, Mark Joseph Kasecki, Bob William Roberts, Michael Marvin Carey, William David Cheney, Joseph Paul Gariantes, my heroes.
Marcos Omar Nolasco, Michael Curtis Campbell, Leslie Denise Jackson, Troy Leon Miranda, Rudy Solis, Jeremy Richard Horton, Andrew Jonathan Zabierek, Jorge Alberto Molina Batista, Jeremy Leon Ridlin, Bo Ramsey Beaulieu, Alan Norman Bean Jr., James Peter Lambert, Robert Homero Rosas, Kevin Francis Sheehan, Daniel Paul Unger. Thank you.
I honor and remember Owen David Witt, Kyle Wayne Codner, Matthew Charles Henderson, Dominic Jean Nicholas, Cody Shea Calavan, Daniel William Eggers, Benjamin Rigoberto Gonzalez, Joseph Allen Jeffries, Robert Joseph Mogensen, Brian Joseph Willett, Rafael Reynoso Suarez, Michael Joseph Wiesman, my son, my only child, Kenneth Michael Ballard, Bradley Nathan Coleman, Aaron Cutler Elant,
Nicholas Eugene Zimmer, Charles Edward Odoms III, Robert Charles Sheets Jr., Dustin Lee Sides, Marcus James Johnson, Boom Rock Lee, Todd James Bolding, Frank Timothy Carville, Christopher Michael Duffy, Justin Lynn Everly, Justin Wayne Linden, Eric Scott McCrae, Ryan Edward Doltz, Humberto Fonsecadas Timoteo, Melissa Jennifer Hobart.
The United Kingdom salutes all of the fallen whose names are read out today, and it's my honour to read out the following names. Melvin Yamil Mora, Jeremy Lee Bollum, David Maurice Fraze, Jamie Allen Gray, Humayun Saqib Muazzam Khan, Thomas Day Kaufman, Eric Scott McKinley, Sean Michael Atkins, Jeremy McInip Dimaranan, Arthur Stacey Mastrappa, Paul Roland Siverson III, Jason Nathaniel Lynch, Tai Vu, Marvin Leslie Best, and Sean Lee Horn.
Russell Patrick White, Pedro Contreras, Juan Lopez, Deshaun Elisco Ote, Tommy Lynn Parker Jr., Gregory Vaughn Pennington, Patrick Ryan McCaffrey Sr., Andre Demetrius Tyson, Christopher Scott Cash, Daniel Allen Desens Jr., Charles Anthony Kaiser, Daniel Bradley McClenny, Justin Tyler Thacker, Manuel Adrian Cenaceros, Jeremy Michael Hines.
Ernest Eugene Ut Jr., Patrick Ryan Adel, Alan David Sherman, John Harrison Todd III, Robert L. Dusang, Robert Keith McGee, Kenneth Condi Jr., Timothy Ryan Krieger, Stephen Glenn Martin, Christopher Allen Wagoner, James Benton Huston Jr., Brian Drew Smith, Julie Rochelle Hickey, Dallas Lee Kearns, Michael Stephen Torres, John James Vanyezen IV, Scott Eugene Doherty, Justin Thomas Hunt, Jeffrey David Lawrence, Rodrika Antoine Humans, Michael Christopher Barkey, Samuel Robert Bowens, Collier Edwin Barkus, Robert Eugene Colville Jr., Sean Michael Davies, William River Emmanuel IV, Joseph Martin Garmbach Jr., Sonny Jean Sampler, Jeremiah Wesley Smunk, Terry Holmes.
Krishna Nachahamsik, Christopher John Reed, Trevor Lawson Spink Jr., Jeremy James Fisher, Dustin Wayne Peters, Linda Ann Tarango Grice, James Gary West, Dana Nathaniel Wilson, Juan Manuel Torres, Tori Devin Harris, Jesse Jack Martinez, Demetrius Lamont Rice, Paul James Marty Jr., Brian Patrick Kelly, Craig Stewart Frank.
David Allen Hartman, Dale Thomas Lloyd, Charles Clayton Persing, Michael Joseph Clark, Danny Bruce Daniels II, Todd Justin Godwin, Nicholas Henry Blodgett, Mark Eugene Engel, Tori Jontiel Dantzler, Tatjana Reed, Vincent Michael Sullivan, Nicholas John Zangara, DeForest Lee Talbert, David Scott Green, Sean Allen Lane. Thank you.
Ken Willie Liston, Joseph Franklin Herndon II, Anthony Joseph Dixon, Armando Hernandez, Juan Calderon Jr., Justin Felicio Amredi, Dean Paul Pratt, Tommy Lee Gray, Gregory Ratzlaff, Harry Nelson Shandy Jr., Ella Pita Finchico, Joseph Lee Nice, Raymond Joseph Falstich Jr., Donald Ray Muchu II, Radir Kumaso Renejos.
I am honored to honor and remember the following: Moses Daniel Roca, Robert Abad, Joshua Isaac Bunch, Larry Lloyd Wells, Bobby Edward Beasley, Craig William Cherry, David Lewis Potter, Jonathan Williams Collins, Andrew Ryan Houghton, John Ryan Howard, Tavon Lee Hubbard, Daniel Lee Gavin, Michael Yuri Tarvleski, Kane Michael Funk, Nicholas Bradley Morrison, who was killed the same day as my son. My son of blessed memory, Neil Anthony Santarello. James Michael Gons, Fernando Baxter Hannon, Jeffrey Perez, Brandon Robert Sapp, Daniel Michael Shepard, Mark Anthony Zapata, David Michael Heath, Caleb John Powers, Brandon Thomas Titus, Dustin Robert Fitzgerald, Richard Merle Lloyd, Jacob David Martyr, Harvey Emmett Parkinson III, and Henry Cecil Reisner.
Brad Preston McCormick, Ryan Aburn Martin, Charles Langdon Wilkins III, Nicanor Angel Alvarez, Jason Chelsea Cook, Kevin Alexander Cumming, Seth Ryan Huston, Edward Thomas Reeder, Natchez Littlefawn Washalanta II, Christopher Ward Belcheck, Matthew Ryan Stovall, Robert Cecil Thornton Jr., Donald Neil Davis, Jacob Raul Lugo, Alexander Scott Arredondo.
Charles LaRue Neely, Marco Damian Ross, Barton Russell Humohans, Nicholas Malloy Skinner, Nicholas Neil Aldrich, Louis Alberto Perez, Ahmed Hossein Rossini, Edgar Adalberto Lopez, Carl Levetto Anderson Jr., Aaron Nathaniel Hollyman, Joseph Clarence Tebow III, Nicholas Samuel Perez, Alan Blake Rowe, Nicholas David Wilt, Ronald Dominic Winchester.
Eric Lyle Knott, Charles Robert Lamb, Ryan Michael McCauley, Shauna Marie Morrison, Gary Alexander Valiant, Michael Jacob Allred, John Javier Berea, Elvis Burdone, David Paul Burridge, Thomas Garces, Derek Lloyd Gardner, Devin James Grilla, Quinn Archie Keith, Joseph Christopher McCarthy, Mick Ray Nydard Bakarski.
Brandon Michael Reed, Lamont Noel Wilson, Clarence Adams III, Yoe Manuel Añeros, Chad Hayden Drake, Timothy Evan Price, Lauro Garcia de Leon Jr., James Daniel Faulkner, Michael Anthony Martinez, Jason Lee Sparks, Edgar Potaire Daclan Jr., David Ashley Cedargren, Jason Towner Poindexter, Alexander Edmund Weatherby, Dominic Christopher Brown,
Guy Stanley Hagee Jr., Michael James Halal, Benjamin Warren Eisenberg, Cesar Fabrico Mercado Alamos, J.G. Meluat, Matthew Davis Puckett, Adrian Valentine Soltow, Carl Thomas, David James Robert Weisenberg, Jacob Henry Demand, Kevin Michael Shea, Tyler Hall Brown, Drew Michael Alls, Gregory Christopher Howman, Stephen Arnold Rintamaki, Andrew Carl Stern, Christopher Stephen Ebert, James William Price, Thomas Chad Rosenbaum, Brandon Edwin Adams, Stephen Charles Tyler Cates, Robert Stacy Goodwin, Foster Lee Harrington, Joshua Justice Henry, Tony Bruce Olays, Wesley Robert Wells, Nathan Eugene Stahl, Adam Joseph Harris, Lance Jacob Koenig, Benjamin Kent Smith.
Skipper Saram, Aaron Robert Boyles, Timothy Shane Fulmar, Ryan David Ledouce, Ramon Mateo, David Wayne Johnson, Clifford Leonard Moxley Jr., Robert Oliver Unruh, Eric Lewis Alton, Gregory Allen Cox, Kenneth Lee Sickles, Joselito Onis Villanueva, Tyler D. Prewitt, Mike Ashman Denny, Alan Lee Rogers.
Joshua Kuehl Titcomb, Darren Jones Cunningham, Rodney Aaron Jones, Alan Dwayne Nolan, Jack Taft Hennessy, Michael Angelo Uvani, Russell Lee Collier, James Lee Petaway Jr., Christopher Scott Potts, Gina Renee Sparks, Richard Lynn Morgan Jr., Jessica Lynn Covey, Jungjin Kim, Morgan Nathaniel Jacobs, Andrew William Brown.
Paul Michael Felsberg, Victor Avila Gonzalez, Jaime Moreno, Mark Patrick Fallon, Jeremy Francis Regner, Charles Robert Soltis Jr., Mark Alexander Barbrett, Bradley Scott Beard, Kyle K. Eo Fernandez, Omar Thomas Hawkins II, Brian Scott Hobbs, Josiah Hanan Vandertulip, David Lawrence Waters, Alan Joseph Burgess, Michael Glenn Owen, William Isaac Salazar, Jonathan Jose Santos, Brian Keith Schramm, William Ignatius Brennan, Christopher Brandon Johnson, William Madden Amundsen Jr., Andrew Christopher Ehrlich, Douglas Edwin Bascom, Jesse Moreno Samek, Jonathan Earl Gadsden, Dennis Joel Bowles, Richard Patrick Slocum, Brian Oliveira, Billy Gomez, Jerome Lemon, Michael Scott Vos, Andrew Jason Halverson, James Edward Prevet, Carson James Ramsey, Michael Lee Burbank, Anthony William Monroe, Pamela Geraldine Osborne, Aaron James Rusin, Oscar Amilcar Martinez, Christopher Andrew Merville, Dennis Lloyd Pintor, Michael Spencer Weger, Daniel Richard Wyatt, Ian Thomas Zook, Ronald Wayne Baker, and Tyson Nick.
Bart Derek Owens, Joan Miguel Ridout, Bruce Allen Rushforth Jr., Chris Anthony Carter, Stanley Lorne Harriman, Mark Anthony Anderson, Matthew Allen Commons, Bradley Stephen Cross, Philip James Svitak, John Allen Chapman, Jason DeCastro Cunningham, Neil Christopher Roberts, Matthew Joseph Burgoy, Brian Thomas Craig, Justin Joseph Galuski, Sigun Frederick Akinted, Michael Battles, Stephen Paul Downing II, Maurice Keith Fortune, Jeremy Daniel Bow, John Thomas Bird II, Kelly Lance Courtney, Travis Allen Fox, Christopher Jack Lapka, John Lucas, Andrew Gerald Riddle, Michael Philip Scarborough, Matthew Devin Lynch, James Charles Kearney III, Charles Joseph Webb, my heroes.
Jeremiah Allen Barrow, Jared Patrick Hubbard, Cody Lee Wentz, Carlos M. Camacho Rivera, Justin Ray Yeomans, Brian Keith Baker, Sean Michael Langley, Odie Joseph McVeigh, Quoc Ben Chung, Don Allen Clary, Brian Lee Freeman Jr., Nathaniel Thomas Hammond, Jeffrey Lem, Shane Keegan O'Donnell, Joshua Douglas Palmer, Brandon Parr Ramey, David George Rice, Robert Paul Warrens II, Clinton Lee Wisdom, Thomas Jan Zapp, Stephen Edward Archman, Travis Allen Babbitt, David Mitchell Caruso, Todd Ryan Cornell, Stephen Wayne Falkenberg, William Klepper James, Nicholas David Larson, Horst Genhard Moore, Horn Estevan Segura, Abraham Simpsons,
Segun Frederick Akintaid, Michael Battles, Stephen Paul Downing II, Maurice Keith Fortune, Jeremy Daniel Bow, John Thomas Bird II, Kelly Lance Courtney, Travis Allen Fox, Christopher Jack Lapka, John Lukac, Andrew Gerald Rydell, Michael Philip Scarborough, Matthew Devin Lynch, James Charles Kearney III, Charles Joseph Webb, Russell Lee Slay, John Byron Trotter, Lonnie Dean Wells, Nathan Raymond Wood, Wesley Joel Canning, Eric James Hodges, Romulo Jose Jimenez II, Dan Thomas Malcolm Jr., Dennis James Miller Jr., Michael Christopher Ottolini, Aaron Clayton Pickering, Gene Ramirez, Julian Augustus Woods, James Patrick Blecksmith, Theodore Andrew Bowling, Kyle Wayne Burns, Thomas Carl Dorflinger, Peter John Giannopoulos, Theodore Samuel Holder II, Sean Patrick Huey, Justin Daniel Rephun, Nathan Richard Anderson, Nicholas Hale Anderson, David Michael Branning, Edward Donald Iwan, Jared Lee Marr, James Charles Mattison, Brian Anthony Medina, Brian Robert Prenning, Jonathan Bernard Shields.
Morgan William Strader, Raymond Loya White, Benjamin Saxon Bryan, Kevin John Dempsey, Catalin Dan Dima, Justin Mark Ellsworth, Cole William Larson, Victor Ronald Liu, Justin Daniel McLeese, Byron Wayne Norwood, Sean Patrick Sims, Jose Alfredo Velez, Dan Allen Berger Jr., George Jachendra Payton, Andreas Hilario Perez,
Nicholas Lee Zarkowski, Jeremy Allen Ailes, Travis Reed Desiato, Isaiah Robert Hunt, Shane Edward Kilian, William Lewis Miller, Bradley Lee Parker, Rafael Peralta Guzman, Patrick Mark Manuel Rapicolt, Mark Tyler Ryan, Antoine Demetrius Smith, James Eric Swain, Lance McGregor Thompson, Marshall Hugh Caddy, Jose Ricardo Flores Mahia.
Christopher Todd Heflin, Daniel James McConnell, Louis Wayne Qualls, Luke Charles Wallenwaber, Michael Wayne Hanks, Luis Alberto Figueroa, Joseph Michael Nolan, Bradley Thomas Arms, DeMarcus Damone Brown, Michael Andrew Downey, Demetrios Gavriel, Philip Gordon West, Jack Bryant Jr., Joseph Javier Hereda, David Lawrence Rostrom.
Joseph Tyler Welke, Michael Christopher O'Neill, Michael Ryan Cohen, Blaine Matthew Ebert, Benjamin Charles Ettinger, Sergio Rafael Diaz Varela, Jacob Rudolph Fleischer, Dale Edwin Fracker Jr., Nicholas Santo Nolte, Jeffrey Scott Holmes, Gentian Marcoux, Bradley Michael Fairclough, Brian Keith Grant, David Burton Halk, Harrison James Meyer.
Michael Antonio Smith, Jordan Dale Rinkler, Kirk J. Bosselman, Jeremy Edward Christensen, Travis Wayne Grogan, Joshua Elijah Lucero, Michael Jerome McCone, Harley D.R. Miller, Stephen Christopher Benchish, Adam Ryan Brooks, Charles Allen Hanson Jr., Carl Wayne Lee, Trinidad Rodrigo Martinez Lewis, Michael Bear Shackelford, Daryl Anthony Davis.
Christian Philip Engeldrum, Eric Wayne Hayes, Blake Antonio Magaoe, Wilfredo Fernando Erbina, Pablo Andreas Calderon, Jose Rodriguez Gareza Jr., Isaac Edward Diaz, David Michael Fisher, Zachary Allen Colda, Javier Obleas Prado Pena, Brian Scott Wilson, George Daniel Harrison, Henry Edison Irasi, Bin Nak Lee, David Paul Mollenbrock.
My son, Matthew Allen Wyatt, Joseph Otto Benke, Michael Luke Boatwright, Carrie Ann Gasewicks, David Anthony Mitz, Salamo Jared Tualulu, Kyle Andrew Eggers, Edwin William Roodhouse, Marvin Lee Trost III, Andrew Martin Ward, Todd Clayton Gibbs, In Chul Kim, Mark Norman Stubenhofer, Arthur Charles Williams IV, Christopher Scott Adelsberger,
Patrick Daniel Leach, Kelly Joseph Reinhorn, Andrew Carl Shields, Robert William Hoyt, Gregory Paul Rond, Jeffrey Stephen Blanton, Melvin Leslie Jr. Blazer, Jason Scott Clairday, Joshua Wayne Dixon, Jeffrey Lynn Kirk, Hilaro F. Lopez, Joshua Adam Ramsey, Ian Wesley Stewart, Tina Safara Time, Brent Thomas Vroman. Richard Daniel Warner. Michael Dwayne Anderson, Jr. Victor Alejandro Martinez. Franklin Allen Swager. Donald Bernard Farmer. Barry Kenneth Meza. Lionel Iro. Joel Egan Baldwin. Jonathan Castro. Thomas John Dostey. Corey Michael Hewitt. William Watto Jacobson, Jr. Robert Scott Johnson. Paul Daniel Karpowicz. Nicholas Conan Mason. Beloved son-in-law, Sergeant First Class Brian J. Peckham.
Julian S. Mello, Robert Daniel Odell, Neil David Petch, Lynn Robert Poulin Sr., David Allen Roran, Darren Dale Vankeman, Christopher William Barnett, Eric Dean Hillenberg, James Ronald Phillips, Raleigh Clinton Smith, Todd Donald Olson, Jose Antonio Rivaserrano, Pablito Pina Briones Jr., Jason Allen Leto, Nathaniel John Neeren.
Craig Lewis Nelson, Oscar Sanchez, Damian Ty Fickek, Jason Edward Smith, Jeff Lebrun, Brian Patrick Perello, Pedro Antonio Munoz, Thomas Eugene Hauser, Jeremy Robert Wright, Jimmy Dale Bowie, Corey Ramsey Deepu, Joshua Samuel Markham, Jeremy Wayne McAlfee, Benny James Washington, Curtis Lorenzo Wooden III.
Today we honor and thank you for your sacrifice. Christopher James Babin, Bradley John Bergeron, Julio Cineros Alvarez, Kurt Joseph Camus, Zechariah Scott Davis, Huey Pierce Long Fassbender III, Armand L. Fricky, Warren Anthony Murphy, Kenneth Gerald Grimm von Ron, Daniel Frank Gustafero, Joseph Earl Feit, Dwayne James McFarland Jr., William Francis Manuel, Robert Wesley Sweeney III, and Michael James Smith. God bless.
Gunnar Dwayne Becker, Matthew Wayne Holloway, Juan Rodrigo Rodriguez Velasco, Paul Carroll Holter III, Jayton Daniel Patterson, Nathaniel Troy Swindell, Alain Louis Kamalvathan, Jesus Fonseca, George Raymond Gear, Francis Chimoso Obahi, Thomas Eric Vitagliano, Christopher James Sullivan, Cal William Childress, Joe Fenton Lusk II.
This morning, it is indeed an honor for me to introduce two of my personal heroes, Specialist Dan Pfeiffer, Sergeant Matt Purcell. They were young riflemen in 2nd Platoon, Charlie Company, 321 Infantry, Iraq, led by my son, First Lieutenant Nainoa Keli'i Hokuhelilani Ho. Jose Carlos Rangel, Leonard Wayne Adams, Michael Curtis Carlson, Jesus Antonio Leon Perez, Javier Marin Jr., Joseph William Stevens, Brett Daniel Swank, Viktor Vladimirovich Yoklin, Paul Christopher Alanis, Brian Daniel Bland, Jonathan Williams Bowling, Taylor Joseph Burke, Jonathan Edward Ettering, Michael Wayne Fink Jr.
Travis John Fuller, Timothy Mark Gibson, Richard Allen Gilbert Jr., Lyle L. Gordon, Kyle Jason Grimes, Tony Lee Hernandez, Brian Chase Hopper, John Daniel House, Saeed Jafgarni Torshizi Jr., Stephen Patrick Johnson, Sean Patrick Kelly, Dexter Setman Kimball, William Scott Kinzer Jr., Alan Klein, Timothy Allen Knight.
Carl Richard Lynn, Fred Lee Maciel, James Lee Moore, Nathaniel Kenshin Moore, Murad Rajimov, Ronald Dade Reardon, Hector Ramos, Gael Santville, Nathan Allen Schubert, Daryl James Schumann, Dustin Michael Shumney, Matthew Reed Smith, Joseph Boyd Spence, Michael Leonard Starr Jr., Jesse Warner Strong.
Keith Edward Taylor, James Hoyt Miller IV, Nazario Serrano, Jason Charles Redifer, Harry Raymond Swain IV, Mark Carlisle Warren, Christopher Edward Zimney, Robert Taylor Hendrickson, Sean Lee Brock, Sean Patrick Maher, Richard Chad Clifton, Sean Michael Cooley, Stephen Richard Sherman, Stephen Gamu Bayo, Daniel Torres, Ryan Joseph Cantafio.
Christopher Lee Weaver, Jonathan Scott Beatty, Kevin Michael Luna, Stephen Anthony Castellano, Michael Scott Evans II, Andrew Kevin Farrar Jr., Christopher James Ramsey, Jonathan Ray Reed, Joseph Edward Rodriguez, Lyle Wyman Reimer II, Michael Edward Zahn, Orlando Antonio Bonilla, Edward Eugene Jack, Lindsay Thomas James, Charles Stacy Jones.
On behalf of our brother Captain Sean Grimes, Travis Michael Wicklotch, Jeremy Olin Allman, Zachary Ryan Wobbler, Richard Michael Crane, Jeffrey Stewart Henthorn, Jessica Marie Hosby, Robert Allen McNall, Richard Anthony Perez Jr., William Terry Robbins, Christopher Linwood Shepard, David Joseph Brangman, Dakota Lee Gooding, Renee Knox Jr., Chad William Lake, Ray Rangel, Brian Anthony Mack.
David James Sally, Michael Anthony Arcola, Katrina Lonnie Bell Johnson, Justin Blake Carter, Jason Russell Hendricks, Timothy Ryandale Osbe, Adam J. Plumendor, Christopher Michael Pastrani, Joseph Andrew Rahem, Frank Bastami Hernandez, Carlos Javier Gil, Kevin Michael Clark, Clinton Ross Gerson, Adam Michael Malson, Seth Randall Johan, David Frederick Day, Jesse Marvin Lotka, John Thomas Olson, Jason Gary Timmerman, Trevor David Aston, Nicholas Joseph Olivier, Eric Matthew Stephanie, Alexander Bailey Crackle, Daniel Jean Gresham, Jacob Christopher Vladimir, Adam Noel Brewer, Michael Sean Dem, Kobe Mace Farnan, Jason Sandhu Henry, Jason Lyle Mosky.
Keith Edward Taylor, James Hoyt Miller IV, Nazario Serrano, Jason Charles Redifer, Harry Raymond Swain IV, Mark Carlisle Warren, Christopher Edward Zimney, Robert Taylor Hendrickson, Sean Lee Brock, Sean Patrick Maher, Richard Chad Clifton, Sean Michael Cooley, Stephen Richard Sherman, Stephen Gamel Bayao, Daniel Torres, Min Soo Choi, Landon Scott Giles, Andrew Walter Nowaki, Danny Lamar Anderson, Richard Brian Janot, Julio Enrique Negron, Lisbeth Robles, Azhar Ali, Y. Fio Lin, Robert Shane Pugh, Donald Wayne Echo, Seth Christian Garceau, Sean Patrick Grimes, Stephen Michael McGowan, and Adriana Nicole Salem.
The heroes that I remember and honor today all died in March 2005. Juan Manuel Solorio, Wade Michael Twyman, Andrew Lee Bossert, Michael William Franklin, Matthew Allen Koch, Alec Frank Mazer, Donald Delbert Griffith Jr., Nicholas Eugene Wilson, Joshua Lewis Torrance, Paul Martin Heltzel, Ricky Allen Kiefer, Shane Marion Kula, Rocky Dennis Payne, Lee Arthur Lewis Jr., Jonathan Adam Hughes.
Francisco Gregorio Martinez, Paul William Thomason III, Kevin Scott Smith, Travis Robert Bruce, Brian James Richardson, Michael Todd Fiskus, Lee Miles Goldbolt, Brett Michael Hershey, Michael Thomas Heister, Isaiah Joseph Sinclair, Norman Kyle Schneider, Samuel Sungyun Lee, Kelly Scott Morris, Kenneth Levi Ridgely, Eric L. Toth.
Charles Gary Wells Jr., Robbie Dean McNary, Gary Weasley Tan Rhymes, Tenzin Den Kim, Iosa Philogia Davae Jr., William Dean Richardson, James Alexander Sherrill, Christopher William Dill, Stephen Curtis Kennedy, Jeremiah Colt Kinchin, Javier Jesus Garcia, Glenn James Watkins, David Ayala, Babarilian Banks, David Scott Connolly.
Daniel Jason Freeman, Stephen Correll High, James Sean Lee, Edwin Antonio Matos Colon, Edward John Murphy, Clint Jeffrey Prather, Charles Ray Sanders Jr., Michael Keith Spivey, Crystal Gail Stout, Sasha Struble, Pendleton Lydell Skies II, Romanus Lee Woodward, Juan Carlos Venegas, Kevin Dwayne Davis, Casey Michael Lower, Tyler Joe Dickens, Manuel Lopez III, John Wayne Miller, Michael Brent Lindemuth, James Courtney Edge, Alina Ramirez Gonzalez, Aaron Mark Hudson, Angelo Luis Lozada Jr., Randy Lee Stevens, Tremaine Keon Toy Sr., Joseph Labian Knott, Stephen Frederick Serco, Sam Williams Huff, Stephen William Thornton, Jacob Matthew Pfister.
Kevin Scott Kana Wessel, Kelly Matthew Cannon, Marty Garth Mortensen, Robert Allen Guy,
Gavin James Colburn, Anthony Jerome Davis Jr., Aaron Antrim Kent, Kevin William Prince, Robert Charles White III, Robert William DeFazio, Gary Wayne Walters Jr., Timmy James Millsap, Ellen Cornelius Johnson, David Lee Rice, Joseph Stephen Tremblay.
William Anthony Edens, Timothy Craig Kaiser, Eric Wayne Morris, Robert Wesley Murray Jr., Ricky William Rockholt Jr., Charles Stephen Cooper Jr., Darren Allen DeBlanc, Stephen William Frank, Clifford Valentino Gadsden, Ralph John Harding III, Juan de Dios Garcia Arana, Kenya Aquan Parker, Derek Joseph Luders, Kelly Curtis Hines, Tommy Siri Little.
John Edward McGee, John Charles Spar, William Jeremy Brooks, Stephen Patrick Saxton, Aaron Nathaniel Cepeda Sr., Lance Tanner Graham, Michael Adam Marzano, Michael Vincent Postal, Jeffrey Lewis Wiener, Gary Andrew Eckert Jr., Stephen Ray Givens, Thor Harrison Ingram, Nicholas Kane Kervin, Nicholas Edward Mesner, and for a special family from Ohio, Dustin Allen Durga. Lawrence Robert Philippon, Richard Philip Schroeder, Stephen Philip Baldwin, Marcus Mahidi, Taylor Bradley Brzezinski, Michael Joseph Bourdon, Samuel Tyrone Castle Sr., Wesley Graham Davids, Christopher Robert Dixon, Nicholas Brandon Erdy, Jonathan Walter Grant, Jordan Lynn Gretz, Kendall Howard Ivy II, John Taylor Schmidt III, and for my son, Anthony Lee Goodwin.
Andrew Ryan Joden, John McClellan Smith, Kenneth Eugene Ziegler II, Travis Wayne Anderson, Charles Crum Gillikin III, Jacob Mark Simpson, Wesley Robert Riggs, Atwan Lavelle Walker, Wyatt Dale Eisenhower, Robin Vincent Fell, Bernard Leon Sembley II, Kurt Daniel Schamberg, Brad Arnold Wentz, Stephen Charles Tucker, Tyler Loren Kremen.
Carl James Morgaine, Benjamin Charles Morton, John Banks Ogburn III, Kenneth John Schall, Aaron Nicholas Season, Charles Thomas Wilkerson, Brian Edward Barron, Joshua Thomas Brazee, Kyle Matthew Hamauer, Audrey Darren Lunsford, Suburant Parker, Christopher Sean Perez, Daniel Ryan Vernado, Russell James Verdugo, Randy Dwayne Collins.
Charles Allen Dreyer, Dustin Cole Fisher, Peter James Hahn, Jeffrey Robert Wallace, Alfred Barton Seiler, David Neil Wimberg, Ricardo Antonio Crocker, Matthew Scott Lowry, Mark Allen Maida, Joshua Michael Scott, Michael Scott Barnhill, Philip Nichols Sales, Albert Eugene Smart, Victor Manuel Cortez III, Derek Mears Angel.
Should I go? Casey J. Crate, William Brian Downs, Jeremy Jeff Frakes, Jeffrey Brian Starr, Miguel Angel Ramos Vargas, Virgil Ray Case, Philip Charles Edmondson, Stephen Michael Langmack, Louis Edward Niedermeyer, Leroy Edward Alexander, Antonio Mendoza, Charles Daniel Robinson, Carrie Lee French, Eric James Pullman, Brian Scott Ulbrich,
Today I honor Justin Lee Vasquez, Theodore Scott Westhusing, Robert Thomas Menninger, Brian Matthew Romines, Jonathan Lee Smith, Eric Todd Bury, Terrence K. Crow, Louis Edwin Allen, Roberto Arizola Jr., Philip Thomas Esposito, Michael John Fasnock, Emmanuel Hernandez, Douglas Edward Cashmer, Michael Jason Kelly, and my son, Mark Lucas Tucker.
Dustin Vincent Birch, Daniel Chavez, Mark Oscar Edwards, Thomas Oliver Keeling, David Joseph Murray, Devin Paul Seymour, Brad Dwayne Squires, Mario Alberto Castillo, Victor Hugo Cervantes, Andrew Jacob Kilpella, Larry Richard Arnold Sr., Casey Byers, Stanley James Lipinski, Terrence DeLon Lee Sr., Neil Armstrong Prince.
Anthony David Kinslow, Larry Robert Kuhns Jr., John James Matek Jr., Nathan Bradley Clemens, Michael Ray Hayes, Anthony Glenn Jones, Joshua Philip Klinger, Cesar Omar Baez, Jonathan Ruben Flores, Jesse Jaime, Chad Bryant Maynard, Tyler Seth Trevino, Dion Mario Whitley, Anthony Stephen Cometa, Eric Ryan Helt, John William Maloney, Christopher Neil Piper, Robert Mark Horrigan, Michael Lewis McNulty, Adam Johnson Crumpler, Noah Harris, William Alfred Long, Christopher Reed Kilpatrick, Christopher Lee Hoskins, Nicholas Ryan Adalski, James Douglas Stewart, Brian Alexander Vaughn, Dwayne William Divley, Arnold Duplantier II, Holly Ann Charette,
It's my privilege to read the names of the following heroes: Regina Renee Clark, Vanessa Moy, Christopher Wade Phelps, Chad Wayne Powell, Joseph Merrill Tackett, Ramona Magdalena Valdez, Carlos Pienda, Kevin Boyd Joyce, Charles Anthony Kaufman, Matthew Scott Catu, Keith Randall Marati, Stephen Earl Shepard, Matthew Jean Axelson, Rafael Antonio Carrillo Jr., and Danny Philip Dietz Jr.
Jock Jules Fontaine, Seamus Otto Gore, Corey James Goodnature, Robert Eugene Hall Jr., Daniel Richard Healy, Manny Hornado, Kip Allen Jacoby, Eric Samuel Christensen, Jeffrey Allen Lucas, Michael Martin McGreevy Jr., Marcus Venancio Morales, Michael Patrick Murphy, Shane Eric Patton, James William Ponder Jr., and Stephen Charles Reich.
Michael Lynn Russell, Chris John Schirkenbach, James Eric Suh, Jeffrey Scott Taylor, Chad Michael Mercer, Jeremy Alexander Brown, Ryan J. Montgomery, Scotty Lee Bright, Lau Jim Cambridge, Christopher Wayne Dickerson, Anthony Michael Mazzelli, Dyson King Caraga, Hobie Frank Bradford Jr., Eric Paul Woods, Joseph Patrick Goodrich, Ryan Joseph Kovic, Timothy James Sutton, Benjamin Ben Yahuda, Timothy James Hines Jr., Trisha Lynn Jameson, Clifton Blake Mounts, Christopher David Winchester, Jared Douglas Hartley, Travis Centel Cooper, Jorge Luis Pena Ormeo Jr., Ronald Tanner Wood, Ephraim Sanchez Jr., Frank Fagot Ty, Ronnie David Williams, Jeffrey Jerome Farrell.
Lavina Lynn Johnson, Arthur Raymond McGill, Stephen Patrick Gill, Travis Levi Youngblood, Brian James Oscar, Jason T. Palmerton, Jacques Earl Brunson, Ernest Wayne Dallas Jr., Carl Ray Fuller, James Andra Kenlow, Jason Wayne Montefiore, Milton Manuel Manzone Jr., Christopher James Taylor, John Frank Thomas, Raymond Arstaz Villatoro Jr.,
Adam James Harding, Michael Wayne Schaefer, Adrian Josiah Butler, Benjamin Donald Jansky, Edward Lee Myers, John Oliver Tolfson, Christopher Paul Lyons, Andre Louis Williams, Ernesto Rodolfo Guerra, Victor Antonio Anderson, Jonathan Christopher Hagan, David Randall Jones Sr., Jason Drew Schuerman, Ronnie Lee Shelley Sr., Robert Adam Swaney.
James Dustin Carroll, Roger Dale Jr. Castleberry, David John Collar, Daniel Nathan Jr. DeRodman, James Randolph III Graham, Bryant Paul Montgomery, Nathaniel Shea Rock, Jeffrey Allen Basquete, Thomas Carlton Hall, James Dennis Inductions, Timothy Michael Jr. Bell, Eric James Berthofsted, Nicholas Williams Bart Bloom, Michael Joseph Sewinski, Christopher Jenkins Dyer.
Honoring and remembering Grant Bruce Frazier, Jerry Lewis Ganny Jr., Matthew Vincent Gibbs, Bradley Jarrett Harper, Justin Fenton Harper, Aaron Howard Reed, Edward Augie Schroeder II, David Bear Stewart, Adam James Strain, Charles Houghton Warren, Kevin Waring, William Brett Whiteman, Theodore Clark Jr., Damian James Garza, and my beloved son, David Kenneth John Cruder.
John Mackenzie Henderson Jr., Chad Jerome Simon, Niels George Thompson, Terry Wayne Ball Jr., Robert Valerian Dorinda, Brett Eugene Walden, Chase Johnson Comley, Raheem Jamal Jeffcoat, Kurt Eric Kraut, Seferino Jose Reyna, Christopher Matthew Falcao, Ramon Ernesto Gonzalez Cordova, Anthony Nelson Caladine, Hernando Rios, Miguel Carrasquillo, and my daughter, Takara Renee Green.
Nathaniel Edward DeTample, Christopher M. Katzenberger, John Kulik, Ryan Scott Ostrom, Gennaro Pellegrini Jr., Francis Joseph Straub Jr., Michael Allen Benson, Evaner Christopher Herrera, Jeremy Allen Chandler, Edward Ralph Heselton, Rusty Wayne Bell, David Lawrence Giamo, Brian Keith Dirks, Asbury Fred Hahn II.
Eldon David Arcade, James Jeffrey Cathry, Blake Wade Hall, Joseph Michael Highland, Michael Robert Lee Miller, Brian Lee Morris, Joseph Charles Newry, Christopher Lloyd Palmer, Joseph Daniel Hunt, Hatim Siraj Kataria, Victor Patrick Lawrence, Raymond Romero, Chris Shane Chapman, Carlos Juan Diaz, Damon Garland Campbell.
Trevor John Dysing, Evika Jirac, Timothy Magnus Shea, Joseph Larry Martinez, Obadiah James Koloth, Dennis Patrick Hay, Charles Robert Rubidoux, Gregory John Fester, Jason Eric Ames, Lowell Thomas Miller II, Monta Shivauz Ruth, George Ray Draw Jr., Derek Stephen Hines, Robert Lee Holler Jr., Lonnie James Parson.
Honoring the fallen today: Ryan John Nash, Matthew Charles Bowling, Jeffrey Allen Williams, Luke Christopher Williams, Jude Ralph Jonas. My friend who got sick today, a Gold Star mother, her son Robert Nathaniel Martins, Franklin Rudy's Valerio, Christopher Lee Everett, Curtis Dean Kama Akarla, Jeffrey Martin Campbell, Robert Douglas McCrum, Alfredo Baharas Silva, Shane Klainen Swanberg, Matthew Lynn Deckert, David Harrison Ford IV.
Gary Lee Reese Jr., Shannon Delane Taylor, Joshua Paul Dingler, Jose Luis Ruiz, Paul Anthony Saylor, Thomas James Strickland, Michael James Stokely, Nathan Kalani Bouchard, Robert Jean Davis, Jeremy Wade Doyle, Ray Michael Furman II, Phillips Carson George, Timothy James Siemens, Laura Margaret Walker, Willard Todd Partridge, Tokara Renee Green,
Alan Nye Gifford, Virgilio Eric Neelam, Mark Harold Dooley, Michael Egan, William Lee Evans, William Valentin Fernandez, Lawrence Emerson Morrison, William Alvin Ayler III, Pierre Antone Raymond, Travis Mark Arndt, Kevin McCrae Jones, Scott Paul McLaughlin, Mike Tashia Sonata Jr., Andrew Joseph Derrick, Paul Christian Neubauer, Byron Enrique Dunlap, Daniel Ronald Schill, Tane Travis Baum, John Michael Flynn, Sean Alexander Graham, Kenneth Grant Ross, Patrick Dana Stewart, Adrian Bovey Stump, Howard Paul Allen, Casey Elwin Howell, Elijah Matthews Ortega, Tulsa Tulaga Tulalu, Stephen Armando Valdez, Andrew Peter Wallace, Michael J. Wendling.
Robert Frank White, Jason A. Benford, Daniel Laverne Arnold, Oliver J. Brown, Elizabeth Nicole Jacobson, Steve Morin Jr., George Anthony Pugilis, Eric Wentworth Slobodnik, Lee Allen Wigand, John Glenn Doles, James John Stoddard Jr., Joshua Jacob Ganache, Jens Edward Schliebert, Marshall Allen Westbrook, Timothy James Rourke.
The names of our sons, daughters, husbands and wives, parents who gave their ultimate sacrifice: Sean Brady Berry, Larry Wayne Pankey Jr., John Robert Stalvey, Roberto Carlos Baez, Andrew Dennis Bedard, Brian Keith Joplin, Brian William Large, Jacob Thomas Vanderbosch, Shane Matthew Cabino, Nicholas Oresti Chirava, Jason Lee Fry, Patrick Brian Kenny, Daniel Morgan McVicker, Carl Lex Rains II, Jeremiah Wayne Robinson, Eric Andrew Pfeiffer, Benny Chantel Franklin, Nicholas James Greer, Sergio Hernandez Escobar, Troy Shane Ezernak, Gary Ray Harper Jr., Jerry Lee Bonifacio Jr., Jeremy Michael Hodge, Leon Gifford James II, Leon Montiel Johnson, Brandon Keith Sneed, Matthew Allen Kimmel, Donald Devon Furman, James Travis Grijalva, Kenneth E. Hunt Jr. Thank you.
Lorenzo Ponce Ruiz, Howard Edward Badcock IV, Robert Wesley Tucker, Samuel Mark Boswell, Bernard Lawrence Seo, Brian Renato Connor, Fabrizio Alexander Marino, Scott James Mullen, Mark Philip Adams, Thomas Harold Bird, Jeffrey Wilbur Corbin, Richard Allen Hardy, Vincent Earl Summers, Timothy D. Watkins, Joseph Cruz, Danielle Scott Resna Pub, Chad Robert Hildebrandt, Christopher Michael Poston, Lucas Allen France, Paul Jared Pillen, Norman Wallace Anderson III, Danielle Dean Bartels, Tommy Ike Folks Jr., my beloved firstborn son, Kendall Kioma Frederick, Arthur Anthony Mora Jr., Russell Hussein Javi, Jose Emmanuel Rosario, Robert Jacob Dan Jones, Dennis Paul Merck, and Richard Thomas Pummel.
Andrew David Russoli, Stephen Walter Schweideck, Kenneth James Butler, Benny Gray Cockerman III, Seamus McLean Davey, Nicholas A. Robertson, Travis W. Nixon, Christopher Falco, Tyler Bobbitt Swisher, Seamus McLean Davey, Christopher Worth Thompson, George Thomas Alexander Jr., Jonathan Ross Spears, Benjamin David Huffner, Christopher Taylor Monroe, Michael Tremaine Robertson, Ramon Antonio Acevedo Aponte, Louis J. Gentry, and Evan Shame Parker.
Thomas Alexander Walsmith, James Wachowski, Robert Franklin Eckfield Jr., Jared Jason Krem, Daniel Russell Leitner Jr., Michael John McKinnon, William Wesley Wood, Deborah Ann Banizak, Shakir Tafari Guy, Raymond Dwayne Hill Jr., Dylan M. Utras, Travis Wayne Nixon, Kenny Dwayne Rojas, Joel Preston Dameron, Michael Paul Hodshire.
Mark James Procopio, Benjamin Alexander Smith, Darren Dean Howe, Daniel Joseph Pratt, Kyle Brett Worley, Darrell Wayne Boatman, Timothy Darwin Brown, Jason Allen Fegler, James Matthew Gerbitz, Jeffrey Philip Toxilowski, Dustin Allen Yancey, Thomas Alvin Wren, Joel Eric Cahill, James Frederick Hayes, Ryan James Sorensen,
Brian Lee Freeman, Robert Christopher Pope II, Mario Alberto Reyes, Justin Shawshanite Smith, Alan Crindle Cash, Jeremy Paul Jambrulio, Michael Calvin Parrott, Daniel Freeman Swaim, Joshua Adam Tarondo, my classmate from Groves High School, Tyrone Leonard Peanut Chisholm, Donald Eugene Fisher II, Antonio Mendez Sanchez, David Albert Mendez Ruiz, Stephen John Sutherland, Scott Allen Zubowski.
John Matthew Longoria, Ramon Juan Mendoza Jr., James Earl Estep, Travis J. Grigg, Matthew John Holly, Christopher Matthew McCracken, James Scott Oshner, Nicholas David Schiavone, Roger Wayne Deeds, John Anthony Lucent, Donald Ryan McGoughlin, Jeremy Enlow Murray, Dylan Ryan Paytas, Jeffrey Allen Rogers, Alex Ramon Cruz.
Joshua Gerald Ward, Ivan Vargas Alcorn, Vernon Ralph Widener, Anthony Alexander Galtke, Luis Rodrigo Reyes, Christopher Michael Alcolzer, Jonathan Fleming Blair, Dominique Joseph Hinton, Michael June Indianan, Edward Carlos, Miguel Terrazas, Tyler John Troyer, Anthony Ray Charles Yost, Dennis William Zelinsky II, Dominic Joseph Sacco,
Emery Jason Turbin, John Wilson Deering, Dennis Javier Gallardo, Matthew Paul Stewart, Aram Jordan Bass, Alan James Knopp, William Benjamin Meusen, Ryan Douglas Christensen, Mark Andrew Delgado, Eric Paul Perot, Stephen Charles Reynolds, Javier Antonio Villanueva, Gregory Leroy Tull, Brett Evan Angus, Donald J. Hasse.
Honoring Jerry Wayne Mills Jr., Gregoris Jaconok, William Douglas Richardson, Joshua David Snyder, William Grady Taylor, my son, Brent Allen Adams, Daniel Jason Clay, John Martin Holmesen, David Anthony Yoon, Adam Wade Kaiser, Robert Alexander Martinez, Anthony Thomas McClellan, Scott Thomas Modine, Andrew Grant Patton, Andy Allen Stevens.
Honoring Craig Nolan Watson, Philip Allen Dotson Jr., Marcus Shaw Fertel, Philip Lamar Davis, Jimmy Lee Shelton, Daniel Michael Kuka, Richard Lee Shiles, Thomas Christian Seekert, Brian Albert Wright, Joseph Philip Byer, Michael Charles Taylor, Spencer Clark Akers, Milton Rivera Vargas, Kevin Joseph Smith, and Adrian No Orozco.
Julia Verlinda Atkins, Kenneth Cassica, Clarence Lavon Floyd Jr., Travis Lynn Nelson, Keith Allen Bennett, James Sean Maudy, Jared William Kubasik, Curtis Anthony Mitchell, Lex Nelson, Brian Christopher Kareem, James Clifford Kessinger, Peter Joseph Navarro, Michael Shane Zyla, Kenneth Blake Pospisil, Michael Brandon Presley.
Timothy Rick Boyce, Joseph Allen Lucas, John David Morton, Adam Robert Fales, Samuel Tapia, Johnny Vell Mason, Michael Joseph Clary, Richard Jr. DeGracia Naputi, Benjamin Thomas Britt, William Lopez Feliciano, Regina Christina Reali, Cheyenne Christopher Wiley, Joseph John Andreas Jr., and my sister-in-arms, Myla Lumayag Miravasola, Anthony O'Neill Cardinal.
Sergio Gudino, Dane Olin Carver, Dominic Rashad Coles, Richard Matthew Salter, Isaias Enrique Santos, Joshua Michael Morberg, Lance Sharif Sage, Aaron Matthew Forbes, my friend Jason Daniel Hasenauer, Tobias Corbin Meister, George Anthony Lutz II, Prince Cal Tiwia, Sean Christopher Dosty, Jonathan Richard Fender, Amin Abdelrahman Taha.
Marcelino Ronald Cornell, Jason Lee Bishop, Christopher John Vanderhorn, Adam Lee Kahn, Albert Pasquale Gettings, William Freder Hecker III, Jason Lopez Reyes, Robbie Matthew Mariano, Ryan Stanley McCurdy, Michael Eric McLaughlin, Johnny Joe Perillas Jr., Christopher Paul Petty, Ryan Dorian Walker, Stephen Jerome White, Stuart Marlon Anderson.
Kyle W. Brown, Radem Camilo Matos, Jamie Lynn Campbell, Joseph David Demours, Michael Ignatius Edwards. Nathan Robert Field. Jeriad Paul Jacobs. Robert Thomas Johnson. Douglas Amuel LaBeouf. Jason Thomas Little. Brett Lee Lundstrom. Michael Ray Martinez. Jacob Eugene Melson. Raul Mercado. Chester William Troxel.
Clinton Robert Upchurch. Michael Joseph McMullen. Mitchell Kyle Carver Jr. Kyle Edward Jackson. Michael Anthony Jordan. Jonathan Kyle Price, father of Madison, son of Cheryl. Ben D. Desolates, son of Brenda, father of Kira. Justin James Watts. Casper Allen Camacho Dudaquetz. Destin Lee Kendall. Julian M. Woodall. Ruel Mamaril Garcia. Rex Christopher Kenyon. Adam Roger Shepard. Carlos H. Arloel Perenda. Brandon Christopher Dewey. Dennis James Flanagan.
Matthew Curtis Fratz. Ricky Scott. Clifton Gerard Yassi. Brian Melselroy. Jason Lynn Norton. Louis Thomas Duquez Calapina. Lance Michael Chase. Matthew David Hunter. Joshua Adam Scott. Peter Daniel Wagner. Sean Henry Miles. Jerry Michael Durbin Jr. Joshua Allen Johnson. Billy Don Brixey Jr. Hugo Razel Lopez Lopez.
In memory of these honored fallen comrades: Felipe Calavari Barboza, David Lee Herring, Brian James Scoff, Garrison Charles Avery, Marlon Andrea Bustamante, Sean T. Caldwell, Anthony Chad Owens, Caesar Samuel Villazone, Simon Timothy Cox Jr., William Stephen Howard III, Scott Anthony Messer, Lance Scott Carnett, Jesse Marion Zumara, Roberto Luis Martinez Salazar, Jeremy James Bohem,
William Stephen Hayes III, Sergio Antonio Mercedes Saez, Christopher Randolph Morningstar, John Thomas Freilish, Orville Garena, Patrick William Harriet, David Sean Parr, Brandon Scott Shuck, Jacob Daniel Spain, Alan Dale Kokish Jr., Stephen Lee Phillips, Matthew Lee Bertolino, Javier Chavez Jr., Ross Andrew Smith, Felipe Jose Garcia Villarreal, Andrew Joseph Kemple, Nicholas Wilson, Edward Herbert Daza Chacon, Chad Iran Gonsalves, Alberto da Silveira Montrond, Clinton Thomas Newman, Matthew Ryan Barnes, Michael Stewart Probst, Rusty Lee Washam, Brian Ryan Dronay, Amos Collins Edwards Jr., James Floyd Fordyce, Anthony Ricardo Garcia, Alicia Sabrina Good, Samuel Wayne Large Jr. We remember.
All gave some gave all. Donnie Leo Ford Levins, Matthew Marcellus, Jonathan Eric McCooley, Luis Manuel Melendez Sanchez, Nicholas Joseph Sovey, Brian Douglas Willard, Charles E. Matheny IV, Matthew Dwayne Conley, J. T. Collado, Jesse Davila, Almar Laren Fitzgerald, Gregson Glenn Gowerly, Curtis Tyrone Howard II, Ricky Edward Jones, Christopher Lee Marin.
Gordon Foster Misner II, Alan Andrew Moore, Thomas Joseph Wilworth, Dimitri Muscat, Joshua Francis Powers, Benjamin Chancellor Schuster, John Joshua Thornton, Adam John Valentine, Clay Patrick Farr, Joseph Art Humber, Joseph Michael Pierce, Christopher James Shornock, Dwayne Peter Ryan Lewis, Amigo Efrain Elazares, Christopher Scott Merchant.
Tina Marie Priest, Joshua Vernon Humans, Matthew Albert Snyder, Kevin Paul Jessen, Adam Oliver Zaduto, Justin Robert Martone, Ricky Salas Jr., John David Fry, Bunny Long, Amy Alicia Dirksen, Kevin Denudo Akins, Anton Jacine Hitt, Joshua Lee Hill, Kristen Keola Marino, Joseph Randall Ray.
Nicholas Robert Anderson, Corey Allen Dan, Brian Anthony Lewis, Marco Antonio Silva, Angelo Akram Zawade, Carlos Michael Gonzalez, Amanda Nicole Pinson, Niall Yates III, Ricardo Barraza, Dale Gregory Michael Brem, Antoine J. McKenzie, Brock Allen Beery, Randy Donald McCauley, Frederick Andrew Carlson IV, Christopher Lee Robinson, Robert Hernandez, Michael David Rowe, Sean Douglas Tharp, John Thomas Stone, Joseph Jonathan Duanis, Walter Mark Moss Jr., Jacob Walter Beasel, Daryl Patrick Clay, Israel Devora Garcia, Michael Lee Hartwick Jr., Timothy J. Moisier, Andres Aguilar Jr., David Allen Bass, Jeremy Wayne Ailey, Patrick James Gallagher.
Kuhn Young Kim, Eric Allen McIntosh, Marquez Jose Nettles, Giovanni Rafael Padilla Ailman, Eric Anthony Palomiciano, Scott Jonathan Procopio, Felipe De Jesus Sandoval Flores, Brian Robert St. Germain, Abraham George Twitchell, Ty John Johnson, Chase Austin Edwards, my son Dustin James Harris, Daniel Laverne Kesner, Brian Nicholas Taylor, Richard Price Waller.
This afternoon I honor Sean Ross Creighton, Philip John Martini, Jody Wayne Missildine, Ioana Navarro Arlano, David Samuel Collins, Joseph Isaiah Love, Gregory Scott Rogers, James Wilkerson Gardner, Randall Lynn Lamerson, Joseph Anthony Blanco, James Francis Costello III, Kenneth Dale Hess, George Ronald Roll Jr., Scott Michael Banhold, Roland Ernesto Calderon Asensio, Marcus Stephen Glimpse, Salam Bakar, Stephen Joseph Perez, Andrew Kenyon Waits, Darren Thomas Settle, Derek Joshua Cothran, Pablo Vinicio Mayorga, Mark William Melcher, Justin Durand Sims, Ryan George Winslow, Clinton Wayne Coubert, Ian Patrick Weichel, Robert Jason Settle, Patrick Allen Tennell, and Jason Carroll Ramsayer.
Clayton Lee Adamkavicius, Jacob Hamilton Alcott, Michael Edward Bothout, Kyle Arnold Colnott, Eric Dean King, Eric Robert Lucan, Travis Clyde Zimmerman, Jason Brent Daniel, Robert William Aney, Sean Thomas Laswell Jr., Matario Amboni Bandonil, Aaron William Simmons, Raymond Lamar Henry, Richard John Harima, Michael Lewis Ford, Bobby Mendez, Mark Adam Wall, Matthew Allen Weber, Edward Glenn Davis III, Jose Gomez, Brandon Michael Hardy, Bryant Anthony Earlham, Lee Robert Mills, Steve Makota Sakota, Robbie Glenn Light, Robert Louis Masillo, Christopher Michael Eckhart, Brian S. Latondra, Joseph Eugene Proctor, Benjamin Thomas Ziski.
Stephen Richard Bixler, Elisha Richard Parker, Brian Lynn Quinton, Gavin Bradley Rinke, Brian Allen Brewster, Christopher Brian Donaldson, Matthew John Fenton, Joseph James Fenty Jr., Alva Lamar Gaylord, John Cripp Gifford, Christopher Thomas Howick, Brian Michael McQuinn Jr., Justin Lee O'Donnell, Carlos Noel Sains, David Nelson Timmons Jr.
Oh yeah. Teodoro Torres, Eric William Totten, Nathan John Vacho, thank you, Jeffrey Scott Wycamp, Leon B. DeRaps, Dale James Kelly, Corey Leonard Palmer, David Michael Vivarca, Emmanuel Laderas Legaspi, Gregory Allen Wagner,
Aaron Priest Latimer, Alessandro Carbonaro, Armour Nathan Burkhart, Jason Keith Burnett, Eric David Clark.
David James Grames Sanchez, Michael Lucian Nicalzi, Stephen Paul Snowberger III, Steve Fajavialos, Adam Charles Conboy, Brandon Lee Teeters, Ronald Wayne Jeber, Richard Zachary James, John William Engelman, Jose Santos Marin Dominguez Jr., Jamie Dunbar Weeks, Robert Hodge West, Matthew Wade Morell, Hatak Yukak Iu Martin Yerby, Grant Allen Dampier.
In honor of Marion Jr. Flint, Shane Reichart, Martin Mahaffey, Santiago Mashawn Halsell, Lee Hamilton Dill, Lonnie Colvin Jr. Allen, Nicholas Real Cornoyer, William Bradley Fox, Daniel Edward Holland, Robert Augustine III Seidel, Christian Longsworth, Benito Antonio Ramirez, David Russell Christoph, William J. Luskink, Stephen William Freund, Robert Jean III Posivoy, and my son David Isaiah Ladart. In honor of Michael Lane Hermanson, Robert Edward Blair, Douglas Andrew DeCenzo, Caleb Andrew Lufkin, Kevin Adam Lucas, Nathaniel James Doring, J. Adam Garcia, James Alexander Jr. Funkhauser, Jeremy Michael Lovelace, Richard Allen Bennett, Bobby Russell West, Brock Lyle Buckland, Alexander James Colossal, Benjamin Enrique Mahaya, Ryan J. Cummings, and another Gold Star mom that could not make it, Ashley Sherelle Williams. And again, my son, my hero, David Isaiah Ladart.
Darren Pratis Harmon Sr., Michael David Stover, Brad Lee Trouble, Daniel Robert Gionet, Ryan Travis Sander, Jamie Suzanne Jenke, Isaac Sean Lanson, Gary Thomas Rubinsky, Derek Anthony Stanley. My son, Andy D. Anderson. Richard Ellen Blakely. Curtis Robert Muir. Carlos Eugene Pernell. Mark Thaddeus Simskowski. Travis Allen Bansos.
On behalf of their loved ones, I read David Nicholas Crumby, Scott McLean Love, John Shaw Vaughn, Daniel Bryan Crabtree, Clarence Douglas McSwain, Luis Daniel Santos, Zachary Matthew Alday, Salvador Guerrero, Benjamin James Slavin, Jose Miguel Velez, Brent Basil Zucha, Bernard Paul Corpuz, Charles Earl Munir, Russell Meade Durgan, Michael Anthony Estrella.
I am honored to be here to remember the sacrifice of the fallen. They will never be forgotten. Roger Pena Jr. Pena, Patrick Daniel Damon, Jeremiah Soham Santos, David Joseph Babinu, Forrest Pinkerton Ewins, Brent William Koch, Ian Thomas Sanchez, Robert Leon Jones, Reyes Ramirez, Christian Menchaca, Thomas Lowell Tucker, Christopher David Leon, Brandon James Webb, Christopher Neil White, Benjamin Dwayne Williams, Brett Christian, Jacob Fletcher, and my dear son, Raheem Tyson Hyder.
Jason James Buzzard, Sirlai Kiacho Quaresma, Nicholas Joan White, Riley Flem Blaker, Brian J. Bradbury, Heath Nathaniel Craig, Patrick Lee Liebert, Jared Christopher Monty, Paul Anthony Byer, Mario Jude Bievre, Ryan James Buckley, Devin James Gibbons, Channing Garrett Singletary, Joseph Frederick First III, Benjamin Joseph Lehman.
In honor of Marion Jr. Flint, Shane Reichert Martin Mahaffey, Santiago Mashan Housel, Lee Hamilton Deal, Lonnie Calvin Jr. Allen, Nicholas Real Cornoyer, William Bradley Folks, Daniel Edward Holland, Robert Augustine III Seidel, Christian Longsworth, Benito Antonio Ramirez, David Russell Christoph, William J. Lusink, Stephen William Freund, Robert Jean III Pacivio, and my husband, say my daddy.
Hey.
And his daddy, David Isaiah Ladart.
Honoring the fallen, Thomas Donald Mahalik, Justin Dean Norton, Alberta Verada Sanchez, my beloved son, Justin Ray Davis, Paul Nicholas King, Terry Michael Lisk, Raymond James Plowher, Michael Joseph Potaki, Jeremy Scott Jones, Jason William Daniel Morrow, Terry O'Patrick Wallace, Aaron Matthew Grinner, Rex Arthur Page, Ryan James Clark, Brian Christian Lockey.
Kyle Randall Miller, James Patrick Muldoon, Christopher David Rose, Carl Jeremy Ware Jr., William Timothy Flanagan, Colin Teree Mason, Justin Lee Noyes, Paul Sinjay Pabla, Jeffrey Allen McLaughlin, Kevin Finch Egan, Omar Demetrio Flores, Troy Carlin Linden, Joseph Paul Mix, Damian Michael Montoya, Dwayne Joseph Dresky,
in honor of the fallen, Irving Hernandez Jr., Jerry Allen Tharp, Alkyla Tony Floyd, Thomas Boyd Turner Jr., Andres Jonathan Contreras, Manuel Joaquin Holguin, Jason Matthew Evie, Robert Paul Casson, Nathaniel Scarap Bauman, Robert Joseph Giomento II, my friend Michael Anthony Dickinson II, Kenneth Irving Pugh, Scott Robert Smith, Jeffrey Robert Kayer, Mark Richard Vecchioni.
In memoriam, Eric Cabin, Derek James Plowman, Julian Alberto Ramon, Christopher Todd Pate, Christopher Conrad Rafferty, Matthew Philip Wallace, Adam Joseph Fargo, Blaine H. Russell, Blake H. Russell, Christopher William Swanson. For his parents, Stephen William Kastner, Wisconsin National Guard, graduate Cedarburg High School, where his mother and I used to teach. David Michael Heyerholzer, Dennis Kenneth Sampson Jr., Jason Michael West, Joseph Anthony Graves, Andrew Velez.
Edward Austin Koth, James Willard Higgins Jr., Adam Russell Murray, Timothy David Ruse, Enrique Carlos Sanchez, Philip Ellison Bacchus, Anthony Edward Butterfield, Jason Hanson, Christian Bautista Williams, Joshua Andrew Ford, Hai Ming Sia, Ryan David Jopek, Dustin Daniel Laird, Mark Allen Lee. Joseph Anthony Tomchi. Justin Michael Estes. Gregory Duenas Feharan. Christopher James Cepeda Fernandez. Blake Andrew Harris. Corey Christian Coasters. Barry Wayne Mayo. Andrew Kane Perkins. Justin Allen Rollins. Ryan David Russell. Robert Marshall Stanley. Mark William Graham. Sean Philip Rankinen. Michael Daniel Rivera. Christopher Ralph Webb. Dennis James Veter.
Kurt E. Dachin. Daniel Adrian Supley. George Martinez Yoyola, Jr. Bradley Harry Bestie. Leroy Segura, Jr. Clint Joseph Story. Brian James Kubik. Carlton Allen Clark. Tracy Lee Melvin. Stephen Albert Seal. Jose Zamora. Aaron Donald Jagger. Stephen Paul Minemeyer. Ignacio Ramirez. Shane William Woods.
In honor of the fallen, William Justin Byler, Darren's Wilbot Jock, Adam Robert Johnson, Matthew Ronald Kading, Wiljean Tudela Lito, David Jeffrey Martin, Robert Charles Sikorsky, Jonathan Tesser, Alan Mark Espiritu, Daniel Iko Sue, Gerald Michael Bloomfield II, Dennis James Federer Jr., Tyler Ryan McKenzie, Michael David Martino, Joshua James Munger.
In honor of our fallen, Jeffrey Scott Brown, Jeremy Zeus Long, Wigelia Rolanda Garza Jr., Andrew Richard Small, James Paul White Jr., Kenneth Andrew Jenkins, Michael Chadwick Lloyd, Kevin Lee Ziegler, Jeremiah Scott Cole, Michael Dennis Glover, Jeffrey Sifoya Loa, John James McKenna IV, John Paul Phillips, James Joseph Arellano, Joseph Robert Blake. Reuben Villa Jr., Robert Eugene Drawl Jr., Wakuna Amira Jackson, Marquise Antoine Quick, Adam Peter Cervais, Christopher Franklin Sitton, Gabriel Glenn Deroux, Adam Anthony Galvez, Chadwick Thomas Kenyon, Randy Lee Newman, Brad Allen Clemens, Paul John Darga, Thomas Joseph Barbiero II, James Daniel Hurlston, Jeremy Edward King.
In honor of the fallen and their families, Gordon George Solomon, William Edgerton Thorne, Dwayne Ine Williams, Jordan Christopher Pearson, David Gardner Wimmeritz, Edgardo Zayas, David Jimenez Almazan, Derry Benson, Kenneth Michael Cross, Daniel George Dolan, Jeffrey John Hansen, Seth Aaron Hildreth, Moises Jasmine, Joshua Darrell Jones, Sing Lee, Sean Allen Novak, Tristan Caleb Smith, Donald Eugene Chaplin, Matthew Evan Schneider, Shannon Lee Squires, Matthew Joseph Vosbing, Christopher Tyler Warndorf, Joshua Robert Hansen, Colin Joseph Wolf, Michael Lee Deason, Cliff Christopher Gola, Angel David Mercado Velasquez, Eugene Henry Eli Alex, Justin Wesley Dries, Ralph Nicholas Porras, Edwin Anthony Andino II, Shane Patrick Harris, Richard Joseph Henkes II, Philip Alexander Johnson, Nicholas Alexander Maderas, Jason Lynn Merrill, Ryan Edwin Miller, Jermaine Lamont Debro, Hannah Leah Gunterman, Marshall Angelo Gutierrez, Jared Matthew Shoemaker, Eric Paul Valdepenas, Christopher Gerard Walsh, John Azarea Carroll, Jeremy Reed Shank.
Reading the names of the fallen hero continues. Vincent Michael Frassetto, Luis Antonio Montes, David Joseph Ramsey, David Wayne Gordon, Meredith Lee Howard, Robert Joseph Paul, Jonathan Lee Benson, Michael Taue Fuga, Anthony Philip Sieg, Alexander Jordan, Nathaniel Bradley Lindsay, Hurley Dean Andrews, Jeremy Edward DeParty, Emily Jasmine Talem Perez, Matthew Charles Mattingly.
In memorial to my fellow veterans, Jeffrey Paul Schaefer, Marcus Anthony Kane, Jennifer Marie Hartman, Russell Michael Markowski, Ryan Adam Miller, Aaron Alphonse Smith, David Thomas Weir, Clint Ellery Williams, Bernard Lee Deggard, Caesar Adrian Grandhouse, David Sean Roddy, David Joseph Davis, Adam Lon Knox, James Robert Worcester, and Bobby Thomas Calhan.
In memory, Ashley Lane Henderson, Jane Elizabeth Lanham, Jared John Raymond, Yul Estrada Rodriguez, Charles Jason Jones, Eric Matthew Kavanaugh, Rob Gordon Needham, Christopher Michael Zimmerman, Alan Ray Bevington, Wendell Jared Simmons, Carlos Dominguez, Kenneth Ellsworth Kincaid IV, Velton Locklear III, Howard Sylvester March Jr., Reen Martinez.
With gratitude, Casey Lee Mellon, Jose Antonio Lanzarin, Henry Paul, Edward Charles Reynolds Jr., Christopher Thomas Riviere, James Nathaniel Lyons, James Shanroon, Christopher Thomas Blaney, Michael Anthony Mansour, Scott Evan Nicely, Kamfa Butch Suravong, Luis Enrique Tejada, Robert Francis Weber, Christopher Benedict Cosgrove III, Chase Armstrong Haig.
Denise Adele Lanneman, Mario Nelson, Justin Dale Peterson, Aaron Lee Seal, Santos Raymond Armijo, James Darren Ellis, Sadian Venard Greenlee, Justin Robert Jarrett, Joe Anthony Narvaez, Michael Kevin Oramus, Joseph Walter Perry, Christopher Carl Walker, Daniel Isaac, Fernando Daniel Robinson, Jonathan Rojas.
It is my honor to read these names in memorial. Angela Joseph Ficaro, Dean Robert Bright, Timothy Robert Burke, Edward Marcel Garvin, Christopher O'Neill Maudry, George Robert O'Brien Jr., Benjamin Salgado Rosales, Nicholas Alexandra Orvaninis, John Edward Hale, Bradford Howard Payne, Brandon Scott Ashbury, Carl William Johnson II, Robert Allen Napier, Jr., Lawrence Lee Parrish, John Edward Wood, Shane Robert Austin, Timothy Adam Fulkerson, Stephen Franklin Johnson, Derek William Jones, Jeremy Scott Sandvik Monroe, Robert Michelle Zeischer, Julian Arachada, John Eric Bauman, Shelby James Fenelio, Joseph Brandon Williams, Shane Timothy Attic, Nicholas Ryan Sowinski, Justin Tyler Walsh, Scott William Dyer, Gene Anthony Hawkins, Johnny Keith Craver, Thomas James Hewitt, Jason Allen Lucas, Kenny Francis Stanton Jr., Lee Bernard Emmanuel Chavez, Joseph Michael Kane, Charles Monroe King, Timothy Joseph Lauer, Keith Jesse Moore, Jonathan James Simpson, Brock Allen Babb, Lester Domenico Baroncini Jr., Stephen Dean Bricknell, Joseph Deese, Joshua Michael Hines, Jonathan Edward Lutens, Mark Christopher Payne, Joshua Lauren Booth, Russell Grant Culbertson III, Joseph Claude Dumas Jr., Nathaniel Joseph Frigo, Ryan Eugene Haupt,
Christopher Everett Loudon,
Ronald Lee Paulson, Garth Douglas Sizemore, Norman Norman Robert Taylor III, David Michael Unger, Daniel Weston Weingart, Patrick O. Barlow, Daniel Anthony Brozovich, Jesus Manuel Montalvo, Jesus Robert Perez, Eduardo Jr. Lopez, Kevin Michael Vitti, Clifford Raymond Collinsworth, Nathaniel Ross Elrod, Eric William Hirschberg, Tony Lee Kinnear, Nicholas Jan Menken Owen, Joshua Charles Watkins, Nathaniel Aaron Aguirre, Matthew Wallace Creed, Wilson Marcus Mock, Nicholas Keith Rogers, David Gladney Taylor Jr., Amos Camden Riley Bach, Richard Allen Bersetta, Carl Allen Eason, Tyler Ray Overstreet, Charles Otto Sari, Donald Stephen Brown, Donald Burroughs Shears, Thomas Michael Gilbert, Charles Victor Compa, Jonathan Brett Hornsberry, Rick Lee McGinnis, Michael Vincent Bailey, Luke James Zimmerman, Q High K, Troy Douglas Neely.
Kenneth Eric Bostic, Isaiah Calloway, Craig David Fortek, Michael Todd Seeley, Jason Franco, Charles John McLean, Alex Osi Gutierrez, Douglas Emery Sloan, Michael Ross Wiedemann, Kevin James Ellenberg, Minhee Kim, Gary Allen Kohler, Michael Paul Bridges, James Eric Brown, Paul John Finken.
Joseph Allen Gage, Luke Benjamin Holler, Eric John Kruger, Michael Howard Lasky, Jason Daniel Whitehouse, James Lee Douglas Bridges, Mark Christopher Galena, Kyle Wesley Powell, Douglas Christopher Desjardins, Jose Aureliano Galvin, William Russell Brown, Miles Parker Henderson, John Richard Priestner, Lucas Timothy White, Richwell Arzadon Dioria.
In honor of the fallen and their families, Ryan Thomas McCon, Brian K. Burgess, Cortland Ashlyn Kennard, Gregory William Guy McCoy, Rudy Augustine Sosito, Christopher Cody Warren, my nephew's namesake, William Samuel Jackson II, Angel de Jesus Lucio Ramirez, Misal Martinez, Michael Anthony Cerrone, Harry Alcinus Winkler III, Daniel Joseph Allman II, Jang Ho Kim, Peter Enders Winston, Timothy Wayne Brown.
Thomas Holt Phelps Sr., Justin Rivera Garcia, Mario Daniel Gonzalez, Tung Man Noye, Eric Giovanni Plasicos Rivera, Michael David Scholl, John Ryan Dennison, Schuyler Bodico Hayes, Mitchell Thomas Mutz, Rhett William Schiller, Bradley Nolan Schilling, Jeremy Scott Schock, James Paul Musak, Eric Visicano, Donovan Earl Watts.
Joshua Christopher Alonzo, James Ray Davenport, Heath D. Warner, Nathan Joel Goodarn, James Dennis Priestap, Reese David Moreno, Nicholas Paul Rapavi, Michael Craig Ledsum, Scott Blanchard Lundell, Daniel Marshall Morris, Jeremy David West, Joshua Kane Burrows, Jeanette Thomas Dunn, David Michael Frazier, Jason Richard Hamill.
Benjamin David Keating, Michael Anthony Schwartz, John Eric Loney, Christopher Edward Mason, Jeffrey Gordon Robertson, Michael Allen Shank, Theodore Mitchell West, John Leroy Hartman Jr., Chris K. Kleinwachter, Jeremy William Mulhare Sr., Troy Lee Gilbert, Robert Lee Love Jr., Keith Emerson Fiscus, Brian Thomas McDonough, Corey John Rystad.
In memorial to my fellow veterans, Jesse Daniel Tillery, Troy Dale Cooper, Sean Levi English, Billy Brent Ferris, Kenneth Walter Haynes, Joshua Kennard Stickler, Dustin Matthew Atkins, Christopher Allen Anderson, Thomas Payne Eccles, Kermit Orville Evans, J. Ryan Guthrow, Joseph Tran McLeod, Ross Andrew McGinnis, Albert Markey Nelson, and Roger Alfonso Suarez Gomez.
Nicholas David Turcotte, Jordan William Hess, Marco Levine Miller, Jesse Joel Jesus Castro, Nicholas Ray Gibbs, Jason Isaac Huffman, Travis Cabot Craig, Dustin James Libby, Joshua Barrett Madden, Megan Malia McClung, Yari Mockery, Travis Lyle Sully Patriquin, Vincent James Pamente III, Yavini Reindich, Cody Gordon Watson.
Brent Edward Beeler, Christopher Raymond Chirasso, Micah Stephen Gifford, Henry William Link, Nathan Michael Krisoff, Philip Cody Ford, Brennan Chris Gibson, Sean Matthew Murphy, Nicholas Paul Steinbacher, Thomas Wade Clemens, Bud Michael Coate, Matthew Vincent Dillon, Brian Patrick McAnulty, Clinton John Miller, Gloria Dean Davis. You are not forgotten.
Brent William Dunkelberger, Matthew William Clark, Theodore Arnold Spatel, Luke Carney Yepson, Paul Balint Jr., Henry Kanahunamak Kahalawe Jr., Joseph Edgar Fanuf II, Joe Louis Baines, Nicholas James Palmer, David Roger Statz, Matthew Joseph Stanley, Seth Michael Stanton, Kevin Michael Christ, Brian Lee Mitzlaff, Andrew Patrick Dahl.
Joshua Daniel Picard, Scott Douglas Dykeman, Jacob Gerard McMillan, Miles Cody Sebastian, Robert James Volker, Ryan John Burgess, Ryan Lee Mahan, Kyle Anthony Nolan, Fernando Sanchez Tamayo, Joshua Dean Shepard, Wilson Andrew Eldrum, John Paul
Barta, Michael Jacob Crutchfield, Elias George Elias, Bobby Maya II.
Curtis Lee Norris, Chad Joseph Vollmer, Evan Abraham Bixler, Stephen Lloyd Morris, Hayes Clayton Jr., Jason Charles Denfriend, Jay Sick Moon, Dexter Eugene Willis, Eric Ryan Wilkes, John Thomas Bubeck, Andrew Henning Nelson, Aaron Lee Preston, Joshua Mark Schmidt, Joseph Allen Leonard Strong, Douglas Logan Tinsley.
For my fallen comrades: Nathaniel Allen Given, William Craig Comprance Jr., Clinton Tyler McCormick, Christopher Paul Messer, Edward William Schaefer, Luis Gerardo Ayala, Aaron Cody Bloom, Dustin Ross Donica, Christopher Edwin Eskelson, Nicholas Andrew Miller, William David Spencer, Lawrence James Carter, David Eugene Dietrich, William Robert Newgard, John Michael Sullivan.
Alan Robert Blom, Sandra Stephanie Grant, Jonathan Eric Schiller, Richard Anthony Smith, Thomas Edward Vandling Jr., Charles Donald Allen, Jeremiah Jewel Johnson, Michael Lewis Mundell, Raymond Neal Mitchell III, Eric Thomas Caldwell, Elizabeth Ann Lonke, Daniel Brian Miller Jr., Stephen James Radersdorf, Timothy Ron Weiner, Ryan Russell Berg.
Ming Sun, James Matthew J.R. Wasika, Gregory Anthony Wright, James Daniel Rikenna, Paul Timothy Sanchez, Ian Christian Anderson, John Edward Cooper, Jason Jared Corbett, Mark Jennings Daly, Matthew Tyler Grimm, Colin Ryan Shockmill, Jennifer Ann Valdivia, Joseph David Alomar, William Joshua Reckenmacher, Russell Paul Borea.
Jacob Huron Neal, Brian Dwayne Allgood, Jeffrey Dean Bison, Daryl Dimitri Booker, John Gary Brown, David Cornelius Cantega III, Luis Jose Castillo, Jonathan B. Chisholm, Sean Patrick Falter, Sean Patrick Venerity, Brian Scott Freeman, Scott Noel Fritz, Marilyn Lee Gabbard, Roger Woods Haler, Ryan Jeffrey Hall, Alan Breton James, Paul Michael Kelly, Jonathan Paul Kingman, Floyd Everett Lake Sr., Victor Manuel Lenagarcia, Sean Edward Lavalia, Philip David McNeil, Jonathan Miles McMillan, Toby Richard Olson, Michael Vernon Taylor, William Thomas Warren, Andrew Gary Mattis, Darrell James Morris, Emmeline Damian Sanchez, Nicholas Paul Brown.
Brandon L. Stout, Jamie Duggan Wilson, Gary Scott Johnston, Michael McLaren Cashcosh, Michael Joseph Wiggins, Keith Allen Callahan, Hector Leaha, Michael Christopher Balsley, Alexander Henry Fuller, Mark David Kidd, Darrell Wayne Ship, Nathan Paul Fairley, Alan Ricardo Johnson, Mikkel David Garagas, Anthony Charles Malia, John Bailey St. John II, Timothy Allen Swanson, David Tipo Tumalate, Cornell Clinton Kea, Mark Thomas Resch, Carla Jane Stewart, Adam Katuga Emil, Corey James Altz, Alejandro Carrillo, Milton Anthony Geist Jr., Stephen Daniel Shannon, William Mason Segura, David Charles Armstrong, Kenneth Tyler Butler, Matthew Gale Conti. Never forget.
In honor of our fallen, Terry Joe Elliott, Michael Charles Matillo, Richard Oscar Quill III, Eric Rudolph Seeger, Jason Garth Deffrin, Kevin C. Landeck, Alan Eugene McPeak, Keith Yoakum, Matthew Thomas Zemer, Terrence Dolis Dunn, Ronnie Lee Sanders, Randy J. Metheny, Clarence Tavers Spencer, Brandon Joseph Van Paris, Brian Anthony Browning.
Joshua James Frazier, Joseph John Ellis, Jennifer Jean Harris, Terrell Benedict Hill, Jared Michael Vincent Landecker, Gilbert Minares Jr., Jennifer Marie Parcell, Matthew Paul Pathanos, Travis Dwight Pfister, Manuel Antonio Ruiz, Thomas Edward Saba, James Rodney Tahirnia, Ross Aaron Clevinger, James Joseph Holtum, Raymond Mitchell Werner.
Lee Roy Apatang Camacho, James John Regan, Eric Shea Ross, Alan Wayne Shaw, Donnie Ray Belzer Jr., Long Nung Nguyen, Russell Andrew Kurtz, Dennis Lee Selling Jr., Robert Brooks Trasher, Laquita Pate James, Nicholas Aaron Tanton, Brandon Charles Cummings, Ronnie Jean Mador Jr., Daniel Todd Morris, Alan Mostestero, John David Rode, Carl Leonard Segar, Timothy Dale Lewis, Todd Michael Siebert, Christopher Kerming Boone, Brian Anwar Escalante, Chad Eugene Mars, Justin Travis Payton, William Curtis Spillers, Matthew Stephen Apong, Scott Eric Duffman, Ryan Clark Garbs, Brandon Drew Garden, Blake Harold Howie, Herschel Daniel McCants Jr.
John Andrew Quinlan, Christopher Douglas Scott Thomas, Travis Ryan Vaughn, Adam Alexander Wilkinson, Kelly David Youngblood, Matthew Corey Bowe, Adair William Cleveland, Pedro Jesus Colon, Sean Michael Duncan, Buddy James Huey, Montrell Shante McCarn, Brett Allen Whitveen, Clinton Wayne Alquist, Richard Lee Ford, Louis Jean Kim.
In honor of our fallen warriors, Jason Douglas Johns, Angel Raymond Ramirez, David Russell Berry, Joshua Ryan Hagar, Travis Wayne Buford, Rowan Dale Walter, Jeremy David Barnett, Ethan John Biggers, Anthony Aguirre, William Joseph Beardsley, Jonathan David Cadavera, Lauren Evan Jr. Henry, Carl Oscar Soto Penido, Richard Anthony Sokinka, Daniel Zinzumba.
Chad Michael Allen, Buford Kenneth Van Slyke, Lucas Wesley Albert Emich, Dustin Michael Gould, Paul Miguel Raterney, Luis Odanis Rodriguez Contreras, Morgan Charles Tulang, Wesley James Williams, Christopher Dwayne Young, Raul Samuel Bravo, Ashley Lynn Moya, Brandon Allen Parr, Michael Christopher Peak, Darrell Dwayne Kassan, Ryan Michael Bell, Justin Michael Estes, Gregory Duanis Federon, Christopher James Sepeda Fernandez, Blake Andrew Harris, Corey Christian Costers, Barry Wayne Mayo, Andrew Kane Perkins, Justin Allen Rollins, Ryan David Russell, Robert Marshall Stanley, Mark William Graham, Sean Philip Rankian, Michael Daniel Rivera, Christopher Ralph Webb, Dennis James Vita, Thomas Lee Latham, Jonathan Kenna Smith, Douglas Cameron Stone, Nathaniel Dane Windsor, Daniel Eugene Woodcock, Robert Michael Carr, Alberto Garcia Jr., Angel Rosa, Joshua Marvin Boyd, Stephen Michael Chavez, Brian Luther Xavier, Stephen Matthew Kolizik, Adam Jason Rosema, Forrest John Waterbury, James Lawrence Arnold.
Emerson Noah Brand, Blake Mackenzie Harris, Raymond James Holzhauer, Terry William Prater, John Scott Stevens, Christopher Robert Bavard, John Edward Allen, William Nathan Davis, Marella Guerrero, Anthony Adam Kaiser, John Francis Jr. Landry, Edward Satini, Benjamin Lusan Mahan, Nemo West Hill Maricela Marcelian Torella, Harry Hope Timberman.
Ryan Patrick Green, Wayne Richard Cornell, Curtis Eric Glosson Jr., Stephen Carl Richardson I, Daryl Ray Griffin Jr., Dustin Jerome Lee, Adrian Juancento Lewis, Nicholas James Leitner, Joey Tyrone Sams II, Henry William Begret, Freeman Lee Gardner Jr., Greg Nynard Ruhr, Lance Craig Springer II, Orlando Eric Gonzalez, Sean Carl McDonald.
Jason Nunez, Trevor Andrew Roberts, Jason William Swiger, Anthony James White, Curtis John Forshee, Marcus Andrew Golzinski, Sean Michael Thomas, Augustin Gutierrez, Edmund Wayne McDonald, Joe Polo, Christopher M. Wilson, Wilfred Flores Jr., Neil Moran Shank, Jason Russell Arnett, William Glenn Bowling.
Today, I am proud to honor Miguel Angel Marcial III, Robert Matthew McDowell, David Alfonso Mejias, Eric Reed Vick, Bradley Darnell King, for his parents, sister, and my best friend, Daniel Robert Olson, Brian Eugene Ritzberg, Curtis Robert Spivey, Shane Robert Becker, Gabriel Jared Figueroa, Jerry Clark Burge Jr., Joseph Herman Cantrell IV, James Jack Kuhn, Walter Freeman Jr., Derek Arthur Gibson.
Forrest Dane Cawthorn, Jason Allen Schaefer, Gregory John Billiter, Jay Salcedo Kajimat, Ryan Scott Dahlem, Daniel Armando Fuentes, Curtis Ralph Hall, Damian Lopez Rodriguez, Joseph Adam McSween, Anthony Palermo, Joseph Koch Schwedler, Ebe Furman Imolo, Jonathan David Grasbaugh, Levi Kenneth Hoover, Rodney Lynn McCandless.
Philip Anthony Murphy Sweet, Harrison Brown, Adam Patrick Kennedy, Connor Gerard Masterson, Philip Isaac Neal, David Neal Simmons, Todd Andrew Singleton, Jesse Lawrence Williams, Brian Lee Holden, Isabel Galvin Solario, Clifford Adams Svan III, Brett Andre Walton, Kyle Joffrey Bornson, Raymond Sosa Siavatasi, Jason James Beatles.
I'm honored to read these soldiers' names, and I promise to never forget. John George Borbonis, Casey Dean Combs, Eldman Leonardo Hernandez, James Tyler Lindsay, Willem Joseph Newman, my precious son, Cody Andrew Putman, David Alexander Stevens, Larry Robert Bowman, Robert Joseph Basham, Ryan Allen Bishop, Daniel John Santee, Joshua Andrew Schmidt, Brandon Lee Wallace, Stephen Joseph Wahlberg, Sean Michael Blue.
Jesse Dan De La Torre, Mario Kawaka De Leon, Aaron Michael Genevieve, Daniel Rocco Sherry, Lucas Vincent Starcevich, Richard Peter Longenbrunner, Jason Matthew Morales, Wade James Ogleby, Michael Matthew Rojas, Dwayne Lawrence Moore, Jeffrey Adam Bishop, Alexander Van Alton, Ray Michael Bevel, William Wade Bushnell, Marlon Brian Harper.
Christopher Mark North, Michael Jason Slater, Stephen Richard Tudor, Jeffrey Allen Avery, Kevin John Jaspers, Jerry Ryan King, Garrett Charles Knoll, Kenneth Edward Jr. Locker, Randall Tony Marshall, William Clint Moore, Bryce Allen Pearson, Dale Gregory Peterson, Michael Joel Rodriguez, Michael Louis Vaughn, Jeremy Eugene Maresh.
Willie Paul Celestine Jr., Christopher Raymond DeJovine, Adam Eugene Loggins, David Austin Kirkpatrick, Daniel Frederick Meringer, Nicholas Emerson Reel, Eddie Daniel Tamiz, Michael Dwayne Thomas, Jeremy Richard Green, Glenn Dale Hicks Jr., Michael Ryan Hollander, Jay Ornsby Adkins, Cole Edward Spencer, Norman Lane Tollett.
For his mother, William Joseph Callahan.
Peter Woodall, Brian A. Botallo, Alexander James Funshin, Travis Lemon Mannion, J. Edward Martin, Zachary Ryan Gullett, Jonathan Ernest Kirk, Ryan Patrick Jones, Katie Marie Sorensen, Aster Annabelle Sunson Pineda, Matthew Thomas Bolar, John Derek Flores, Felix Giovanni Gonzalez Irejeta, Callie Brandon Groth, Joseph Graham Harris.
William Joseph Callahan, Jerome Janae Potter, Kobe Glenn Schwab, Kobe James Umbrell, Andrew Robert Weiss, Christopher Neil Hamlin, Larry Isaiah Guton, Kenneth Nathaniel Mack, Charles Olin Palmer II, Matthew Lee Alexander, Anthony Mitchell Bradshaw, Robert Jonathan Dixon, Jason Robert Harkins, James Warren Harrison Jr., Christopher Spellman Kiernan, Joel William Lewis.
Virgil Chance Martinez, Michael Avery Purcell, Samir Abdel Monem Ratib, Vincenzo Romeo, Wilberto Sabalu Jr., Kyle Andrew Little, Dan Hong Win, Timothy Paul Paget, Blake Christopher Stevens, Bradley Dean Connor, Walter Kearns O'Hare, Michael Kevin Frank, Roy Lee Jones III, Anthony Jonathan Southstone, Jason Walter Vaughn.
May we never forget William Anthony Farrar Jr., Douglas Alexander Zimbiak, James David Connell Jr., Daniel Weston Cornea, Christopher Edward Murphy, Anthony Jason Schober, Andrew John Bakovic, Reyes William Klasno, Larry John Balgas Jr., Alan James Dunkley Jr., Christopher Neil Gonzalez, Nicholas Scott Hartke, John Thomas Self, Jeffrey Davis Walker, Thomas George Wright.
Joshua Robert Whitaker,
Jesse Byron Albrick, Victor Michael Fontanilla, Aaron Daniel Gautier, Jonathan Victor Ham, Stephen Michael Packer, best friend of my veteran brother and I, Cody James Phelps, Ryan John Baum, Scott James Brown, Ryan Daniel Collins, Anselmo Martinez III, Marquise Germain McCants, Casey Willis Nash, Joshua Glenn Romero, David William Barrow.
Joseph Adam Gilmore, Travis Frederick Haslip, Jean Paul Medlin, Christopher Lee Moore, Jason Allen Schumann, Alexander Ray Varela, Justin Daniel Wisniewski, Brian Daniel Ardron, Michael Warner Davis, Shannon Vautier Weaver, Benjamin David Desolitz, Christopher Allen Higdon, David Charles Cool, Robert Joe Montgomery Jr., Oscar Ceceda Jr.,
Julian McMacken Woodall, Robert Adrian Worthington, Joseph John Jr. Anzac, Steve Butcher Jr., Daniel Patrick Cagle, Victor Hugo Toledo Pulido, Jonathan Daya Winterbottom, Benjamin James Ashley, Mark Ryan Climaco Caquio, Robert Henry Dembowski Jr., Robert Earl Dunham, Russell Keith Shoemaker, Iosawo Uro, William Lee Bailey III, Matthew Philip LaForest.
David Paul Lindsay, Alexander Roser Jr., Casey Philip Zillman, Clinton Coy Loiget, Clayton George Dunn II, Charles Brendan Hester, Michael James Warragay, Gregory Nolan Millard, Eric Scott Smallwood, Francis Marion Trussell Jr., Nicholas Rudolph Walsh, Emmanuel Villarreal, Alexandria Alexandrovich Alexeyev, Zachary David Baker, Junior Sedona Sanchez.
Theodore Upland Church, Anthony David Ewing, Keith Neil Heitman, Thomas Michael McFall, James Eugene Summers III, Kyle Grant West, Richard Villant Correa, Robert Andrew Liggett, Jonathan Allen Markham, Joseph Michael Whalen, Denui Abines White, Christopher Michael Algier, Charlie Lang Bagwell, Jesse Allen Lemires, Basilio Emilio Culier. Never forget.
Brandon Eugene Hathaway, James Edward London, Joshua McKay Moore, Joshua Robert Rogers, Matthew Edward Bayless, Matthew Allen Bean, Chadrick Omar Domino, Travis William Adkins, Charles Robert Browning, Juan Francisco Campos, Bruce Edward Horner, Michael Allen Robinson, Ramel Catalan, Jeremiah David Costello, William Jared Crouch.
Derek Eugene Dine, Sean E. Dressler, Jacob Michael Lowell, Keith Vernon Nepsa, James Christopher Aiken, Joshua David Brown, Caleb Paul Christopher, Greg Phil Gagarin, Tyler Joseph Kritz, Robert Allen Suber, Kimmel Linkola Watt, Ryan Andrew Balmer, Andrew James Duquette Higgins, Matthew Joseph Kuglix, Justin Abel Verdeja.
With gratitude, Timothy Ray Vimoto, Timothy Bruce Cole Jr., Sean Douglas Gattos, Matthew Ryan Soper, Greg Lamont Sutton, Charles Edward Wyckoff Jr., William Nathaniel Newman, Corey Michael Endlick, Scott Allen Miller, Eric Michael Barnes, Nathaniel Fender, Adam Gregory Harold, Brian Michael Long, Marisabang Theodore Nagiraked, Glade L. Felix.
Cameron Keone Payne, William Christopher Johnson, my husband Damon Glenn LeGrand, Johnny Ray Strong, Casey Samuel Carricker, Michael Allen Beckert, Val John Borm, Dustin Ryan Brisky, Farid Al-Azuzi, Josiah Wayne Hollopeter, Richard Kevin Parker, Derek Tillman Roberts, Arthur Leroy Lilly, Michael Patrick Pittman, Kevin Henry Sonnenberg.
Zachary Allen Grass, Roy Persimmon Lusader Jr., Danny Richard Soto, Frank B. Walkup IV, Christopher Dale Henderson, John Michael Hennon, Joshua Eric Steele, Larry Parks Jr., Frank Michael Sandoval, Eric Lamar Snell, Jacob Timothy Tracy, David Anthony Wilkie Jr., Daryl Wardlaw Linder, Joshua Stephen Modling, William Andrew Zappi.
Daniel John Bentz III, Sid William Brookshire, Jonathan Charfaros Jr., Darren Patrick Hubble, Sean Paul Martin, Stephen J. Wilson, Daniel J. Agami, Karen Nicole Clifton, Anthony David Hebert, Thomas Ray Lehimus, Alfonso Montenegro Jr. II, Dustin John Perot, Raymond Nigel Spencer Jr., Jeremiah James Vitch, Ryan Mitchell Wood.
Michael Jeffrey Montepete, Dominique Nathaniel Rodriguez, Derek Allen Calhoun,
Joel Anthony Paul, Chris Davis, Joel Amish House, Joseph Paul Kenny.
my son, Captain Darrell Cornelius Lewis, Jimmy Mac Malone, Michael Dean Moody Jr., Jason Dorian Nathan, Daniel Patrick Riordan, Shane Michael Stinson, Henry George Bird III.
I honor the following heroes: Carter Alvin Gamble Jr., Eric Charles Palmer, Andre Craig Jr., Trista Leah Moretti, Derek Curtis Dixon, Nathan Lloyd Winder, Daniel Allen Newsom, William Wayne Crow Jr., Corey Francis Hiltz, Giancarlo Hoya Mendoza, Shin Woo Kim, Michael Jason Martinez, Dustin Lee Workman II, James Lee Adair, Rob Laura Rolfing.
In remembrance, Raymond Richard Buchan, William Craig Chambers, Victor Abraham Garcia, Jonathan Michael Rossi, Michael Lee Ruoff Jr., Jeremy Lee Tinnell, Fioa Leonas Apino, Juan Miguel Garcia Schill, Christopher Neal Rutherford, Stephen Alexander Davis, Andrew Travis Ingstrom, Scott Allen Muir Orswell, James Michael Ahern, Jeremy David Alba, and my friend's beloved brother, Christopher Stephen Honecker.
To those that served with distinction, and to their families in memorial. The names I presented: Keith Allen Klein, Joseph Allen Miracle, Michelle Raylene Ring, Jeremy Leon Stacy, Stephen Anthony Stacy, Anthony Michael Cress Vintage, Stephen Philip Daughtery, Jean Lavelle Lamy, Joseph Dale Lewis, Eric Anthony Lill, John Michael Lucky, Thomas Patrick McGee, Robert Richard McCrill, Bruce Cameron Salazar Jr., and finally, Corey Dwayne Wise. Thank you.
LaRon Adrian Wilson, Roberto Jr. Kauser Jr., Jerry Lamar Deloach, Sean Carey Mitchell, Jason Edward Dorr, Randy Joe Gillespie, Maria Ines Ortiz, Courtney Tremaine Johnson, Jeffrey Ray McKinney, Alan Arthur Greca, Christopher David Allen Cube, Benjamin Blake Bartlett Jr., Eric Morgan Holk, John Ray Massey, Robert Danielle Varga.
In memory of Sean Vincent Starkovich, Nathan Stanley Barnes, Brandon Keith Bob, Jeffrey Lucas Cheney, James Jacob Harrelson, Ron Joseph Joshua Jr., Patrick Lee Wade, Zachary Ryan Klauser, Richard Gilmore III, Daniel Enrique Gomez, Luis Enrique Gutierrez Rosales, Ronald Lee Colfelt, Brandon Michael Craig, Rhett Allen Butler, Christopher George Sharer.
Today we honor Jacob Stephen Schmecker, Sean Galen Adams, Juan Sebastian Restrepo, Bobby Lee Twitty, Michael Seafred Curry Jr., Adam James Davis, Zachary Ryan Ensley, Trayvon Travis Johnson, Jesse Scott Rogers, Courtney Dean Finch, Cami Florexel, Robert Allen Lynch, Joshua Paul Matero, James Heath McCrae, Daniel Scott Noble.
With their families in my heart, I read Matthew Ross Zindars, Daniel Allen Leckel, Michael Andrew Beloga, my son Charles Edward Bilbrey II, William Robert Howdeshell, Jaime Rodriguez Jr., Thomas Gordon Bostwick Jr., William Brian Fritchie, Cody Clark Grader, Roberto Suliveras, Jason Michael Kiesler, Sean Andrew Stokes, Zachariah Jared Gonzalez, Benjamin John Hall, and Charles Thomas Heinlein Jr.
It is an honor and a privilege to recognize the following heroes: Alfred Henry Hirala, Stephen Roosevelt Maddies, Bradley Wayne Marshall, Daniel Fernando Reyes, Travis Scott Bachman, Torian Travanti Harris, Julian Ingles Rios, Christian Rojas Gallego, Eric Domingo Salinas, Fernando Santos, Kristen Vasquez, Jerron Duval Holiday, Jason Kenneth LaFleur, Braden Joseph Long, Matthew Michael Murchison. Hua.
Dustin Scott Wakeman, Justin Richard Blackwell, Jeremy Sean Bohannon, Charles Earl Leonard Jr., Joey Dwayne Link, Juan Marial Alcantara, Nicholas Aaron Gummersall, Kareem Rashad Sultan Khan, Christopher Dodd Neighberger, Jacob Martin Thompson, Reynold Armand, John Edward Bonnell Jr., Donald Michael Young, Alicia Annan Burchett, Michael Estigo Teaoto.
Juan Jose Duran, William Lawrence Edwards, Jordan Emil Goody, Scott Lange Kirkpatrick, Andrew Wayne Lancaster, Justin Owen Penrod, William Daniel Skates, Alan Jerome Austin, Jesse Gladden Clowers, Jr., Jeffrey Dwayne Kettle, Charles Bernard Kalowski III, Eric Dwayne Contrell, Alun Richard Howells, Juan Manuel Lopez Jr., Pomarco U. Pacificado, Sean Paul Fisher, Sean David Hensel, my dad Stephen Roy Jewell, Christopher Charles Johnson, Jackie Lewis McFarland Jr., Stanley Brian Reynolds, Robert Ryan Perletti, Princess Crystal Samuels, Zandra Ternice Walker, Kamisha Jane Bullock, Willard Monroe Kershef Powell III, Paul Brandon Norris, Jonathan W. Eads, Michael Sheen Fielder, George Varanus Libby.
Remembering Sandy Richard Britt, Donovan Dwayne Whittam, Ricky Lynn Bell, Jeremy Paul Bulford, Philip John Brodnick, Edgar Enrique Cardenas, Derek Anthony Dobogan, Paul Joshua Flynn, Joshua Scott Harmon, Michael Anthony Hook, Nathan Carroll Hubbard, Garrett Ian McLeod, Jason Lee Patton, Jesse Guy Pollard, Tyler Ross Cederman, Matthew Lamont Tallman, Omar Ernesto Torres, Corey Paul Tyler, Adrian Marcos Elizalde, Michael Joseph Tilley, Scott Michael Carney, David Allen Herrings, Daniel Edward Miller, Matthew Saar Medlicott, Nicholas Ray Carnes, Joshua Lyle Morley, Rogelio Antonio Ramirez, Tracy Clint Willis, Jan Michael Argonish, Scott Rowan Ball.
Henry Sands Nicholas Officiar, Thomas Randolph Wilson, Corey Luttrell Clark Sr., James Stephen Collins Jr., Rocky H. Herrera, Bryce Daniel Howard, Edward Love Brooks Jr., Eric Matthew Foster, Andrew Paul Nelson, Justin Troy Goodell Sanders, John Corey Tanner, Jason Michael Butkus, Daniel Edwards Schreibner, Travis Michael Vigadamo, Kevin Allen Gilbertson.
We remember Christopher Gabriel Patton, Delmar White, Rodney Jerome Johnson, David Joseph Lane, Patrick Daniel McNaney, Joel Lee Murray, Randall Scott Shelton, Dane Rodrigo Balkin, David Allen Cooper Jr., Keith Allen Nurnberg, Javier Gonzalo Paredes, William Troy Warford III, Christopher Lee Poole Jr., Ryan Joseph Skripsik, and John Christian Stock.
I'm humbled to read the following names: Michael Joe Yarbrough, Lance Murphy Clark, Marisol Heredia, Jason John Hernandez, Thomas Leighton Hilbert, Drew N. Jensen, Michael Philip Miller, Lee Christian Wilson, Nicholas Lee Hopper, Ryan Andrew Woodward, Alexander Udarbe Gagalak, Courtney Antwain Hollinsworth, Travis Martin Woods.
That they shall not have died in vain. Ari Daniel Brown Weeks, Stephen Ray Elrod, Yance Tell Gray, my son Michael Christopher Hardegree, Omar Leonardo Mora, Nicholas James Patterson, Gregory Rivera Santiago, Carlos Esnader Hilarosco, John Thomas Hicks, Jr., Sammy Eugene Phillips, Christopher Michael McLeod, John William Melee, Todd Aaron Motley, Jonathan Rivendiera, Terry Daniel Wagoner, Terrence Patrick Allen, Brandon Tyler Thorson.
In honor of those who gave all: Michael Lopez Towns, Matthew J. Emerson, Joseph Ned Landry III, Nicholas Paul Olson, Donald Eugene Valentine III, Aaron James Walker, Edmund John Jeffers, Graham Martin McMahon, Christian Monroe Neff, Roselle M. Hoffmaster, Luigi Marciante Jr., John Joseph Young, Jonathan Miles Langford Sr., Joshua Harrison Reeves, David Lee Watson.
I am honored to read the following names: Matthew Dean Blakowski, Anthony Kamalu Bento, Kevin Ray Brown, Charles Luke Millam, Christopher Franklin Pfeiffer, Zachary Blaze Tamansik, Matthew Donald Taylor, Randy Lewis Johnson Jr., Sierra Marie Durkin, Robert Thomas Ayers III, Donnie Dwayne Dixon, James Douglas Doster, Zachary Daniel Tellier, Jurassic Vitter Arkhorn, and Randall Olgun.
Herman Jerome Merkerson Jr., Shayna Ann Schnell, Mark Russell Cannon, Vincent George Kamka, Avialo Milo, Ricardo Javier Rodriguez, Rachel Lorraine Hugo, Jason Nicholas Marchand, Joseph Bradley Millage, Gilberto Alexander Meza, Adam David Quinn, Benjamin Charles Dillon, Jeremy Wade Burris, Frank Leslie Cady III, Lillian Leday Clemens, Eric Thomas Duckworth, Jason Michael Lantieri, Samuel Frederick Pearson, Donald Leon Munn II, Nathan Xerax Thacker, Kenneth James Awazinski, Jason Baron Katrubas, Thomas Michael Martin, Justin Shane Monchk, Michael Dean Brown, Vincent Alexander Madero, Jared Seth Fontenot, Wayne Marshall Geiger, Eric Thomas Garut, Anne-Marie San Nicolas Camacho.
In honor of our fallen: Genesia Matril Gresham, Edward Otis Philpott, Larry Ishmael Rugel, Robin Leslie Towns Sr., Adam James Chichian, Hugo Victor Mendoza, Joshua Charles Brennan, David Eugene Lambert, Joseph Francesco Carreri, Thomas Lee Bruner, Jeffrey Ray Calero, James David Bullard, Cody Montana Carver, Rush Marshall Jenkins, Daniel Lee McCall.
In honor, I read the following names: Louis Alexander Greasy, Timothy Ian McGovern, Brandon William Smitherman, Tracy Lynn Alger, Thomas Alfred Crowell, David Allen Weeger, Johnny Carl Walls, Dwayne Allen Covert Jr., Kevin Ronald Bewley, Carletta Sharita Davis, John David Lind, Adam James Mueller, Daniel Jordan Shaw, Derek Thomas Stenroos, Christine Muthoni Indururi.
Benjamin David Tiffner, Lou Tomanuvo, Philip Allen Box, Matthew Charles Ferreira, Jermaine Donnell Franklin, Sean Keena Aldrich Langvin, Jeffrey Scott Mersman, Patrick Francis Kutzbach, Joseph Michael Lancor, Lester Gomez Roque, David Albin Boris, Adrian Edward Hike, Ashley Seitzema, Joseph Michael Vanek, Christopher Ryan Cruz.
In loving memory of Stuart Forrest Lyles, Casey Parnell Mason, Peter William Schmidt, Derek Ramond Banks, Kenneth Raymond Booker, Peter H. Burks, Stephen Charles Ganzeski, Mason Lee Lewis, Alejandro Ayala, Marius Leonardo Ferrero, Jason Thomas Lee, Christopher Joseph Nelson, Alfred Garcia Paredes Jr., Melvin Lee Henley Jr., and Jonathan Lee Martin.
My son, my hero, Isaac Thomas Cortez, his battle buddy, Benjamin Joseph Garrison, Alan Christian Roberts, John Joseph Tobiason, Blair William Emery, Matthew Kyle Reese, Kyle Dayton, Eric James Hernandez, Dwayne Linnell White, Adam Paulson Snyder, Tanner James O'Leary, Randy Wayne Pickering, Jonathan Allen Lehman, Mark Thomas Carter, Gregory Lowell Elam. Always remember and never forget.
Joshua Charles Blaney, Michael John Gable, Samuel Edbert Kelsey, Bryn Joel Naylor, Darren Allen Smith, Jonathan Allen Lowry, Austin David Pratt, Justin Richard Pat McDaniel, Jeremy E. Ray, my friend George Jimmy Howell, Nicholas Dwayne Eishen, Peter Collins Neasley, Brian Joseph Tutton, Rowdy J. Inman, and Benjamin Brian Portell.
Joseph Richard Berlin Jr., Victor Walter Jeffries, Brian Lee Gorham, Reno Sabado Lacerno, Sean Fitzgerald Hill, Ryan Douglas Mathis, Joshua Roland Anderson, Menlek Martel Brown, Thomas John Casey, Andrew James Olmsted, Jason Floyd Lemick, James David Guttridge, Michael Lee Green, Timothy Robert Hansen, James Caleb Healy.
David Joseph Hart, Ivan Ernesto Merlo, Philip Joseph Panier, Todd Edward Davis, Jonathan Killian Dozier, David Joseph Draculic, Sean Michael Gall, Zachary Wade McBride, Matthew Ignatius Pionk, Christopher Allen Sanders, Richard Joseph Berrettini, Curtis Allen Christensen Jr., Keith Everett Lloyd, Danny Lee Kimmy, John Sigsby, my brother and my hero, David Hastings Sherritt II, Alex Knapp, Derek McConnell, Sam Watts, Wes Sproul, Ryan Coyer, Dave Stanley, Charlie Wyckoff, Ricky Berry, Joe Granville, Matt Tooker, Chiara Durkin, James Hackemer, Bill Callahan, Brian Bill, James Zimmerman, Jason Freewald, Ross McGinnis.
John Patrick Sigsby, Richard Benjamin Burgess, James Michael Gluff, John Michael Schoolcraft III, Justin Ryan Whitting, Michael Ruben Sturdivant, Tracy Renee Berkman, Duncan Charles Crookston, Robert James Miller, Matthew Ryan Collar, Robert J. Wilson, Mikhail Wayne Miller, Alan Greg Rogers, James Edward Craig, Gary Wayne Jeffries, Evan Andrew Marshall, my son, Brandon Abbott Meyer, Joshua Anthony Richard Young, Michael Allen Norman, David E. Schultz II, Matthew Francis Strader, Chad Allen Barrett, Nathan Hall Hardy, Michael Eugene Koch, Christopher John Lee West, Rafael Angel Alicia Rivera, Miguel Angel Baez III, John Carl Osmolsky, Donald Throne Tab, Timothy Randy Van Orman.
Bradley Joe Skelton, Luis Ariel Souffrant, Michael Tolentino Manabog, Timothy Paul Martin, Jack Tavis Sweet, Gerald Allen Weisenhunt, Gary DeWillet, Corey Emmett Spates, Javaris Javon Washington, Chad David Grepper, Luke Smizer Runyon, Conrad Alvarez, Albert Bitton, Bryant Wayne Mackey, Michael Benson Matlock, Jr.
Nathan R. Rowdenbush, Drew William Weaver, Keisha Marie Morgan, Orlando Antonio Perez, Michael Eugene Phillips, Kevin Scott Mowell, Stephen Robert Koch, Robert Theodore Rapp, Christopher Scott Frost, Jose Alejandro Panigua Morales, Gabriel Guzman, Philip Reed Anderson, Donald Allen Burkett, Ernesto Guadalupe Ciamurusti, David Daniel Julian.
In honor of the fallen, Tori Remoyne Mallard, Robert Taylor McDavid III, Scott Alexander McIntosh, Sean Michael Such, Laurent Jerome West, Wantrea Tyrone Bradley, Dustin Cody Jackson, Tesneen Lobsang Samten, Colin J. Bowen, LaRondo Jr. Brown, William David O'Brien, Michael Dwayne Elledge, Christopher Curtis Simpson, Antione Vincent Robinson, Gregory Daniel Unruh, Keith Matthew Maupin, Tyler Jacob Smith, William Haywood Jefferson Jr., William Robert Neal Jr., Thomas Columbus Ray II, David Samuel Stelmat Jr., David Blakely Williams, Dustin Lee Canham, George Delgado, Andrew James Habseger, Christopher Michael Hake, Jose Abraham Rubio Hernandez, Joseph Dueñas Gamboa, Stephen Ivan Candelo, Gregory Brian Rundle.
In honor of our fallen warriors, Joshua Alexander Molina, Charles Andrew Jankowski, Darrell Lavoy Bennett, Javon Kieran Jordan, Terrell Wayne Gilmore, William Gregory Hall, Dane Darren Danulao, Travis Lee Griffin, Nicholas Allen Robertson, Ulysses Burgos Cruz, Jeremiah Emmanuel McNeil, Matthew Troy Morris, Sean Daniel Pinley, Emmanuel Pickett,
Patrick Joseph Miller, Stephen K. Scott, Stuart Adam Wolfer, Jason Christopher Kazarek, Michael Thomas Lilly. Timothy Michael Smith. Richard Allen Vaughn. Jeffrey Lee Hartley. Mark Edwin Rosenberg. Jesse Adam Alt. Anthony Lewis Capra. Jacob John Fairbanks. Jeremiah Chame Hughes. Sean Paul Tusha. Merlin German. William Elliott Allman.
Remembering our heroes: Arturo Perez Cruz, Richard Joseph Nelson, Dean David Opica, Joseph A.V. Richard III, Luke John Mercadante, Kyle Weston Wilkes, Jason Logan Brown, Benjamin Keith Broche, Lance Oliver Eakes, Sherry Lynn Morton, Adrian Montoya Campos, Stephen John Christofferson, Adam Job Colhas, Matthew Ryan Vandegrift, Jordan Christian Hayder.
With gratitude, Ronald R. Harrison, Jonathan Tyler Yale, John Thomas Bishop, Ronald Carl Blystone, Guadalupe Cervantes Ramirez, Timothy Wayne Cunningham, Sean Jeffrey Whitehead, William Timothy Dix, Adam Lee Marion, Marcus Cale Mathis, David Philip McCormick, Mark Allen Stone, Brian Eugene Bullender, Clay Allen Craig, David Lauren McDowell.
In honor of our fallen: Jonathan Antonia Vega Yellner, Chad Arthur Caldwell, Lawrence David Easel, Andrew R. Pearson, Ronald James Tucker, Jeffrey Franklin Nichols, Casey Lynn Casanova, Miguel Angel Guzman, Corey Lee Hicks, James Frederick Kimball, Glenn Edward Martinez, Alex Daniel Gonzalez, Aaron Joseph Ward, Jeremy Raymond Gullett, Kevin Casey Roberts.
Ara Tyler Daisy, Mary Jane Janikin, Isaac Palomares, Joseph Andrew Ford, Matthew Warren Brown, Jessica Ann Ellis, Victor M. Cota, John Kyle Daggett, Brandon Patrick Hownett, David Nathaniel Weaver, William Justice Lee Cooper, Jeffrey Allen Ammon, Jeffrey Frank DePrimo, Joseph Arthur Moore, Kyle Philip Norris.
We honor the fallen and their families: Jason Farrow Dene, Blake William Evans, Frank Joseph Gasper, David Lee Leimbach, Justin Lee Buxbaum, Christopher Gaither-Cole, Chad Michael Trimble, David Nunez, Christian Scott Cotner, James Matthew Finley, Andrew John Shields, Christopher D. McCarthy, Justin Ray Mixon, Quincy Jermel Green, Scott Allen Haggerty.
I'm honored to remember the following warriors: Derek David Holland, Joshua Elliott Waltenbaugh, my son's squad member Shane Padrag Duffy, also my son's squad member Jonathan David Arthur Emmerd, and my son Cody Ronald Legg, James Carter, Andre Devin McNair Jr., David Raymond Hurst, Tyler Edward Pickett, Thomas Franklin Duncan III, Stephen Aaron McCoy, Eugene Dante Makanani Kanakaole, Javier Perales Jr., Gerard Mantino Reed, Kelly Everett Charles Waters.
In honor of John David Aragon, Leighton Bradley Crass, Michael Robert Patton, David Petrick, Michael Toussaint Heil Washington, Jason Nathaniel Cox, Mark Allen Rettmeyer, Ross Laval III Tollis, Eric Daniel Terhune, Andrew Francis Whitaker, Dustin Kelby Burnett, Matthew Elias Mendoza, Du Hai Tron, Anthony Leonard Mangano, Nelson D. Rodriguez Ramirez.
Andrew Seabooks, James Joseph Walton, Gregory D. Alessio, Brian Matthew Thomas, Ryan James Connolly, Robert Charles Hammett Jr., Dwayne Maurice Kelly, Alejandro Antonio Dominguez, Joshua Lee Policia, Christopher Dwayne Strickland, Joel Allen Taylor, James Michael Young Sr., Philip Jeremiah Dykeman, Max Allen Galea, Edgar Alberto Heredia, Matthew Lee Hilton, Joseph A. McKay, Mark Charles Palamida, Marcus William Prettyhome, Travis Kent Hunsberger, Jeffrey Michael Rada Morales, Sean Elliott Simmons, James Matthews Trebert, Estelle Lee Turner, Daniel Farakis, Anthony Lynn Woodham, Douglas John Bull, Byron Wayne Fauti, Alex Ramon Jimenez, William Lloyd McMillan III.
Stephen Joseph Chevalier, Brian Stephen Leon Guerrero, Samson Augusto Mora, Sergio Sagoni Abad, Jonathan Ryan Ayers, Jason Michael Bogar, Jonathan Paul Brostrom, Israel Garcia, Jason Dane Havater, Matthew Brighton Phillips, Prut Allen Rainey, Jeffrey Scott Stevenson, Mitchell Wayne Young, Gunnar William Zwilling, Daniel R. Verbecki, Danny Paul Dupree, David William Texter, Jeremy Dale Vrooman, Willington Mitchell Rhodes, Jackie Louise Larson, Jason Daniel Mann, Nick A. DeWurst, Ivan Earl Wilson, Sateria LaFay Brown, James Allen McNeil, Andrew Darnell Mitchell, David John Beatty, Ryan Patrick Bauman, Herr de Jesus Garcia, Michael Robert Giordano.
Jennifer Lynn Cole, Kevin Randolph Dixon, Brian Keith Miller, William Joseph Mulvihill, Jaime Gonzalez Jr., Ronald Andrew Schmidt, Gary Michael Henry, Timothy John Hutton, Errol Melvin James, Garrett Tucker Lawton, Jonathan D. Menke, Danny Edward Mabin, Adam Thomas McKiskey, Stuart Sylvester Trejo, Anthony Mark Carbuito.
Jose Enrique Yola, Michael Harvey Verschenke Jr., Kenneth Bartlett Gibson, John Alexander Mattox, James Melvin Hale, Janelle Francois King, Juan Lopez Castaneda, Danielle Aaron Carrier McGuire, Anthony Gary Mihalo, Jacob Joseph Toes, Donald Clayton Carwile, Paul Edward Conlon Jr., Christopher Dan Rogers, Jonathan Luke Lucier, Travis Martin Stottlemyre, George Stanciel, David Lawrence Paquette, David James Todd Jr., Brian Edward Studer, Stephen John Fitzmaurice, Carlo Escoto Alfonso, David Keith Cooper, Tan Quoc No, Jorge Luis Feliz Nieve, Michael Luis Gonzalez, Joshua Thomas Harris, Patrick Wiggs May, Gregory Allen Rodriguez, Kenneth William Main, Brian Richard Thomas.
I honor, remember, and salute all of our fallen heroes. Vincent Cortez Winston Jr., Jordan Peter Paul Tebow, Michael Richard Denterman, Marquise Irvin Knight, Nicholas Aaron Madrazo, friend and brother of arms of my son who was killed during the same mission, my beloved son and gift from God, Jesse Melton III, Eichmann Antonio Strickland, friend and brother at arms of my son who was killed during the same mission, Daniel Raleigh Sexton, Michael Wayne Murdoch, Michael Slabarnik, Jason Richard Freewald, John Wayne Markham, Darius Julius Dawson, Wesley Roy Durbin, Sidney Joseph Marceau Jr.
Ralph John Marino, Corey Ardell Edwards, Daniel Michael Eschbaugh, Leonard Joseph Golchinsky II, Joshua William Harris, Bruce Evan Hayes, Anthony Luke Mason, Mohsen A. Nakvi, Julio Cesar Ordonez, Brady Joe Rudolph, Michael E. Thompson, Robert Vallejo II, Jason Anthony Vasquez, Derek Darrell Wright, Brandon Wade Farley.
I am honored to remember the following warriors: James Leon Wiley Jr., Jerome Charles Bell Jr., Nathan Matthew Cox, Bruno Giancarlo Desoleni, Joseph Francisco Gonzalez, Matthew James O'Brien, Rodolfo Ivan Rodriguez, Matthew Joseph Taylor, Thomas Joseph Brown, Michael J. Medders, Ronald Phillips Jr., Jamel Antoine Bryant, William Earl Hasenvlew, Richard Gordon Cliff Jr., Christopher Thomas Fox.
In honor of our fallen: James Leon Wiley Jr., Jerome Charles Bell Jr., Nathan Matthew Cox, Bruno Giancarlo Desolini, Joseph Francisco Gonzalez, Matthew James O'Brien, Rodolfo Ivan Rodriguez, Matthew Joseph Taylor, Thomas Joseph Brown, Michael J. Medders, Ronald Phillips Jr., Jamal Antoine Bryant, William Earl Hasenflew, Richard Gordon Cliff Jr., Christopher Thomas Fox.
In memory of our fallen: Jamie Scott Nicholas, Gary Joseph Vasquez, Christopher Al Barkowitz, Tavares Denard Setzler, Jason Eric Zernick, William Patrick Rudd, Michael Ross Stallman, Michael Kyle Clark, Jason Anthony Corella, Ruben Marcus Fernandez III, Jeffrey Golden Johnson, Scott Jean Dimmond, Corey Joseph Bertrand, Stephen Robert Fortunato, Christopher Avon McCraw, Preston Ray Medley, Justin Andrew Saint, Federico Guerrera Borjas, John Michael Penish, Heath Kane Pickard, Stacy Ann Dryden, Robert Dwayne Landau, Adrian Robles, San Sim, Dion Lamar Taylor, Brian Paul Howes, Cody Joel Eggleston, Nicholas Anthony Casey, Kevin Douglas Greco, Trevor John Urista,
Bradley Shane Coleman, Scott Joseph Metcalf, Daniel Wayne Wallace, Adam McCamey Wigner, Theron Jotimer Hobbs, Timothy Hamilton Walker, Jose Regalado, Corey Michael Shea, James Michael Clay, Armando Alexander De La Pez, Johnny Lee Stiles, Aaron Michael Allen, Donald Vincent Clark, Christian Peter Humphreys, Marcolito Renago Vesinaco.
In memory of our fallen, Charles E. Barnett, Miguel Antonio Wilson, William Keith Yergan, Anthony Davis, Warren Andrew Frank, Roberto Jose Lacas, Solomon T. Sam, John Jared Savage, Coleman Joseph Meadows III, Jonathan Wayne Dean, Coleman Wayne Hinkfeld, Robert Lyman Johnson, Thomas Riley Jr., Charles Patrick Gaffney Jr., Stephen Michael O'Cray. God bless you.
Christopher Glenn Smith, Stephen Gage Zapasnik, John Paul Pryor, Joshua D. Seitz, Tony Gerald Gonzalez, Christopher Warren Lotter, Benjamin Brian Tollefson, Alberto Francisconi,
Chadwick Allen Gilliam, Jesse Adams Casada, Anthony D. Davis, Keith Eric Essery, Joshua Lee Rath, Joseph Michael Hernandez, Brian Michael Meskel,
and our son, Daniel Ryan Bennett.
Jason Ray Parsons, Justin Lynn Bauer, Sean Patrick McCune, Marquis Richard Porter, Joshua Ray Townsend, Ricky Lee Turner, Ezra Dawson, Carlo Montel Robinson, Roberto J.R. Andrade, Omar James McKnight, Matthew Michael Polini, Julian Thomas, Brandon Grant Andrew Cotting, Kyle Joseph Harrington.
In honor of the fallen, Matthew Jean Kelly, Joshua Michael Tillery, Benjamin Harris Todd, Philip Eugene Windorski Jr., Trevor Jeremiah Johnson, David William Wallace III, Milton Eric Suggs, Daryl Lamar Fernandez, Theophilus Waku Ansung, Christopher Perry Sweet, Kevin Thomas Preach, who was killed in action with my beloved nephew, Julian Thomas Brennan, Jason Evan Burkholder, James Michael Dorsey, Jared Williams Southworth, and Garrett Robert Derby. We love you.
In memory, Albert Ronald Jacks, Jonathan Richard Roberge, Joshua Allen Ward, Peter John Corsi, Jason Ryan Watson, Mark Joseph Small, Daniel Lewis Hansen, Stephen Scott Thompson, Sean Darrell Diamond, Raymond John Munden, Whistling K. Walter, Jeremy Eugene Bessa, Timothy Peter Davis, David Lee Hurt, Mark Conrad Baum.
In memory of Michael Boyd Ellman, Michael Lee Main, Zachary Ray Nortimer, Brian Matthew Bunting, Eric William Emmert, Schuler Brent Patch, Scott Bradley Stream, Daniel James Thompson, Brian Michael Connolly, Dante Jamal Whitworth, Simone Asia Robinson, Jeffrey Alexander Reed, Jessica Yvette Sandrea, Michael Daniel Brian Hyde, Patrick Allen DeVoe, Jr.
Patrick Antonio Malone, Archie Andrew Taylor, Christopher Paul Abetta, Timothy Lewis Bowles, Norman Lewis Kane III, Robert Martin Weinger, Gary Lee Moore, Jose Refugio Escobedo Jr., Daniel Joseph Gary, Adam Jeffrey Hart, Michael Webster Oletti, Anthony Lee Williams, Raphael Anton Futrell, Florence Bangkok Cho, Francis Lawrence Toner V.
Nelson Manuel Lantigua, Devin Christopher Poach, Daniel J. Beard, Stephen Fitzgerald Dearman, Philip Andrew Myers, Israel Candelaria Mejias, Adam Michael Kulagowski, Blaze Adam Oleski, Edward Watson Forrest Jr., Bryce Edmund Gutierrez, Brian Edward Hall, Christopher David Loza, Jason Graham Paw, Jacob Israel Ramsey, Gary Lee Woods Jr.
Michael Justin Anaya, Raul Moncada, Francisco Xavier Aguilla, Richard Allen DeWater, Ray Anthony II Spencer, William C. Comstock, Brad Anthony Davis, Benjamin Jr. Moore, Leroy Otis Webster, James Ryan McElvey, Tyler John Trayon, Mark Anthony Wojciechowski, Ryan Charles King, James Duell Pirtle, William David Vile,
Carly Madison Lee III, David Allen Schaefer Jr., Roslyn Littman Schulte, Levi, Cole Bernard, Paul Ferris Brooks, Jason Everett George, Brent Scott Cole, Brian Keith Naismith, Dwayne George Wolf, Ashton Lee Marie Goodman, Blue Charles Rowe, Mark Edward Stratton II, Chad Allen Edmondson, Bradley William Oriel, Thomas Edward Lee III.
Never forgotten. Jeremiah Paul McCleary,
Jake Robert Veloza, Sean Dante Sykes, Randy Suyat Agno, Justin Paul Hartford, Omar Mohammed Albrecht Jr., Stephen Hutchinson, Lucas Darius Sek, Jacob David Barton, Christian Enrique Bueno Galdos, Matthew Philip Hausil, Charles Keith Springle Sr., Michael Edward Yates Jr., Ryan Casey McGee, Esau Ivan de la Peña Hernandez, Matthew Gregory Reza, Marco Mato Sampson, Samuel Donald Stone, Jeffrey Allen Hall, Jasper Kidd Obakraur, Matthew Dwight Ogden, Matthew Willard Wilson, Justin Joseph Duffy, Roberto Antonio Hernandez II, Jarrett Pearson Gramel, Rocco Martin Barnes, John Curtis Beal, Kevin Michael Jenrett, Jeffrey William Jordan, Christopher Milton Kurth,
Charles Dustin Parrish, Robert Douglas Ulmer, Joshua Ray Whittle, Eduardo Sosa Silva, Ricky Lynn Richardson Jr., Edmund Lamb Lowe, Jonathan Charles O'Neill, Kafel H. Sims, Joshua Warren Soto, First Sergeant Kevin Allen DuPont, Chancellor Arsenio Kiesling, Joshua Allen Melton, Paul Gene Smith, John David Blair, Jeffrey James Garber.
Aaron Eli Fairburn, Brock Henry Shavers, Mark Andrus Garner, Nicholas Hugh Joseph Gideon, Chester Wayne Hosford, Isaac Lee Johnson Jr., Tony Michael Randolph, Drewin Isaac Williams, Christopher Maxwell Talbert, Lucas Montana Bregg, Roger Gary Michael Hager, John Eric Hayes, Michael Curie Roy, Darren Ethan Tate, Joshua Ray Ferris.
Gregory James Missman, Matthew Ryan Lemke, Pedro Antonio Barboza Flores, Jerome David Hatfield, Eric James Lindstrom, Michael Wayne Heed Jr., Rodney Allen Jarvis, David Shane Spicer, Jason John Fabrizi, James David Wordish, Carlos E. Wilcox IV, Daniel Paul Drevnick, Thomas Joseph Gramuth, Benjamin Stephen Kopp, Mark Russell McDowell.
The following have given their full measure: Jerome David Hatfield, Brandon Tyler Lara, Anthony Marquise Lightfoot, Gregory Owens Jr., Dennis Joseph Pratt, Andrew J. Rotten, Ramondo Porras Morales, Randy J. Neff Jr., Joshua James Reimer, Andrew Scott Carpenter, Ryan H. Lane, Jeremy Scott Lasher, Nicholas George Zorios, Herbert Antonio Barrios Campos, Justin Dean Coleman, Johnny Roosevelt Pork.
Donald Wayne Vincent, Garrick D. Smith, Douglas M. Vose III, Gregory Allen Posey, Jonathan Fulton Stroud, Alexander Joel Miller, Patrick Scott Fitzgibbon, Richard Kelvin Jones, Jonathan Michael Walls, Alejandro Granado III, Ronald George Luce Jr., Severin West Summers III, Kiefer Prescott Wilhelm, Anthony Christian Garcia, James David Argentine.
In memory of fallen comrades, Nicholas Ryan Rausch, William Brian Woods Jr., Leopold Fred Damas, Matthew DeShong Hastings, Adam Frank Benjamin, Clayton Patrick Bowen, Jose San Crisostomo, Morris Lewis Walker, Jonathan Christopher Yanni, Paul Edmund Dumont Jr., Troy Orion Tom, William Zachary Vanisdal, Justin Reed Pellerin, Brian Michael Wolverton, and Matthew Lee Ingram.
To all my fallen brothers, Andrew Thomas Labosco, Darby Todd Morin, Joseph D. Fortin, John Lewis Hollett III, Corey J. Jenkins, Ronald Wayne Sawyer, Dennis Michael Williams, Kurt Robert Curtis, Donald James Hogan, Matthew Everett Wilds, Taylor Daniel Marks, Earl Delmer Werner, Abraham Sherrod Wheeler III, Jason Sean Dalkey, Eric William Hario, Ricky Dwayne Jones, Rodrigo Amilica Mungavaris, Casey Lee Hills, Brian N. Bradshaw, Joshua Lee Hazelwood, Peter Kyle Cross, Timothy Allen David, Stephen Thomas Dries, Roger Leroy Adams Jr., Juan Carlos Baldissing, Robert Lee Bittenker, Edward Chester Kramer, Terry J. Lynch, Charles Seth Sharp, Justin Aaron Casillas. All the way.
Jordan Michael Boucher, David Ray Hall, Tyler Robert Welsh, Jonathan David Welsh, Christopher Sean Baldassare Jr., Benjamin Philip Gasteloni, Todd Willis Sludgley, Jordan Michael Shea, Darren D. Andrews, Yuviri Loney, Joshua Stewart Meadows, Randy Michael Haney, Michael Chance Murphy, Joseph Dennis Helton Jr., Edwin Wayne Johnson Jr.,
They paid the ultimate sacrifice. Michael Edward Johnson, Aaron Michael Kennefic, Thomas Franklin Lyons, Zachary Taylor Myers, Shannon Michael Smith, James Ray Layton, Christopher Scott Fowkes, Tyler Edward Parton, Matthew M. Martinek, Nicole Bruce Allen, Brian David Berkey, Daniel Lee Cox, James Robert Hornbarger, Tyler Austin Juden, Dwayne Anthony Thornsberry.
Honored to stand for the families who love and miss Andrew Heron McConnell, David Timothy Wright II, Demetrius Lamar Void, Bradley Scott Boyle, Robert David Gordon II, Sean Patrick McCloskey, Joshua M. Mills, Jeremiah James Monroe, Michael Shane Coate Jr., David Allen Davis, Matthew Ryan Courtois, Corey Joseph Kowal, Damon Gabriel Winkleman, William L. Meredith, John Joel Malone, and for his wife, father, mother, brothers, sister, cousins, aunt, uncles, and all who loved Titus Roderick Reynolds, and for the families of Edward Bernard Smith, Joseph Valerie White, Jordan Lee Sherbois, Kevin James Graham, Jack Mayfield Martin III, Christopher Donald Shaw, Ross Eugene Vogel III, Alex French IV, Paul Eugene Anderson, Russell Shane Hercules Jr., Roberto Daniel Sanchez, Ryan Christopher Adams, Alan Howard Newton Jr., Brandon Andre Owens. You are deeply missed.
Benjamin A. Sclaver, Aaron Michael Smith, Justin Timothy Gallegos, Christopher Todd Griffin, Joshua Mitchell Hart, Joshua John Kirk, Stephen Lee Mace, Vernon William Martin, Thomas Dwayne Rabjohn, Michael Patrick Scusa, Kevin Christopher Thomas, Kevin Olson Hill, Tad Thomas Hervas, Kenneth Warren Westbrook, Aaron James Taylor, and for his wife, Christopher Michael Rosinski.
We remember little George Cowley, Alfonso Ochoa Jr., Jesus Olar Flores Jr., Daniel Courtney Lawson, Glenn Hale Stivison Jr., Brandon Michael Steyer, Anthony Gabriel Green, Chris Neil Statz, Michael Anthony Dahl Jr., Daniel Jose Rivera, Bradley Espinoza, David Raymond Baker, Kyle Andrew Comas, and Kimball Andres Hahn.
Honor and remember the fallen. Eric Nathaniel Lemke, Devin J. Michael, Brandon Keith Stephanie, Vegas Guadalupe Wolf, Keith Robert Bishop, Gregory Michael William Fleury, Jose Amon Hernandez Chavez, Eric Alton Jones, Neil Damian Lyons, Sean Henry McNabb, David Elia Metzger, David Seth Mitchell, Michael Patrick Montgomery, Nicholas Anthony Mueller, Kyle Roth Vudagezen,
David Lawrence Audo, Brian Russell Bates Jr., Robert Keith Charlton, Fernando de la Rosa, Luis Manuel Gonzalez, Dale Russell Griffin, Isaac Brandon Jackson, Jared Donald Stanker, Christopher Ian Waltz, Patrick Oliver Williamson, Joseph Lawrence Gallegos, Cody Robert Stanley, Adrian Layden Avila, Christopher Michael Cooper, and Lucas Caleb Hopper.
Cesar Bocanegro Ruiz, Jonathan Matthew Silvestri, Julian Lee Beresford, Tony Carrasco Jr., Amy Catherine Tirador, Aaron Seth Amat, Gary Lee Cooch Jr., Charles Isaac Cartwright, Matthew Clayton Heffelfinger, Earl Raymond Scott III, Stephen Lloyd Murphy, Benjamin William Sherman, Justin James Swanson, Christopher James Coughlin, Sean Patrick Hefner.
We honor and remember the following: Ryan Lee Zorn, Joseph Michael Lewis, John James Cleaver, Daniel Alexander Frazier, Brian Mark Patton, Nicholas Joel Hand, James Michael Nolan, Marcus Allen Tynes, Brian Thelonious Williams, Jason Adam McLeod, Matthew Albert Puccino, Michael Anthony Rogers, David Michael Mudge, Derek Daniel Gwaltney, and Brandon Tyler Islip.
We remember Kenneth Ray Nichols Jr., Jonathan Andrew Taylor, Dennis Joe Hansen, Elijah John Miles Rayo, Ralph Anthony Webb Freites, Jacob Latorre, Janner Andres Tello, J.C. London Polly, Anthony Charles Campbell Jr., Albert Dono Ware, Serge Kropov, Omar Gregorian Robach, David Hector Gutierrez, Jason Michael Johnston, Ronald J. Spino, Anton Ramesh Phillips, Brushan Xavier Anderson, Brian Robert Bowman, John Philip Dion, Joshua Allen Langsdorf, Bradley Randall Smith, David Andrew Croft Jr., Michael Robert Jarrett, Jason Omar Bradley Hickman, Ryan Jeffrey Hopkins, Mark David Jorez, Jacob Alexander Meinart, Matthew Nevin Ingham, Jamie Russell Lowe, and Nicholas Kelly Uzinski.
This is in honor of our fallen. Lucas Tyler Beachnaw, Daniel Dwayne Merriweather, Jeffrey Alexander Wissett, Kyle James Wright, Christopher Richard Urbeck, Robert John Denevsky, Michael Paul David Shannon, my son Adam Kenneth Gannett, Paul Wenceslas Penna was killed right beside my son. Gifford Ethan J. Hurt, Thaddeus Scott II Montgomery,
My son, Jeremy Mitchell Kane.
Zin Key, Daniel McKinnon Angus, Timothy James Jr. Poole. We remember.
It's an honor to remember the following heroes: Zachary Dylan Smith, Carlos Edward Gill, Scott Garland Barnett, Rusty Hunter Christian, Mark Paul Decoto, my husband David J.P. Thompson, Michael Lewis Freeman Jr., Zachary George Lovejoy, Daniel Preston Witten, David James Hartman, Matthew Stephen Slustiller, Mark Allen Stetz Jr., Dylan B. Fox, Charles Alvin Williams II, Adam James Ray, Adriana Alvarez, Bobby Justin Pagan, John Allen Reiners, Jacob Henry Turbett, Jeremiah Thomas Whitman, Jason Hill Estopinal, Sean Leach Kaufman, Noah Miles Peer, Alejandro J. Yazzie, Eric Dennis Courier, Kyle Joseph Kutu, Keelan Terrell Dunn, Larry Michael Johnson, Jeremy Ryan McQuarrie.
Remembering our fallen and fallen soldiers: Joshua Harold Bridgewell, Gregory Scott Stoltz, Christopher William Eckhart, Marcus Ray Alford Sr., Marcus Antonio Gora, Billy Jean Grinder, Matthias Neumann Hansen, Adam Daniel Pick, J.R. Salvacion. He flew out on the way back from Afghanistan with my husband. Eric Levi Ward, William Clifton Spencer, Daniel Todd O'Leary, William Seth Ricketts, Carlos Alberto Aragon, and my husband, Michael David Cardenas.
Josiah Dennis Crumpler, Ian Timothy Dagdagnan Gallick, Matthew David Huston, Vincent Lee Carson Owens, Nigel Kenton Olson, Anthony Americo Pocky, Alan Nathan Dickus, Nicholas Scott Cook, Aaron Montel Arthur, Lakeisha Mesha Bailey, Jason Michael Kropat, Jonathan Jerome Richardson, Garrett William Gamble, Glenn Jacob Witten, Stephen Jesse Bishop.
In honor of our heroes, Aaron Lee McMillan, Jonathan Daniel Porto, Joel David Clarkson, Robert Lee Gilbert II, Richard Joseph Jordan, Adam Lee Mr. Brown, Robert Michael Rankhoff, Justin J. Wilson, Rick Joseph Sententi, Robert James Cottle, Jacob Allen Ross, Randy Michael Heck, James Lee Miller, Raymond Nava Pakleb Jr., Michael David P. Cardenza. In honor of my soul partner and husband, Carlos Santos Silva, we remember.
Scott William Brunkhorst, Miroslav Stephen Zilberman, Tyler Owen Griffin, Frank Joseph Alfonso World, Curtis Michael Swenson, Kurt Elmo Cruz, William Anthony Blunt, Robert Wilson Collins, Roberto Efren Diaz Boria, Jonathan David Hall, Sean Michael Durkin, Michael Douglas Jankowitz, James Bertrand Lackey, Randell Dunton Voss, and Joseph Thierry Karen.
Michael Keith Ingram Jr., James Richard Patton, Randolph Alonzo Sigley Jr., Charlie Cabe Antonio, Robert John Barrett, John Keith Labordi, Christopher Dwayne Worrell, Ronald Allen Kubik, Jason Anthony Santora, Grant Arthur Witchman, Keith Adam Coe, Nathan Patrick Kennedy, Anthony O'Neill McGee, Thomas Edward Rivers Jr., Salvatore Simplicio Gorma II, Eric Maptong Finnegan, Mark Wayne Coleman, Austin Harper Gates Benson, Isao Shalem Antasio Gonzalez, Ralph Mena Jr., Brandon Aaron Barrett, Richard Rees Penny, Christopher Rangel, Wade Allen Slack, Joshua Michael Davis, Kyle Aaron Comfort, Jeremy Lynn Brown, Kurt Stephen Shea, Jeffrey Warren Johnson, Keith Blaine May Jr.
Joshua David DeFlores, Donald James Lamar II. Dennis Delaman Christophe. Nicholas Demas Padaro Regardes. Zanar Andre Wood. Billy Jean Anderson. Adam Levy Perkins. Paul Robert Bartz. Thomas Patrick Belkoffer. Philip P. Clark. John Michael McGough. Richard James Tiemann. Joshua Arab Tolson. Patrick Xavier Jr. Shane Stanley Bernard.
Stanley John Sokolowski III. Amilcar H. Gonzalez. Jason David Finger. Christopher Ryan Barton. Ronald Wayne Culver Jr. Edwin Rivera. Jacob Carl Leaked. Jake William Suter. Anthony Attilio Delicio. Alvaro Rogelio Regalado Sasarigo. Jonathan Kelly Lee Penny. Francisco Javier Guardado Ramirez. Joseph James Theinert. Steve M. Tebald. Brandon Cole Burry.
Derek Hernandez. Donald Matthew Marla. Michael Everett McGann. Robert Nicholas Barden II. Matthew Ryan Catlett. Charles Scott Jerdal. Joshua Oconee Lukiala. Brendan Patrick Neenan. John Kenneth Rankle. Blaine Edward Redden. Eric Justin Klusak. Derek Lee Shanfield. Zachary Joe Walters. Michael Paul Flores. Joel Christopher Gintz.
Michael G. Plank. David K.Z. Smith. Benjamin Daniel White. Gavin Roderick Brummond. Christian Michael Adams. Robert James Fike. Brian Allen Hoover. Israel Paul O'Brien. Mario Rodriguez Jr. William Christopher Yacht. Brian Michael Anderson. Christopher Wesley Opat. Benjamin Douglas Osborne. Michael Chad Bailey. Nathan William Cox.
Gunnar Randall Hodgkin. Joseph Dennis Johnson. Jeffrey Robert Stanfest. Michael Paul Cassidy. James Patrick Hunter. William F. Ortega. Benjamin J. Park. Scott Anthony Andrews. Jacob Park Dorenwend. Andrew Richard Looney. David Taylor Miller. Timothy Giles Siranowski. Brandon Mark Silk. Kevin Alexander Cuto. Joshua Robert Dumas.
Claudio Patino IV. Eddie Turner. Anthony T. Justison. Russell Edward Madden. Eduardo Loretto. Robert Kelsey Levi Repke. Dane Adam DeBoer. Jared Clifton Plunk. Blair Daniel Thompson. Joseph Davis Caskey. Bryant Jamal Haynes. David Alexander Holmes. William Taylor Richards. John Michael Rogers. Eric Byron Shaw.
David William Thomas. Christopher David Chaplow. Matthew Robert Hennigan. Andrew James Cretan. Larry Donnell Harris Jr. Ryan John Grady. David Anthony Jefferson. Johnny Wayne Lumpkin. Morgan Marie Macbeth. Jordan Elias Tuttle. David Anthony Wisniewski. Jacob Anthony Dennis. Clayton Dwayne McGarrah. Christopher Francis Cabacoy. Keenan Alexander Cooper.
Louis Robert Fastuca. Jared Heath Osborne. Edwin Cobell Wood. Mark A. Arizmendez. Roger Lee. Michael Shane Preedham Jr. Anthony Warren Simmons. Daniel Gabriel Rainey. Jesse Wayne Ainsworth. Robert Wayne Crow Jr. Joseph Whitting Demock II. Donald Rocky Edgerton. Sean Michael Mittler. Carlos Javier Negron. Tyler Allen Rhodes.
Christopher John Antonick. Nathaniel Douglas Garvin. Christopher Schultz Goki. Christopher James Moon. Christopher Todd Stout. Sheldon Leon Tate. Zachary Michael Fisher. Matthew James Johnson, Brandon Michael King, Jesse David Reed, Chase Brennan Stanley, John Haskell Durrell, Leston Michael Winters, Justice Stephen Joe Bartelt, David Michael Malexi Santos.
Jesse Richard Tilton, Matthew Ward Weichert, Justin Bradley Allen, Robert N. Benenston, Christopher Lucas Eastman, Anibal Santiago Jr., Joe Lee Reitzman, Paul James Miller, Brian Francis Piercy, Julio Vargas, Michael Louis Runyon, Mario de Los Angeles Carrazzo, James Matthew Weiss, James Joseph O'Quinn Jr., Joseph Andrew Bauer.
And on behalf of their loved ones, I read Andrew Lee Hand, Daniel Lim, Conrad Adrian Mora, Frederick Eric Vasquez, Justin Jacob McNeely, Abram LaRue Howard, Jared Paul Newlove, Jason Ellis Holbrook, Shane Robert Martin, Kyle Ray Warren, Michael Lane Stansberry Jr., Kyle Brandon Stout, Jared Neville Van Alst, John Edward Andrade, Sr., Kevin Michael Cornelius, Max William Donahue, William Emmanuel Gamone III, Faith Renee Hinckley, Paul Orazio Kazupe II, Christopher Daniel Greer, Andrew Coate Nickel, Bradley David Rapun, Jose Luis Sainz III, Christopher Neil Karch, Michael Andrew Bach, Jamal Maurice Rett, Benjamin Glenn Chisholm, Derek John Farley, Charles Milton High IV, Edgar Nathaniel Roberts, Jr.
In honor of our fallen, Kevin Edward Ortowski, Colin Trent Thomas, Christopher John Boyd, Alexis Vicente Maldonado, Nathaniel Joseph Augustus Schultz, Jason Dean Callow, Stephen Joseph Deluzio, Brandon Edward Maggart, Pedro Antonio Mileteshi, Tristan Howard Southworth, Robert John Newton, Ronald Ariel Rodriguez, My son, Cody Stephen Childers.
In honor of all our fallen: Justin Blue Shoecraft, Chad Derek Coleman, Daniel Lewis Fetter, Adam Jacob Novak, James Michael Swink II, Andrew Jordan Castro, Patrick Keith Durham, Brian Todd Raver, James Christopher Robinson Jr., Ellery R. Wallace, Floyd Earl Courtney Holly, James Roger Ide V, Chad Derek Clements, Dale Allen Goetz, Casey James Grokowick, 1st 75th Ranger Martin Anthony Lugo, KIA, the same night as my hero, my son, 1st 75th Ranger Christopher Shane Wright.
Jesse Enford Tate, Kevin James Kessler, Mark Anthony Nozinski, Matthew J. West, Vigent Brian II Eckerson, Raymond Chavez Jr. Afkarak, Joseph Anthony Bovia, Matthew Eric George, James Anthony Page, Cody Allen Roberts, Christopher Blake Rogers, Diego Manuel Montano, Joshua Thomas Twig, Ross Stevens Carver, Jesse Michael Balthasar,
Jason T. McMahon, Philip Gerald Eckner Charte, Philip Chad Jenkins, James Fleet McClamrock, John Christian Bishop, Todd William Weaver, James Arthur Hanson, John Franklin Berner III, Timothy Lamar Johnson, Aaron Keith Kramer, Danielle Ray Sanchez, Scott Joseph Fleming, Jamie Carlos Newman, D'Angelo Barnell Snow, Paul Douglas Karen.
In loving memory of Jason Infante, Ronald Aaron Greider, Joshua Alexander Harton, Barbara Vieira, Eric David Yates, Joshua Scott Ose, Robert Francis Baldwin, Michael John Burris, Marvin Ray Calhoun Jr., our son and our hero, John Brendan Aloysius Looney, Jonah David McClellan, David Blake McClendon, Dennis Miranda, Joshua David Powell, Adam Olin Smith, Matthew Gabriel Wagstaff.
Anthony James Rosa, John Carrillo Jr., William Brandon Dawson, Gebra Pane Noonan, Jacine Pilar Sugang Petri, Clinton Edward Springer II, Mark Clayton Wisenant, Donald Scott Morrison, Mark Allen Simpson, Ralph John Fabry, Mark Andrew Forrester, Calvin Bernard Harrison, Justin Adam Officer, Timothy Matthew Jackson, Willie James Harley Jr., Anthony Dennis Mattioni, Luther Willard Raybon Jr., Lance Herman Vogler, Brian Joseph Pedro, Cody Allen Board, Carl Andrew Campbell, Ryan Glenn Clark, Joseph Thomas Prentler, Daniel James Johnson, Scott Albert Lynch, Stephen Cody Sokolowski, Edwin Gonzalez, John Travis Sparks, David Allen Hess, David G. Weigel.
Frank Rydell Zeringer III, Matthew Christopher Powell, Jordan Matthew Bird, Justin James Kane, Victor Anthony Dew, Raymond Lee Allen Johnson, Joseph Earl Rodewald, Philip David Vinage, Carlos Alonzo Benitez, Tremaine Jamal Billingsley, Alec Ernst Catherwood, Irvin Martin Ceniceros, Joseph Charles Lopez, Rafael Martinez Jr., Eric Colby Newman.
James David Belk, Dylan Thomas Reed, Ian Matthew Tiani, George Jr. Valari, Joshua James Cullens, Francisco Rafael Jackson, Gerald Robert Jenkins, Araceli Gonzalez O'Malley, Kenneth Keith McAninch, Ronnie Joseph Polaris, Stephen Lloyd DuPont, David Richard Jr. Jones, Thomas Adam Moffett, Charles Muntaguay Sadell, Philip Cecil Tanner.
This is in honor of all the fallen, to include the following: Michael Dana Kerspel Jr., Adam Lynn Dickmeyer, Pedro Antonio Maldonado, Diego Alberto Solorzano Valdivinos, Brett Willie Land, Jonathan Michael Curtis, Andrew Namir Mahmoud Miri, James Russell Zimmerman, Todd Monroe Harris, James Chad Young, Matthew James Brome, Jason James McCluskey, Brandon William Pearson, Jordan Blake Emmerich, and United States Marine Lance Corporal Terry Edward Honeycutt Jr., my son's best friend, and her son.
Be proud of you.
Thank you.
Michael Francis Paranzino, Blake Daniel Whipple, Randy Rashad Braggs, Shane Michael Reifert, Aaron Brett Cruttenden, Dale Justin Cridlow, Andrew Lewis Hutchins, Anthony Varga, Dakota Ray Use, Robert Michael Kelly, Edward Hubalik Bolin, James Bray Stack, David Christopher Lutz, Andrew Stephen Bubax, Shannon Chihuahua,
Sean D. Fannin, Jacob Charles Carroll, Jacob Russell Carver, Juan Luis Rivadeneira, Sean Hassan Ahmed, Nathan Edwards Lillard, Scott Thomas Nagorski, Jesse Adam Snow, Christian Michael Cade Warner, David Paul Sent, Gwendolyn Ann Loach, Javier Orlando Ortiz Rivera, Kevin Matthew Pape, Justin Eric Culbreth, Kyle Matthew Holder.
I'm honored to recognize Leilani William Gandy, Jason Thomas Smith, David Scott Robinson, David James Luff Jr., Sean Michael Flannery, William Kyle Middleton, Arden Joseph Iason Buenagua, William James Donnelly IV, Devin Jamail Harris, my son, Jacob Alexander Gasson, and 5 of his battle buddies killed with him, Buddy Wendell McLean, Curtis Allen Oakes, Matthew Wayne Ramsey, Austin Garrett Staggs, and Barry Edward Jarvis.
Scott Francis Miley, Chad Stafford Wade, my son Matthew Thomas Abate, James Earl Tody, Lucas Christopher Scott, Vincent Wayne Ashluck, Nicholas Jose Alman.
Jason Allen Reeves, Colton Wesley Rusk, Derek Allen Wyatt, Jason Darren Pito, James Anthony Ayube II, David Destin Finch, Michael Eric Geary, Kelly Joseph Mixon.
Stacy Andrew Green, Ethan Louis Gonzalo, Sean Martin Collins, Patrick David Deans, Willie Atlas McLonhorn Jr., Kenneth Edward Nicochet, Derek Todd Simonetta, Jorge Emmanuel Villasis, Jose Alonzo Hernandez, Sean Russell Custerforth, Justin Edward Smolzeg, Sean Andrew Osterman, Jose Luis Maliando, Eric Michael Torbe Jr., Javier Carnando Diaz Jr.
William Harry Krause IV, Kenneth Corzine,
Garrett Anderson Meissner, Tavon Lee Wen, Michael Joe Beckerman, Mong Pyo Tu Tai, Jose Miguel Citron Rosado, Jose Alberto Delgado Arroyo, Jacob Allen Tate, Eric Marcel Nettleton, Robert Wayne Ferris, Christian Joseph Romig, Joseph Robert Jeezy, Ethan Carroll Hardin, Ira Benjamin Langingham IV.
In honor of Robert James Neer, Sanaa Kane Creamer, Evan Jan Moldyke, Zachary Stephen Richard Salmon, Michael Patrick Bartley, Martin James Lamar, Jose Antonio Torre Jr., Michael Sale Everetts, Joseph Charles Whitehead, Dominique Dion Cruz, Joshua Trevon Lancaster, Jason Gil Amores.
Fallen with my husband, Jared King Lee, Benjamin Gerald Moore, and my husband, Omar Aceves Sr.
In honor of Amy Renee Sinkler, Leslie Dominic Williams, Anthony Venez Jr., Joshua Ross Campbell, Sean Andrew Muir, Omar Soterio, Ryan Anthony Gartner, Lucas Todd Piat, Patrick Ryan Carroll, Aaron Michael Swanson, Nathan Brock Kars, LaShawn Darnell Evans, Bradley Charles Hart, Christopher Page Johnson, Corey Charles Owens.
In honor of Jonathan and Adam Pilgrim, Matthew James DeYoung, Andrew Paul Carpenter, Darren Miguel Hidalgo, Robert Curtis Sisson Jr., Jonathan Wesley Taylor, Jerome Fertamong, Christopher James Gould, Brian Tabagda, Andrew Charles Wilfart, David Richard Fahy Jr., Rudolph Ryan Hisson, Chauncey Ryan Mays, Christopher Glenn Stark, Nicholas Jerome Alden.
In honor of Jason Michael Weaver, Adam Daniel Craig, Jordan Robert Staton. On behalf of his family, his friends, 74th EOD, my friend Mark Christopher Wells, Kaylin Christopher Lee Johnson, Lauren Miles Buffalo, Andrew Paul Wade, Eric Stanley Trueblood, Andrew Martin Harper, Ian Matthew Muller, Day Han Park, Arturo Emmanuel Rodriguez, Michael John Hinkle II, Travis Martin Tompkins, Christopher Steele Mayes.
Remembering Jamal Hanson Bowers, Rudy Alexander Acosta, McGullis Chevette McDaniel, Donald Ray Mickler Jr., James Michael Malachowski, Brandon Scott Hawking, Vincent Anthony Felipe III, Joshua Seth Geyer, Michael Christopher Mahar, Justin David Ross. Remembering Noslack, Frank Edward Adamski III, Afrin Arachaga, Brian Allen Burgess, Jeremy Pat Faulkner, Dustin James Fieldhouse, Jameson Lynn Linskog.
Remembering and honoring Dennis Colin Poland, Christian Anthony Saracho Garcia, Quadi Sharem Hudgens, Harry Liu, Jorge Antonio Scatliv, Robert Forrest III Welch, Scott Hamilton Burgess, Wesley James Hinckley, Michael Scott Lamertz, Gary Lee III Nelson, Benjamin David Rast, Jeremy Daniel Smith, Keith Thomas Pazinski, James Aaron Rogers.
Jose Manuel Caraballo Pietri, Brandon Thomas Pickering, Vorisak Thomas Cesana, Brent Matthew Maher, Donald Lee Nichols, Joseph Allen Kennedy, Charles Lewis Adkins, Joseph Brian Kemper, Linda Lamore Pierre, Joel Alvarez Ramirez, Charles Edward Ridgely Jr., Cynthia Renea Taylor, Charles Jeffrey Wren, Paul Jed Adam, Sonny Jade Moses.
Micah Aaron Hill, John Francis Kim, John Paul Castro, Joshua Michael McClemens, Antonio Giuseppe Stiggins, Omar Justin Vasquez, Benjamin Franklin Bittner, Sean Timothy Callahan, Dominic John Ciarmitaro, James Allen Justice, Terry Lee Varnador II, David Peary Day, Bradley Scott Hughes, Joe Michael Jackson, Philip Dave Ambard.
Jeffrey O'Neill Osborne, David Lawrence Brodeur, Tara Ranice Brown, Frank Deal Bryant Jr., Raymond Gray Estelle II, Adam Douglas Jones, Andrew Evan Lara, Nathan J. Nylander, Charles Anthony Ransom, Jonathan Michael Villanueva, Preston John Dennis, Ronald Douglas Freeman, Matthew Daniel Hermanson, Robert Michael Fries, Kevin Wilson White.
is my honor to read for the families of Riley Sheridan Spalding, Ken King Hermangino, Demetrius Montez Friesen, Kevin Brian Baldoff, Benjamin James Palmer, Amaru Aguilar, Ryan David Riley Jr., Bradley Lewis Melton, Shezvray LaShawn Presley, David Dwayne Self, Lamoureux Jerome Tucker, Brandon Michael Curtin, Clifford Earl Beatty, Raymond Mora Jr., Thomas Craig Allers, and my son Adam Scott.
William Seth Blevins, Andrew Mark Kipner, Christopherson Bernardo Lorenzo, Joseph John Hamsky, Christopher Michael Soulsby, Christopher Roy Theodode, John Corey Johnson, Peter James Clore, and my 6 Pathfinders, Thomas Andrew Bohall, Edward David Mills Jr., Ergen Vedat Osman, James Adam Patton, and Louis Ramos John Marshall Runkle Jr.
Martin Ramon Apolinar, Aaron Joseph Blasio, Joseph William Schultz, Anthony Michael Nunn, Richard Charlton Emmons III, Jeffrey Chul Soon Sher, Paul William Zanowick II, Christopher Roger Bell, Joshua David Powell, Devin Ariel Snyder, Robert Lee Vokes, Bradley Justin Godet, Kenneth Ryan White, Emilio Jamie Campo Jr., Michael Benjamin Cook Jr., Christopher Brooke Fishbeck, Joseph Michael Garrison, Robert Preston Hartwick, Michael Curtis Oliveri, William Joseph Wodotowicz, Matthew Joseph England, Nicholas Shea O'Brien, Matthew Thomas Richard, Jason Daniel Hill, Michael Ray Newton, Joshua Brent McDaniels, Sean Michael Nicholas O'Connor, Nicholas Price Bellard, Glenn Michael Sewell, Jeremy Andrew Katzenberger.
In honor of and forever in our hearts, Eric Daniel Sufferin, Ryan Jeffrey Larson, Mark Andrew Bradley, Marcos Armando Cintron, Scott Daniel Smith, Brian John Backrus, Josu Ibra, James William Harvey II, Joshua Lynn Jetton, Gustavo Adolfo Rios Ordonzas, Jared Cameron Verbeek, fallen with my husband, Alvin Elgeron Boatwright, Tyler Richard Crines, Alan Lee Snyder,
and my daddy, Edward Fred Dixon III.
In honor of Levi Ephraim Nunzio, Gurpret Singh, Nicholas Charlie Hensley, Nicholas Paul Wilfred Berner, Demetria Andreo del Castillo, Nigel David Kelly, Marlon E. Myrie, Daniel Lee Duville, Matthew Ryan Gallagher, Kevin Joseph Hilleman, Dylan Jeffrey Johnson, Ralph Earl Pate Jr., Russell Jeremiah Proctor, Michael Conrad Nolan, John Felix Ferris.
Mark Raymond Goyette, Donald Vincent Stacy, Matthew Gunnar Nielsen, Robert Gregory Tenney Jr., David Edward Van Camp, Chad Dennis Frochter, Kyle Richard Schneider, James Allen Waters, Michael J. Garcia, Nicanor Ampere IV, Jordan Christopher Schumann, Preston J. Suter, Joshua Adam Throckmorton, Nathan Ryan Byers, Thomas Joseph Dodds Dudley. You are not forgotten.
For the friends and family of the fallen of the Sangan River Valley and abroad, Nicholas Wayne Newby, Terrell Lynn Parker, Christopher Paul Sutherland, Norberto Mendez Hernandez, Make Peace or Die, Rafael Angel Jr. Nieves, Stephen L. Telemontes, my personal friend, Lance Corporal Christopher Labiano Camaro, never above you, never below you, always beside you.
Robert Stephen Greninger, Aaron David Alum, Jeremy Russell Summers, Daniel Lucas Elliott, Wyatt Andrew Goldsmith, Lex Lee Lewis, Rafael Rodriguez Aruda, Frank Robert Gross.
Mark Adams Cofield, Kenneth Brian Elwell, Tyler Michael Springman, Jabari Kosi Thompson, Stacy Oradia Johnson, Omar Alejandro Jones, Edward William Kohler III, Brian Keith Mowry, Kenneth Roland Van Geysen, James Michael Kristen, Jacob Molina, Benjamin Allen Stevenson, Matthew James Bergman, Jared Wayne Huey, Augustus James Vicari,
Patrick Ryan Dolphin, William Benjamin Graspiangia, Dennis Edward Clancer, Bryce Merle Scott, Christopher Matthew Wrinkle, Leon Horace Lucas Jr., Kirk Avery Owen, Cody Glenn Baker, Gil Asai Morales Duval, Baron Ra, Anthony Del Mar Peterson, Wade Charles Ramsey, Mark Jordan Downer, Daniel David Gurr, Jinsu Lee.
Alexander James Bennett, Derek Carlisle Benson, Brian Robert Bill, John William Brown, Christopher George Campbell, David Rudolph Carter, Jared William Day, John Dewing Dara, Spencer Colson Duncan, John Weston Fass, Patrick Douglas Hamburger, Andrew William Harvell, Kevin Arthur Houston, Jonas B. Kensal, Louis James Langlace.
In honor of my friends and the men and women I served with in Iraq and Afghanistan, in particular the men of Extortion 17 and their working dog Bart, Matthew David Mason, Stephen Matthew Mills, Brian Joseph Nichols, Nicholas Heath Null, Daniel James Petrone, Jesse Darrell Pittman, Thomas Arthur Ratzlaff, Robert James Reeves, Heath Michael Robinson, Nicholas Patrick Spaher, Michael Joseph Strange, John Thomas Tomlinson, Aaron Carson Vaughn, Craig Michael Kaolani Vickers, Jason Ray Workman, Daniel Lee Zerby, Adon Gonzalez Jr., Joshua James Robinson, Alessandro Leonard Plutino, Nicholas Stephen Ott, Edward J. Frank II, Jamil Talib Freeman, Riley Gallinger Long, Patrick Louis Lay II, Ruben Jesus Lopez, Jordan Matthew Morris, Charles Levon Price III, Joe Lee Cunningham, Matthew Allen Harmon, and Damon Thomas Lehan.
In memory, Joseph Andrew Vandremel, Dennis Gregory Jensen, Joshua Michael Seals, Lance Corporal Travis Michael Nelson, Semper Fi, Douglas Leonard Cordo, Timothy James Steele, Andrew Robert Tobin, Jesse Wayne Dietrich, Brandon Scott Mullins, Devin James Daniels, Colby Lee Richmond, Michael Christopher Roberts, Douglas J. Green, Alberto Lustra Obode Jr., Dennis James Jr.
Kevin Roger Schumacher, Christopher John Scott, Christoph J. Marquis, James Kevin Crawford, Coran Pulido Contreras, Douglas J. Jeffries Jr., Christopher David Horton, Brett Daniel Eisenhower, Brian Keith Lundy Jr., Tony Joe Potter Jr., Brett Everett Wood, Daniel Anthony Quintana, Keith Freeman Rudd, Daniel Ronald Adams, Rodolfo Rodriguez Jr.
Michael Joseph Dutcher, Michael Lee Prince, Garrick Lewis Eppinger Jr., Michael Wesley Hosey, Estevan Altamirano, Chesray Clay, Antonio Clark, Ryan J. Cook, Timothy Douglas Sane, Robert Estelle Diaz Jr., Jacob James Roelli, Terry Carl Wright, Andy Caraballo Morales, Carlos Arturo Aparico, Rafael Enrique Biga Baz, Tyler Nicholas Holtz.
Franklin Namone Watson, Francisco J. Bruseno Alvarez Jr., Andres Zermano, Garrett Anthony Font, Christopher Diaz, David Andrew Drake, Stephen Edward Gutowski, Ryan Kenneth Iannelli, Ivan Derek Lekowicz, Billy Joe Serks, Nicholas Adam Spratzoff, John Robert Wimpy Cagle, James Arlen Butts, Adrian Glenn Mills, Caleb Andrew Nelson.
I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to read the names of my fallen brothers. Danny Chen, Benjamin Whetstone Schmidt, Ricardo Ciros Jr., Drew E. Russell, Joshua Sean Lawrence, James Brian Wilkie, Nathan Lee Wyrick, Michael Rex Tatum, Robert Brian Cowdrey, Scott Daniel Harper, Jerome David Miller Jr., Jeremiah Thor Sancho, Houston Mark Taylor, Michael Davis Elm, and James Ronald Leap Jr.
In honor of Raymond James Border, Jorge Miguel Oliveira, Stephen Francis Shapiro, Christopher Brian Domingue, Christopher Alexander Horns, Paul Andrew Rivera, Ashley Irene White, Jordan Stephen Bastine, Sean Patrick Charles, Edward Savvy Grace, Jason Nicholas Barfield, David Gregory Robinson, John Alden Lyons, Stephen Joel Dunning, David Elliott Cabrera.
In honor of James Michael Darrow, Carlo Francisco Eugenio, Christopher Rod Newman, Ari Richard Cullers, Serena Nicole Butcher, Christopher Drew Gailey, Dustin Dale Vincent, Nicholas Allen Daniels, Cody Robert Norris, Theodore Boykin Rushing, Calvin Matthew Pereda, Jonathan Bryant McCain, David Emmanuel Hickman, James Roland Burnett Jr., Matthew Christopher Cullen, and Richard Allen Algoer.
Sean Michael Walsh, Joshua Daniel Corral, Adam Eugene Dobermreiter, Jackie Lee Diner II, Dennis Ray Murray, Zachary Christopher Reef, Adam Joseph Bies, Vincent James Bell, Clark A. Corley Jr., Ryan Michael Lumley, Thomas James Mayberry, Ryan David Sharp, Christopher Phoenix Jacob Levy, Christopher Lee Muniz, Ronald Herbert Wildrick Jr., Jeremy Kenneth Nelson,
Alfred David Quarano, Samuel Mark Griffith, Michaela Ann Bragg, Joseph James Altman, Kurt William Kern, Noah Mark Court, Justin Michael Whitmire, William Compton Poling Jr., Pernell Johnny Herrera, Chad Robert Reglin, Brian Richard Bell, Matthew Scott Schwartz, Matthew Ryan Seidler, Brian Jeffrey Leonhardt, Jonathan Matthew Metzger, and my brother Cody Lee Bryan.
In honor of Christopher Alexander Patterson, Robert Joseph Tartarus Jr., Dustin Paul Napier, Michael Wayne Pyron, Neil Isaac Turner, John Luke Bateman, Kenneth Eldrin Cochran, Benjamin Brian Wise, Keith David Benson, Philip Dane McKeith, Daniel Benjamin Bartle, Joseph Daniel Logan, Nathan Ronald McCone, Kevin James Reinhard, Travis William Reddick.
In honor of Jesse Wade Stites, Christopher Greg Singer, Joshua Cole Parrish, my son, my hero, U.S. Army, First Lieutenant David Andrew Johnson, killed in action January 25th, 2012. William Chapman Stacy, Edward Joe Dykus, Terrence John Hildner, Billy Albert Sutton, Osprey Montez de Oca, Cesar Cortez, Kyler Lavon Estrada, Oscar Eduardo Cannon, Jerry Don Reed II, Paris Sean Poe, Ryan Preston Hall.
Julian C.G. Schulten, Nicholas Shade Whitlock, Justin James Wilkins for my friend Michelle, Alan Robert McKenna Jr., Ahmed Kusei Altai, Joshua Allen Bourne, Timothy John Conrad Jr., John Darren Loftus, Robert Joseph Marchantide II, Jordan Logan Bear, and Peyton Alexander Jones from Two Fury from the Sky, Connor Thomas Lowry, Edward Joseph Acosta, Jesse James Grindy, DeQuain Demetrius Rivers, Clovis Tim Ray, Jamie Darrell Jarboe, Dennis Paul Witchell Jr., Daniel Joseph Brown, Aaron Dale Istre, William Robert Wilson III, Joseph D. Augustine, Francis D. Emle Jr., Jonathan Frank Davis, Michael Jeremy Palacio, David Wayne Taylor from Two Fury from the Sky, Robert Carzures, James Evan Dutton, Christopher David Bardoni, Christopher Lawrence Brown, Jeffrey Lee White Jr., Sean Thomas Hannon, Jeffrey James Riek, Nicholas Jan Rosansky, Alex Martinez, Antonio Carlos Burnside, Trevor Giovanni Stanley, Raymond Tyscan Capat, Philip Channing Sipe Schiller, Abraham Tarwo, Tanner Stone Higgins, Aaron Matthew Faust, David Paul Nowchek, Michael Sean Braden, and in memory of my loving husband and best friend, Tyler James Smith, Two Fury from the Sky.
It is my honor to call Nicholas Scott Johnson, Dean Russell Schaefer, Don Catiano Varay, Chris John Workman, my friend, my hero, my angel, 1st EOD Company, United States Marine Corps Staff Sergeant Joseph Henry Fankhauser, Christopher James McHenry, Michael Joseph Metcalf, Jonathan Patrick Walsh, Manuel Joseph Vasquez, Andrew Trevor Britton Mahalo, Moses Jesus Gonzalez, Benjamin Harold Neal, Jason Kyle Edens, Brandon Forrest Eggleston, 3rd Special Forces, Darren Henri Oliver Sr., Bulldog Until Your Watch is Over, Dick Alson Jr. Lee, Christopher E. Moscow.
Scott Eugene Pruitt, Christian Raleigh San Nicholas, and to Susan, Bruce Kevin Clark, I give you a salute. Jonet M.L. Cochilas, David E. Rylander, Zachary Hayden Hardgrove, Gregory Lamont Childs, Thomas Kent Fogarty, John Patrick Hoolin, Dustin Dean Gross, Chase Stone Martha, Jacob Michael Satchwali, Alejo Renee Thompson, and Wade Daniel Winsel. And to all the U.S. troops, I throw a salute.
In memory, Alex III Hernandez, Israel Paul Nuanes, Jorge Luis Velasquez, Richard Lewis III McNulty, Brian Lloyd Walker, my brother and best friend always, Michael Joseph Knapp, and his battle buddy, Jabron Stephen Knox, Samuel Thomas Watts, Tobias Christoph Alexander, Jesse Aaron Osbott, Ryan James Wilson, Aaron David Fields, Travis Allen Morgado, Keaton Grant Coffey, Cale Clyde Miller. Thank you.
Roberto Loaiza Jr., Vilmar Galarza Hernandez, Stephen Jean Sutton, Eric Dean Warren, Leroy Durande III, Kadith Lamont Jacobs Jr., Tofiga Joshua Tutulo, John R. Brainerd III, Julian Clement Chase, John Castle Pratt, Sean Edward Brazos, Nicholas Henry Olivas, Joshua
Eli Witzman, Alexander George Povolitis Jr., Gerardo Campos.
I am honored to remember the following fallen warriors: Vincent James Ellis, Matthew Gregory Fazzari, Scott Patrick Pace, Brandon Dwayne Goodine, Richard James Kessler Jr., Anthony Ramon Servin, Nathan Tyler Davis, Bryant Jordan Luxmore, Barrett Wombley McNabb, Trevor Adam Pinnock, Taylor John Bond, Joseph Michael Lilly, Nicholas Charles Fredsty, Jared Allen Lalliere, Jose Rodriguez.
I'm honored to read the following names: John David Medore II, Ryan Davis Rawl, Matthew Bradford Thomas, my son and my hero, Eugene Clifton Mills III, Stephen Prince Stevens II, my son's squad buddy, Hunter Dalton Hogan, Paul Clark Volke, Niall William Codiciers, Robert Anthony Massarelli, Michael Joseph Stracata, Matthew John Leach, Stephen Chase Prznicki, James Lynn Skullberg Jr., Cody Otho Mooseman, Raul Madrigal Guerra.
In gratitude, Bruce Andrew McFarlane, Juan Pantoja Navarro, Erica Page Alexson, Jonathan Batista, Alejandro Jose Pardo, Ricardo Seja, Cameron James Stombaugh, Clarence Williams III, Trevor Brandon Adkins, Sterling William Wyatt, Michael Eugene Ristow, Carl Eric Hammer, Eric Nathaniel May, Sergio Eduardo Perez, Nicholas Andrew Taylor, and on behalf of his loving wife, Samantha, I honor Mark A. Bradley.
In remembrance of Crystal Marie Fitz, Jose Joel Reyes, Daniel Anthony Rodriguez, Joshua Ryan Ashley, Joseph Patrick Newman Fitzmaurice, Darian Terrell Hicks, Jeffrey Leon Rice, Sean Patrick Sullivan, Michael John Brodsky, Brandon Robert Pepper, Richard Liam Barry, Julian Lee Colvin, Justin Luis Horsley, Brendan Neal Salazar, and my precious son, All-American Dust-Off, Sergeant Eric Edward Williams.
Justin Michael Hansen, Adam Corey Ross, John Eric Hansen, Sean Robert Jacobs, Theodore Matthew Glendy, Benjamin Carlos Pletez, Jose Oscar Belmontes, Bobby Lee Escle, Jonathan William Gifford, Daniel Joseph Price, Curtis Joseph Duarte, Todd William Lamka, Jesus Jonathan Lopez, Kyle Brenton McLean, Russell Ryan Bell.
I honor the following heroes: Matthew Stephen Sitton, Milton W. Brown, Daniel Lee Linneberry II, Clayton Ross Beaucamp, Ethan Jacob Martin, Walter David Gray, Kevin James Griffin, Thomas Elliott Kennedy, Gregory Ray Trent, Gregory Thomas Buckley, Scott Edward Dickinson, Ryan Jeske, Matthew Patrick Manawakin, Sky Russell Moat, and Richard Anthony Rivera Jr.
Eric Scott Holman, Andrew James Keller, Sean Patrick Carson, Michael Robert DeMarcico II, Richard Allen Essex, Patrick Delaney Feeks, Brian Daniel Hornsby, James Austin Justice, Suresh Niranjan Abba Kraus, Louis Antonio Oliver Galbraith, David John Warson, Gregory Todd Copes, Daryl Lynn Enos, David Vincent Williams, Coder Bernard DeBose, Louis Raymond Torres, Patricia Lee Horn, Mabry James Anders, Christopher James Birdwell, Jessica Marie Wing, Shane William Cantu, Kyle Robert Rookie, Alec Robert Terwisky, Jose Luis Montenegro Jr., Talia Suzanne Ramirez, Kyle Bruce Osborne, Bradley Wayne Atwell, Christopher Keith Rabel, and on behalf of their families, EOD Tech Staff Sergeant Jonathan Philip Schmidt, and my friend, hero to many, and Green Beret, Jeremy Shane Border, 1st Special Forces Group, KIA, 1 September 2012.
Jannar Bedoy, Joseph Nathaniel Nelson, Sapporo Brightly Nina, John Ross Townsend, Jason Michael Swindle, Dion Rashawn Roberts, Jonathan Allen Gulanitz, Orion Nelson Sparks, Raleigh Jean Stevens, Daniel Thomas Metcalf, Thomas Jeffrey Butler IV, Jeffrey Franklin Hardison, Donna Ray Johnson, Aaron Arthur Henderson, and Camelia Marchette Steedley.
I honor the following heroes: Justin Cameron Marquez, Joseph Lee Shiro, Thomas Raymond McPherson, Joel Del Mundo II, Robert John Billings, Brittany Bria Gordon, Ryan James Savard, Shane Gregory Wilson, Michael Stephen Duskin, brothers in arms, killed in action, Kazakhstan, Afghanistan, 25 October 2012. Brothers in heaven forever. Kashif Muhammad Maiman, beloved husband, father, son, and brother. My son, Sergeant Clinton Keith Ruiz, Alex Frank Domion, Matthew Jeffrey Cantor, Brett Edward Gornwicks, and Ryan Paul Jane.
Dane Taylor Venne, Brandon Lucas Buttry, Daniel Lewis Carlson, James Dominic Nell, Kenneth Wade Bennett, Matthew Henrik Stilts, Rayvon Jr. Battle, Channing Bo Hicks, Joseph Alvin Richardson, Dale Wayne Means, Kevin Richard Ebert, Christopher Michael Jr. Monahan, Anthony Joseph Denier, Darren Michael Lind, Tyler John Orgard, and my loving nephew, Mark Anthony Sheldo.
Nicholas David Check, Wesley Ross Williams, Nicholas John Reed, Nelson David Trent, Michael James Gilroy, Kevin Ernest Lapari, Job Wilson Price, Enrique Mondragon, Marky Tyrell Sims, Aaron Xavier Whitman, David James Chambers, Mark Henry Shunovan, Jonathan Dale Davis, Larry Dolan Bunn, Cody Dalton Suggs, and in honor of Jonathan Ray, 617th MP Company, his fallen comrades William Allers and Michael Hayes.
Stephen Patrick Blass, Brian James Henderson, Sarah Marie Knudsen, Andrew Michael Peterson Keel, Rex Lloyd Shad, Zachary Lee Shannon, and my son, Navy Chief, Support Activity SEAL Team 5, Christian Michael Pike, David Tyler Proctor, James Edison Groves III, James Floyd Grissom, Tristan Michael Wade, Michael Christopher Cable, Curtis Scott Reagan, and James Michael Steele, always in our hearts.
In honor of Wilbur Alexander Roble Santa, Delphin Montemayor Santos Jr., Christopher Michael Ward, my son Matthew Paul Ruffner and his co-pilot and friend Jarrett Michael Yoder, Barrett Lyle Austin, Aaron Roy Blanchard, Robert Joseph Hess, Brandon Lee Sear, Richard Andrew Dixon, Daniel Neil Fannin, Reed Kajiro Nishizuka, Michael Harrison Simpson, Charles Patrick McClure, Trinidad Santiago Jr.
In the memory of Herman Mackey III, Victoria Ann Pinkney, Mark Tyler Voss, Kevin Cardoza, Eric Damon Christian, Brandon James Landrum, Thomas Page Mirac, Francis Jean Phillips IV, Brandon Joseph Prescott, David Michael Sonka, Jeffrey Christopher Baker, Mitchell Kirk Darling, William Joseph Gilbert, Cody James Taus, Trenton Lockard Aria.
Remembering Eugene Michael Aguion, Dwayne Westfall Flores, Christopher Rishon Drake, Joe Abraham Nunes Rodriguez, Ray Anthony Ramirez, Mariano Martin Ramundo, Job Matthew Rigo, Kyle Pascal Stockley, Sean William Mullen, my husband's brothers, Robert Allen Pierce, loving husband and father and son, Justin Lee Sisson, a loving son and brother, Todd John Clark, Jamie Elizabeth Leonard, Jesse Lamar Jr. Thomas, Mark Andreas Sanha, Jared William Brown, Ember Marie Alt, Robert Wayne Ellis, Justin Rozard Johnson Sr., William Robert Moody, a brother of my husband, Corey Edwin Garver, Javier Sanchez Jr., Justin Richard Rogers, Hilda Ivelis Clayton, Tracy Lane Stapley, Errol Durain Astor Millard, Benjamin Wayne Tuttle, Anthony Rennell Maddox, Robert Lee Nichols, and my husband, my hero, a loving husband, father, son, and brother, Staff Sergeant Sonny Christopher Zimmerman, KIA, 16 July 2013.
May we never forget Johnum Josu Russell, Stephen Mark Smith, Eric Timothy Lawson Sr., Karen Elaine Nuev, Stephen Michael New, Nicholas Brian Burley, Nicholas Shane Welch, Keith Aaron Grace Jr., Octavio Herrera, Jamar Avery Hicks, Timothy George Santos Jr., George Allen Banner Jr., Kenneth Clifford Alvarez, Jonathan Michael Dean Hostetler, Jason Togi.
Michael Harold Olis, Ricardo D'Angelo Young, Joshua James Bowden, Randall Ray Lane, Todd James Labreco, Robert Edward Thomas Jr., William DeWitt Brown III, James Taylor Wycliffe Chauson,
Timothy Raymond McGill, Liam Jules Nevins,
Joshua Jacob Strickland, Thomas Allen Basor Jr., Jeremiah Michael Collins Jr.
In honor of my husband, our hero, Chief Warrant Officer, 3rd Class, Jonathan Shelby Gibson. He was a loving husband, father, son, and brother. He was a pilot in the U.S. Navy, killed in action on September 22nd, 2013, and he forever rests alongside our hero, Landon Lee Jones. Thank you.
In honor of our fallen brothers and sisters and their families, Angel Luis Lopez, Patrick Christopher Hawkins, Jennifer Madai Moreno, Cody James Patterson, Joseph Michael Peters, Patrick Howard Quinn, Lyle Dervin Turnbull, Christopher O'Brien Grant, Forrest Warren Robertson, Richard Lee Vasquez, Alex Anthony Viola, Matthew Rolando Rodriguez, James Lee Smith, Randy Lee Billings, Peter Christopher Bowler.
Omar Wilford Ford, Terry Kashawn Dantes Gordon, Joshua Benjamin Silverman, Jesse Lee Williams, Daniel Mark Vasilian, Captain David Irvin Lyon, Jacob Michael Hess, William Kelly Lacey, Andrew Langston McAdams, Drew Michael Scobie, Staff Sergeant Daniel Tyler Lee, Andrew Holland Sipple, Edward Bolly, Joshua Allen Gray, Specialist Christopher Andrew Landis.
John Alexander Pelham, Roberto Carlos Skelt, Aaron Carl Torian, Caleb Lane Erickson, David Lucien Poirier, James Edward Chafin III, Carrie Michael George Daniluk, Christian Jacob Chandler, Sean Michael Farrell II, Daniela Rojas, Derek Rasmussen, Martin Ray Barreras, Adrian Michael Perkins.